In competitive chess, the weight of a win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh my gosh!
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter.
He is just upset. He's got a hand in his head. He can't believe it.
What? What are you doing?
Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, chess bras and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives.
No way. Magnus could win this game. Oh, it's winning for black. How does Magnus Carlsen do this?
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
It's tough out here. India is just a powerhouse.
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2023 Pro Chess League. Yesterday was Tuesday, and it was breakneck action all the way we expect the same today, as we have two exciting matches on deck. I'm your host, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Alongside me today, commentating for the first time, Tanya. It is an honor, International Master Tanya Sajdev. I guess it's evening for you. Good evening. Are you as excited as I am for the matches that we have in store today?
Thank you so much, Daniel. I am absolutely pumped. I have to say that I am a sucker for team events, and the Pro Chess League is such a dogfight. It is entertaining, it is competitive, it's everything that we want and more. I'm super excited about the action.
I am as well, and we will give you all of the information about these matches. But first, let's start broad. Let's talk about the dates, just so those with a Google Calendar can mark off the appropriate dates. We have, of course, the 5-week regular season in February and March. It began yesterday. March 24th is a very exciting event called the Arena Royale, where all of the teams participate in one big arena. Then, the two most important sets of dates, March 30th and 31st, are the playoffs. And of course, the PCL finals occur May 11th to 14th. Tanya, it's just month after month of breakneck action. Unmissable dates coming right up.
We've got to mark our calendars. Is that Arena Royale, that all-star matchup that we see. It is the best of the best, the creme de la creme of the chess world, fighting it out in online team chess format. And what I love about this team events, Daniel, is that it is so much to do with determination for your team, but also personal ambition to be the MVP for your team. And of course, it's a grueling format here at the Pro Chess League.
It is indeed, and we wouldn't have it any other way. I agree completely. Just the melding of individual and team components makes this so fascinating. And also, of course, the time control and just the overall format. Let's go over that format. The time control in each of these games is 10 minutes with a 2-second increment. There are 4 players per team per match. Those 4 players play another team of 4 players, and in total, they play up to 4 rounds. And the team that scores 8.5 points wins the match. So points are accumulated in every round, and the team that hits 8.5 points first wins the match. In the event of an 8-8 tie, round 4 will be replayed in a blitz and then a bullet time control until a winner is declared. Tanya, it's a very simple format. That's what I love about it. First team to 8.5, that's all you need to know.
That's the dream. That's the mark that you want to get to. But it is, of course, not an easy road. There's so much strategy that goes in planning your team roster in the lineup. What gives you the best shot in getting to that 8.5? And of course, 10 minute with a 2-second increment. I have to say that the increment component is barely enough to make a move. You can't really add up on the clock. So there's always so much pressure. And we saw that, Daniel, in the matchups from yesterday.
And let's go over yesterday's matchups. I can confirm firsthand, Tanya, that 2-second increment, those 2 seconds, they evaporate faster than, I don't know, rain on a hot day. It's just incredible how stressful it is to be in the hot seat. We had two very exciting matches yesterday. A blowout in the morning match between the Indian Yogis, who destroy the Brazil Capybaras 8.5, 3.5, and then a certain team called the Charlotte Cobras. I don't know if I want to talk about that, Tanya. It was a nail biter. And the Canada Chess Bras featuring Magnus Carlsen win by a single point. I don't remember who played on that Charlotte team. I'm having some memory issues, Tanya. I really don't remember anything about that match.
But you really shouldn't, because there's so much to be proud of. You got to remember all the good takeaways. I mean, I was watching that. What a day of chess we had. Two very different matches. Now, I have to say the Indian Yogis were on top form, and that felt like a destruction. They wrapped it up in just 3 rounds, achieved that golden mark of 8.5. But the next match that we saw with Chess Bras and the Charlotte Cobras, that was a nail biter. And Daniel, today you're a commentator, but yesterday, you were team captain and a player. Now, it started rough for you, but what a comeback you made. A terrific fight in the end. How were the nerves? Take us through the day as a player and a captain. What's that like on the Pro Chess League?
Listen, Tanya, it's a great privilege to be wearing 2 hats as a player and a commentator. And, you know, I've played in the Pro Chess League before, but there was a 3-year hiatus. And I just remembered yesterday just how stressful it is to be sitting there knowing that, you know, Robert Hess and other commentators, thousands of people are observing your games. Of course, Magnus Carlsen carried the Chess Bras with 4 out of 4. I gave Magnus a very good fight, but at the end, he ground me down. I played okay, and obviously just heartbreaking stuff for Grandmaster Awunderli Yang, who just played fantastic chess, but could not pull through. It's the Magnus effect, Tanya. The Magnus effect is real. You sense that the win is near. Your fingers turn into thumbs. Your brain stops operating. And in the end, you know, we got to congratulate the Chess Bras. It was an amazing match and definitely a lot to take away from it. But you don't have to wait long, because today we have 2 matches that rival yesterday's in terms of their entertainment value. Tanya, it's the Levitov Chess Wizards against the Pastors coming right up. And then later, the Norway Gnomes against the Spanish Maniac Shrimps.
I love it. I look at the team names and the team logos, and it just feels like we're going to have a magical day of chess, or as the French would say, Enchanté. I'm not sure if they say that or I completely butchered it out, but look at that. We've got Levitov against the Garden State Passers, the Wizards against James Canty III. He'll be captaining the Garden State Passers. And we've got the Norway Gnomes, and we've got Anna Rudolph there, along with Jan Ludwig Hammer playing against the Maniac Shrimps. This is going to be a fun day of chess. What are you most looking forward to today?
Well, I just love the fact that almost all of the teams, Tanya, are evenly matched. And this is really what makes each day of PCL action so exciting. And what I look forward to the most is the possibility of upsets. I love to see, you know, the more lopsided matches, because some of these players do not be fooled by their ratings. They're coming in hungry. They're coming in well prepared. And the storylines that I really love to observe is, you know, board 3 or board 4 scoring a couple of crucial wins. And on that note, let's have a look at the overall roster rules. These roster rules ensure that the teams remain relatively evenly matched. Each team must include at least 2 females, 1 junior born 2003 or later. Although, Tanya, it feels like I'm ancient, born 1995. I mean, everybody I'm playing now in tournaments seems to be born 2003 or later, so that's not a big problem. And players must stick with the team from week 1, but they can continue to add players to their roster throughout the season.
And I think that point makes it super fun. The fact that you can mix it up even during the season. And Daniel, I want to get your thoughts on this, because of course, you know, you've got all these insights as the captain and a player in one of the big teams here in this season. What do you think is the correct strategy here, where you stick with your team players and sort of build this camaraderie, build the team spirit throughout the season, or get fresh blood in the mix and mix up the roster during the season?
Well, as tempting as it is, Tanya, I think to continually add fresh blood, I think it is important, first of all, not to overreact. And right, just because one player has one bad week doesn't mean that they're not going to come in hungry next week and redeem themselves. And obviously, nobody is playing from the same location, but there is still very much a sense of team camaraderie, right? Week after week, you struggle together, you fight together. And I feel like that adds meaning to each player's performance, and it makes you try harder. And I think it
I
makes
love
you
it.
play better. So I'm on the camaraderie side of this question, but obviously the captains have big shoes to fill and a lot of decisions to make, and decisions that are quite difficult to make for teams like Leviatov Chess, which have rosters as rich as the one that you see in front of you. I mean, that is just a mouthwatering assortment of names, captained, of course, and headlined by Shakhriyar Mamedyarov.
This is amazing stuff. I mean, some of the most creative top grandmasters in the chess world are in this mix. Look at that. We've got the shock attack leading up front, and then Daniel Dubov, the most creative player of our time. Some amazing opening prep, expecting that. We've got Sarana, who of course qualified for the recent Champions Chess Tour First Division. Mamedyarov as well in the mix. This is incredible stuff. But what stands out for me, Daniel, is look at those two female players. We've got Kostyuk as well as Gunina. This team is, I mean, I have to say, huge favorites in this Pro Chess League.
Completely agree. They are one to watch. Kostyuk is a women's world champion. She's incredibly experienced in rapid time control. Valentina Gunina, the same could be said about her. The Leviatov Wizards really have no holes in their roster, and all four of their boards are very much capable of scoring, I think, at least 2 points. And in Shakhriyar Mamedyarov's case, he can definitely put in a 4 out of 4 performance. And another player who can put in a 4 out of 4 performance, as we saw throughout his performances in the Rapid Chess Championship, is Samuel Sevian, who headlines the mouthwatering roster for the Garden State Passers. James Canty wore the commentator hat yesterday, and now he is a player. He is a captain, and look at those grandmasters, Lenderman and Abhimanyu Mishra, the youngest grandmaster in history. Just amazing teams being assembled this year in the PCL.
And Sam is in such great form. He just recently beat Pragnanandai in the 3rd division of the Champions Chess Tour final. So definitely looking good in this roster that we've got. You mentioned James was commentating alongside Robert yesterday, a switch of roles here. And I'm sure he's feeling the nerves going into this big matchup against the Leviatov Wizards.
Yeah, he most certainly is. I think on paper, we can say that the Leviatov Wizards are favorites. They've got Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. They've got that overpowered roster, but we already know that absolutely anything can happen. Let's take a look at the match breakdown. We have the Wizards
this is the
against
big moment.
the Passers. Here it is, Tanya, and here we see all 4 of the boards in round 1. Board 1 plays board 4.
Daniel, I was going to do the drum roll for this because this is the reveal of the lineup for today, and so exciting to see who the teams have chosen to go fight in the battlefield. And we'd love to get our chat's views on who they think is a favorite in this one. Playing today for the Leviatov Chess Wizards, we've got Shock Attack, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. We've got David Paravian. Now, David has won the Gibraltar Masters in 2020, where he beat Esipienko and Wang Hao in the playoffs. A very dangerous player. We've got the youngster Denis Lazovic, and of course Valia Gunina. She is so competitive, fights it out till the end. They'll be playing the Garden State Passers, and look at the lineup there. We've got Trisha Kanyamarala, who is the only women international master from Ireland. And she's a very, very strong upcoming talent. This is going to be a big fight. And of course, we've got Lenderman as well as Gusinov and Sam Sevian. Danny, what are your thoughts on this lineup?
Well, just to bring this back to, one of the reasons to watch the PCL is you're able to discover new players who you might have heard of tangentially, but whose games you might not have seen. And this is exactly what I see here, Tanya. Alexander Lenderman is such a dangerous player. He has been up and down in terms of his OTB performances, but he has a lot of Super Grandmaster victories under his belt. I remember him crushing Vasily Ivanchuk a couple of years ago at the World Team Championship. And Gadir Gusenov, another player who is known for his blitz skill. He has been atop the blitz leaderboards now for well over a decade. So again, Leviatov Chess Wizards, they've got 4 Grandmasters. I think they are the favorites, sort of statistically, but you cannot sleep on Lenderman and Gusenov. And I think for the Passers to score an upset, Tanya, Lenderman and Gusenov need to put in probably at least 2.5, maybe 3 out of 4. And let's see if Kanyamarala can score an upset or 2 as well.
And even on the lowest board, we see we've got Sam Sevian against Valentina Gunina. Now, even though Gunina is board 4 for Levitov, she is one of their star players. I remember back at the London Chess Classic Rapid, I think it was in 2016, and correct me if I'm wrong, it was the Rapid Championship, and she won the tournament ahead of over 50 strongest grandmasters. She is the European Blitz champion, the former European Blitz champion. We've got liftoff already.
Seatbelts fastened, ladies and gentlemen. Day 2 of the PCL is underway. Here we go. And board 4 faces board 1. It's Kanya Marala against Mamedyarov. Tanya, the pressure is obviously on Shakhriyar. Though he has the black pieces, he essentially has to win this game. And you can already see an unbalanced opening. Knight f6 and b6 is kind of a second-rate defense, but it can be very dangerous if white doesn't react precisely.
He's making his intentions very clear. Now, of course, for Trisha, this is a huge opportunity to play against the world's best players. And that is the other thing that I love about these formats and this event is just players, upcoming talents. They get to really fight it out with the very best in the world. And Shakhriyar chooses the opening, the most dynamic reply with the black pieces to make a middle game that is absolutely unclear by Fian shadowing both bishops along the long diagonal. Meanwhile, Trisha says, I'm going to block one of those with a pawn central advance. And Daniel, this is the problem with the structure that black has chosen. Yes, you take out your pieces, but where is your control with the black pieces in the center? It doesn't exist.
Other than b6 and g6, black so far has pushed absolutely no pawns in the center, as you're saying, but that is the kind of general philosophy of these hyper-modern openings where you say, hey, I'm going to let you control as much of the center as you want, and then I'm going to chip away at it with my pawns. And you see Shakhriyar doing that right now. He's just played e6, and you might see him following up with c6, trying to get rid of this pawn on d5. And if he can do so, then his bishops start getting active. But he takes a slightly more conservative approach. He plays d6, plays this King's Indian style. The knight is probably going to come out to d7. And black's position, although cramped, is very compact. And it's hard to find a plan here for white, Tanya. And that is why I think these King's Indian type openings are really good choices in rapid games.
I couldn't agree more, and especially with the black pieces. Well, Shakhriyar definitely has to look at scoring that 4 out of 4 today for his team. He is the star player, the MVP, at least on paper, for the Levitov Wizards. And right now, by the way, there was a notification that just popped up on my screen that today is World Hippopotamus Day. And this opening that Shak has gone for, at least the structure is called a hippo, because if you take a look at it, it looks like a hippo peeping out of water, with everything not going beyond the 3rd rank. So I wonder if this is Shak's homage to the World Hippo Day.
That's really interesting. I didn't think of it that way. I guess chess players, they're not always known for their originality, but the hippo is one of the more originally named opening setups. And I like the way that Trisha is handling this so far. The queen comes out to d2. She has established her minor pieces in such a way as to keep, these key pawns well protected on e4 and c4. And now a big question for Shakhriyar, how is he going to resolve the tension in the center? Is he going to play e5 and lock the center up? Or is he going to take on d5? There's our answer, Tanya. And I think a knight might be coming out to e4. This is where things could start getting a little bit difficult to handle for white.
Well, Trisha's got to make a decision now, and it looks like she has to capture with the e-pawn. Otherwise, as we see, 2 knights and the black rook hitting that pawn, which is only defended by the knight and bishop. And Shak doesn't care. He says, sure, take that pawn. I won't win it, but I want to create a minor piece, material imbalance. Imagine if everything gets traded off, Daniel, right now. Shakhriyar will end up with a bishop pair in a reasonably open position. The c4 pawn will be under fire. The e file will be in control. And this is what Shak wants. Also, watch out. That bishop from g7 is also eyeing that b2 pawn. So some difficult questions here for white already.
Absolutely. And don't sleep on the bishop on b7, which could come out to a6 and put further pressure on c4. You can kind of see the appeal of this opening as Trisha figures out a way to handle the pressure. She does trade on e4 and follows up with rook 8 to c1. I think she's likely to support her pawn chain with b3. I think the position is about equal, but Shakhriyar has got to be pretty happy with his bishop pair. Now, let's go quickly to the bird's eye view, Tanya, because we've got a fascinating opening on the second board. It's a very, very even matchup between Alexander Lenderman and David Paravian. So let's go there because we already have a major opening imbalance, Tanya. I'm struggling to make heads or tails of the position that we have here. Help me out.
Wow, I'm just loving it. I'm kind of taking it in. What is this pawn structure that we've got both kings in the center? I'm loving this middle game already. David's last move is targeting the pawn chain on the queen side. White ignores it, says it's more important to get safe with the king. And I agree with that. But in the process, we see some trades. And now black has to watch out because if you pick up that c5 pawn, you line up your bishops on the same file, Daniel, and that would mean the queen can potentially step forward, hitting not one bishop, but the bishop behind it as well. You might defend it once. The rook will come into the game, just continuing to attack those pieces, and this could be big trouble for black.
This could be a disaster, especially compounded by the weakness of black's king, which does not find a lot of solace on the king side. Black can technically defend the bishop with rook a5, but an insidious move like queen c3, followed by knight bd2 and knight b3, could spell instant doom for black. Imagine trying to handle this position with 5 minutes left. David, he doesn't touch that with a 10-foot pole. As we go back to the live board, he has instead navigated his bishop to b5. And now, Tanya, I think he's got a good opportunity to pick up the pawn on c5. Bishop b5, of course, came with the tempo. It attacked the rook on e1. It was a very smart move. Lenderman brings his knight out. And really the big question here, I think to me, is can white use the mobility of his knights? Can white use the post on d4 to put immediate pressure on black's king? Because from a positional perspective, black's bishops, they do look pretty menacing.
Super menacing, but time is of the essence here. This is one of those positions where it doesn't matter what the eval bar says. It might say black's fine, but one mistake and the game is over. We've been talking about developing the pieces with tempo. The bishop is attacked. Also, don't forget, in the air is this central break with the pawn from e3 moving forward to e4, trying to open up the position. It has to be timed really, really well for it to work. Now, I'm still trying to get a head count on what is the pawn situation because it's sort of
Me too.
harder than it looks, but it looks like it's equal.
Yeah. This entire time, societies have risen and fallen, civilizations have collapsed and risen. All I'm doing is trying to count who is either side up a pawn. No, material is equal as far as I can tell. See, I'm still not sure. 5 pawns each. The bishop on b5 is hanging, Tanya, and clearly David is trying to figure out where to position it. Bishop c4 makes some sense, but the other knight could drop back to d2 and harass the bishop even further. Maybe bishop a6, but that runs into a potential check on a4. So I like Lenderman's opening choice. He's gone for the type of position that's hard to handle with 10 minutes on your clock, and that is part of each player's opening strategy, right? You do play differently in the 10+2 time control than you do in a long time control classical game. Bishop c4 is Paravian's choice, and I'm expecting knight d2. Maybe Lenderman will also start pushing his passer. What an interesting position, Tanya. Hard to evaluate.
Super fun. And you hit the nail on the head when you were talking about a Lenderman's opening approach, because we've been saying that the Levitov Wizard on paper are the favorites in this match, which means that the Garden State passers on every board have to create their chances and opportunities right out of the opening. No playing safe here. And that's what Alexander's done. He develops the queen further, always eyeing the bishops on the c file. There are threats of the knight jumping to e4 as well, Daniel, in certain position, taking advantage of that bishop, but you have to again be careful about the tactics. And of course, with the queen on c2, it defends not only the a2 pawn, but eyes the h7 pawn on the other end of the board as well.
Yeah, David cannot be feeling comfortable with the sort of general state of his king. Now, choosing between two evils, I think castling kingside is the safer place to be, relatively speaking. And then the king could tuck itself away on h8. And later on, black could actually use the g-file to his advantage, positioning a rook on g8. White's king, it might be feeling comfortable now, but that could change in a couple of moves. So the engine seems to prefer black by a little bit, but practically speaking, 3 minutes up on the clock is Alexander Lenderman, and I think he's gotten the kind of position that he's looking for as he tries to generate winning chances right out of the gates with white. So as Paravian ponders his next move, he's already spent half his time. Let's go back to the bird's eye view for a moment and take a look at these interesting positions that we have, Tanya. Lazovic and Gusenov seem to be playing a very peaceful game, but on the other boards, we've got pandemonium.
all over the board. And take a look at this. I mean, at the top right, we saw Shaq against Trisha. There's so much happening there. And I see the eval bar seems to say that Trisha's still holding her own, but the position looks absolutely wild. We've had some trades. Shaq did get the bishop pair, but maybe not more. And I think all the action is on the Paravian Alexander board. But this one, if Trisha can hold this position with the white pieces, it's not going to be easy against Shaq. But oh my God, that would be such a big result for the Garden State passes.
A huge result, right? Half a point. And this is what you want to try to do as board 4. Yes, you've got an uphill battle. You're playing 4 grandmasters, but hey, you score a draw, you motivate your teammates, you might even score a win. That is the game changer, as we saw in that Charlotte match yesterday. Bishop d8, Tanya, is an excellent move. It attacks the pawn on c7, and you might say, well, I mean, that just seems to be a prosaic one-move threat, but it's not that easy to defend against. I think the only thing Shaq can do is trade rooks on e1, yielding the e-file, and then dropping the queen back to d7. And then Trisha could calmly maneuver her bishop back, but no, Shakhriyar taking a big risk. He sacrifices the pawn, and I'm trying to puzzle out his idea. What if white takes and then takes? Does he want bishop takes h3? Let's bring up an analysis board here for a second. What do you make of this?
This is very, very tricky. And Trisha's down to 4 minutes to figure out all these tactics that you've been pointing out. And I think we have to take a look at this line. Notice how that knight on f3 hangs. So you can pick up the pawn on h3 with bishop takes h3. The bishop is not on pre. If the pawn captures back, you pick up the knight, and white's king is super weak. Also, let's just point out that after bishop h3, it might look, wait a second, the knight can jump to g5, forking the queen and the bishop, but queen g2, checkmate. Game over. Whoop.
Absolutely. And something that occurred to me, Tanya, is that Shakhriyar could also drop the queen back to e7, and the bishop is actually trapped. So perhaps this is what he was aiming for, and this is what Trisha has tried to avoid with her last move. Just a devilish concept by Shakhriyar. We go back to the live board. Knight d4 is
I love it.
Trisha's choice. It's an excellent move. It's a practical move. There's no reason to delve into these complications. I think white is flat out better, Tanya, and now Shakhriyar's hand is forced. I think he's got to trade rooks, and that spells pretty bad news for his winning chances.
Because you also give the control of the only open e-file to white's queen to enter at the right moment. The only way black can defend that c7 pawn is falling back with his own queen to d7, and that's not a happy retreat, Daniel, in this position. Now also notice how Shakhriyar's previous move of moving that bishop from the diagonal also gives access to white's bishop to land on f6. We might be seeing this played out. Now white can make the move, bishop to f6, take control of this diagonal.
Absolutely. I think one move that should be avoided is knight to c6. That may look tempting, but after bishop e7, white needlessly puts herself in a fragile spot. Bishop f6 is on the board. Good call by you. And I think the best that Shakhriyar can do is play bishop g7, acquiesce to the trade of bishops, and the only scenario that I see in which black wins this game is if eventually he can get to these pawns. They are on a light square, so you could imagine if the queens get swapped, maybe the light squared bishop somehow picks up the pawns from behind, but that's a very far-fetched scenario. The most important thing, Tanya, right now for Trisha is to play quickly and leave time on her clock, and that is exactly what she's doing with another excellent move.
I'm super impressed. I mean, this is just amazing stuff by Trisha. Now, I'm a huge fan of Shaq, but I'm also always rooting for the underdog. And of course, Trisha is a big underdog in this match, but she's been so strong up till this point. She has to keep the clock under control and also not make any big bad moves because otherwise Shaq will be all over it. She retreats with the knight. It's still fine. Everything under control. Look at the pieces. Just compare white's pieces to black's pieces. That bishop on f6, a monster. The knight on d4, nicely placed. But Shakhriyar here, trying to create a mess on the board, trying to make it chaotic. He breaks on the queen side with b5. And now it's a big question for Trisha. How does she react to this pawn break?
And I just don't like Trisha's last move. Knight c6 back to d4, I think allowed Shakhriyar to expand and unbalance the queen side. Instead, I thought the knight on c6 could have been supported, which would have taken the sting out of b5. But still, no question that the position probably objectively is still balanced. I'm expecting Shakhriyar to trade on c4. Then that pawn chain is going to be a little bit more vulnerable later on. It could be attacked more easily by the light squared bishop. Big question, when is Shakhriyar going to go bishop g7? Or is he just going to live with this bishop on f6?
I would be terrified to live with that bishop on f6. Daniel, imagine if we can just move that knight away from d4 and the bishop falls all the way back, which might look a bit strange. Maybe we can show it with just some arrows on the board. If the queen and the bishop can line up on the a1 to h8 diagonal, that would be an absolute disaster for black. And just the way you're showing it right now, look at that. Queen h8 would be a big threat. And Trisha, will she find this plan? Will she be able to make this happen?
That's really pretty geometry, the two long-range pieces starting at white's end of the camp, but they are no less powerful because of that. We've got a couple of moves here as Shakhriyar drives his queen into a4. Trisha responds with queen b2. Oh no, it's a blunder, Tanya, because queen takes c4, wins the pawn. Oh no. And after queen c4, queen b7, check on c1, check on f4, and that bishop on f6, the bishop that we thought could win the game, or at least hold it, is the bane of white's. And black can pick up f2 as well, and then pick up the bishop. Can Shakhriyar find the shocking turnaround move?
Of course he'll find it. This is so up his alley. Tactics, attack, and creating these chances. He has come in with the queen. He is calculating this line. And of course, Trisha missed the point that after taking that pawn, you've got these two checks, picking up that bishop, hanging piece, loose pieces drop off. And that is one of the easiest tactics to miss in chess, Daniel.
LPDO, and you just know that Shakhriyar sees it. He might be double, triple checking. Bishop on f6, it's a loose piece, as you said. The king is vulnerable as well, and this is just what happens. This is what top players do. What top players do is they miss winning moves. Shakhriyar misses queen takes c4.
I can't believe what's happening. Oh my god. This is unreal. This is unreal. This is Trisha's chance. He has advanced a pawn. She can now trade it off. She can en passant on c6 and trade off a couple of pieces.
Boy, oh boy, is Shakhriyar going to be kicking himself for this. I think after dc, bishop c6, knight takes c6, the position clarifies, and as long as Trisha can keep her c4 pawn protected, she should be able to hold a draw here. She's down in 2 minutes. D takes c6 en passant, a very practical move. Even queen b3, a more inventive tactical move, also possible to keep the balance, but she shouldn't lose this if she's careful.
I mean, she almost did with that one slip, and I'm shocked that Shakhriyar did not spot that tactic that you did, Daniel. That was a brilliant, brilliant sequence of move that would have wrapped up the game and given black a huge advantage. And now it's again game on after c5. Trisha can't burn the clock too much. She has to take a decision, and she has to do it fast.
Ooh,
she retreats with the knight. I'm not too happy about that because the tactic still exists, Daniel.
She has given Shakhriyar a second chance indeed. Again, queen takes c4, queen c1, queen f4. None of the squares are protected. That's another chance, and he misses it again. He's played queen b4, putting the queen one square to the right. Just didn't have the strength to move the queen one further square. Queen b4 offers a queen trade. Trisha says, no way, Jose. And now she is once again threatening to move into e8. This, Tanya, is very much a 3-result game.
And I'm loving that last move by white, just putting the queen in the open file and wanting to penetrate all the way to black's back rank. Shak gives a check, but it's too late. It's in the wrong diagonal that he retreats the queen. What a big opportunity missed by black here, not once, but twice.
Wow, that is just incredible. Now the pawn on c4 is well protected. The bishop finally moves out of f6, and Shakhriyar also settled with the weakness of the d6 pawn. If he plays bishop g7, you could run into bishop b7. It really restricts his chances. I think he might try a5 and bishop a6, accumulating pressure on c4. Both sides down. Shakhriyar now to 2 minutes. Let's go quickly back to our bird's eye view because we've got some fascinating action unfolding on some of the other boards. We will bring you the end of this game as well. I'm looking at Lazovic-Guseynov, Tanya. I'm looking at Lenormand-Paravian that is in a very sharp endgame. By no means is that game decided either. Man, I don't know where to go. It's like an all-you-can-eat buffet.
And I'm still getting my head around the top board that we just had on with Shak against Trisha. I see a queen trade was declined there. And of course, the Guseynov-Lazovic game is also blowing up with the queen on e7 almost trapped.
We haven't looked at that game yet, so let's travel to Lazovic land. And Denis Lazovic is a name that should be on every chess fan's radar. He's won multiple Tuesdays. Recently, his Grandmaster title has finally been confirmed, Tanya. He was an IM in name only. And I think he's just winning. He sacrificed an exchange, but look at his center. And I think the ingenious queen h4 allows him to indirectly defend the pawn on e4 because After queen h4, rook e4, knight g5 decides. He does the same thing, right? Queen f6, and rook takes c4 fails to knight g5.
Very nice idea, because you're not only hitting the rook but also the pawn on f7, and that would be an absolute disaster. I'm loving white's center, and yes, white has sacrificed an exchange, but that is for one pawn. So if we do the math, it's only it's 4 points for white with a bishop and a pawn for a 5-pointer rook for black. But still, look at that center, giving white so much compensation and a nasty threat on the board. White can jump in with the queen to h6 and bring that knight to g5, threatening a mate that cannot be defended on h7.
You can see the eval bar continually creeping up. No, +5. It's not an exaggeration. And Dennis doesn't even need to hurry. He can play slow moves like rook d2 or a3, further banishing this knight. I don't know how Gusanov is going to try to turn this around. He is incredibly tricky. He's trying to generate some action on the queen side, but Dennis has also managed his time impeccably. He's on 3 minutes. He's got plenty of time to figure this out. I think e5 is good here. I think a3 is possible. Your move, queen h6. Lots of options here for white. The most important thing is obviously not to blunder one of these center pawns.
He could advance either of these two pawns, d6, e5, all these very, very attractive moves, but instead Dennis takes it easy, which is also really cool because he just puts the ball in black's court. And as he's running, as Gusanov runs down on the clock, it's going to be more difficult to answer questions. When eventually white does advance the pawns, of course, Dennis doesn't care about the a2 pawn. The action is in the center and the king side, and e5 on the board.
Yep, and this is firmly under control for Denis Lazovic. I think he's going to win this game, and I think that means we need to go back to our bird's eye view. We've been there a lot, but our top board, our board 1, board 4 matchup continues to heat up. Both players under a minute. There is a knight on e8, and look at the board to the right of it. Alexander Landerman has lost a knight. It was a drawable endgame, but he mishandled it, and David Paravian has great winning chances if he can keep the pawn on e4 alive. But let's go right to our top board, Tanya. What on earth is going on here?
I'm not sure. What I do see is that Trisha has managed to win a pawn after blundering twice in this game, which Shak did not take advantage of. White has an extra pawn in the position. Look at black's king. It is open. That knight from e8 can give a huge check on f6. Well, black does win the pawn back on c4, but at the cost of really weakening his king. Wow.
Queen b7 check is literally almost checkmate. Bishop e7 forced. Is there a knockout? I don't think so. I think Trisha should move her knight away, capture the bishop, and the opposite colored bishops should give her a draw there. But 10 seconds on the clock. This is where panic often sets in for the lower rated player, and knight g8 has been found by Trisha. It's the best move. Bishop g3.
That is incredible, and the bishop blocks the check.
Knight h6 wins! Oh my god, knight h6 wins! She missed it! Oh my god, she's now losing! Knight h6 won on the spot. Knight h6 check forced the king onto a square, such that the queen can then move away with check. Here, the bishop captures with check. Tanya, this is heartbreaking for Trisha Kanyamarala.
Oh my god, what a big miss. Knight h6 would have just won the queen on the spot. Unreal. And we see Trisha on the screen. She's definitely checking that. Daniel, what a game she played. And we see Shak. He knows he has survived this by the thread. What a game that was. I can't believe what we just saw. Knight h6 and Shak would have lost.
Oh my gosh. And look at that final position. It's just a stroke of bad luck. The knight on e7 is literally trapped. So she goes from winning to losing. There is nowhere for the knight to go. Frustration on the face of Trisha Kanyamarala, who could have scored the biggest upset of the PCL so far. But round 1 continues, and the other games continue to heat up. Valentina Gunina has a chance to score a huge upset against Samuel Sevian. She was completely winning just a couple of moves ago, but Tanya, she has mishandled it as well. And a devilish trap that was set by Sam Sevian. Look what he just did, rewinding 2 moves ago. Queen e7, pretending to blunder. Rook takes d4, Valentina already up and exchanged, and this seems to end the game, but no, it doesn't. Queen f6 is a fork. f2 and d4 are hanging, and I think Sevian might even be in the driver's seat now.
Wow, that is a nice sneaky tactic there by Sam, and a really important point. After Trisha lost to Shak, The Wizards are leading the match. Now, is it all that bad, Daniel? Yes, you do lose that rook on d4, but it's not all over, because look at the piece activity that White has. Black can pick up the rook, and you can jump in with your own rook to e6.
She does.
Hit that queen. She does it. Black has to move the queen. But yes, Sam has survived this one from a really bad position.
And I've played Sam Sevian enough times to know when he's starting to turn the game around. Now under a minute is Valentina Gunina. Her king is under fire. The threat might be bishop takes f2 check. So if you play queen takes d6, then bishop takes f2 is a deadly desperado that drives the king out of the shell. Valentina has to find the cold-blooded capture on d6, but not with the queen, with the rook, not fearing a check on c1 because the king can move up to g2. But now 30 seconds, Tanya. And can Valentina avoid the panic that sets in so often?
Just unbelievable stuff. And not only does she have to evaluate the checks on c1, if you pick up that pawn with the rook, she has to keep in mind that the bishop can fall back to e5, hit that rook on d6, hit that pawn on h2, and she needs to understand how that position is not easy in 30 seconds. She chooses to bail out by offering a queen trade. And you know what? Sam does what you said, Daniel. He says, the momentum has shifted. The attack is on your king. My king is safe. How are you going to defend f2? And this has gone all wrong for the Levitov Wizards.
Valentina has to recapture with the bishop, allowing the rook to penetrate f2. Now Sam is not only up a pawn, but with bishop e5, he's going to win not one, but two other pawns, and he might also pick up the bishop. Yes, he does. What absolutely insane. And he wins the rook as well. I mean, this is insane. This is 1 minute of unbelievable action. Sam Sevian wins another game for the Wizards, and Denis Lazovic is the last remaining game because David Paravian has won as well. Crazy. It's 3-0. Could have been at least 2-1. Denis Lazovic seems to be finishing off Gadir Gusenov. Are we going to see 4-0? No, Sam Sevian won. So we're going to see 3-1.
Yeah, right now, Sam did manage to save a very difficult position. But Daniel, you're absolutely right. It very well could have been 3-0 if Valya would have just found that tactic, giving up that rook on d4, which didn't work out. And what are we seeing here? White has got a bishop, but Black has a pawn. And 13 seconds. Wow, this is just dead lost for Black.
And as they say on Twitch, easy clap, Tanya. 20 seconds for Denis. He pushes the pawn. Gusenov is going to resign now any second. This was a wire-to-wire victory by the Belarusian Grandmaster. Just such a strong positional player in control of the game, and he gives the fearsome Levitov Wizards a 3-1 lead. What did we just see? This is going to take me some time to just settle in.
We saw what makes the Pro Chess League so special, Daniel. That game with Trisha versus Shak was the game for me. It did not go Trisha's way, but what a fight she put up. Not only what a fight, she was completely dead winning against one of the best players in the world. And yes, it's a 3-1 victory, but that scoreboard, that result is not reflective of the chess that we just saw.
Absolutely not. Trisha should hold her head up high, and I think her performance in this game bodes well for her chances to score an upset later. Obviously, very important not to tilt. And Sam Sevian with that swindle against Vala Gunina gives the passers a fighting chance. That very easily could have been a 4-0 blowout. And of course, the first team to 8.5 wins the match. So ladies and gentlemen, this is just the beginning. This was just round one. The Garden State passers have their work cut out for them. They will need a big performance in round two to avoid digging themselves deeper in the hole. And we will see if they will be able to do that on the other side of this short break.
Welcome into our new video lecture series here with the one and only, the 14th World Chess Champion, Vishwanathan Anand.
If you have to explain that you're world champion and it's taking longer than 2 words, there's something wrong with your title. And that's how I felt at this
There's
point.
something wrong with it.
But I believe when we're talking the 60s and 70s, even the 80s and 90s, you could see that the match format produced something unique. And I remember there was a funny moment at the press conference where I was trying to tone it down. not get very excited, and also I had not had time to collect myself. In fact, I already wanted to calm down and think of the next game because I knew this is a wounded animal there. I knew that I had to play a game against a man who was desperate for the match to be over so that he could clinch his title. He wanted a draw at any price. I mean, you can make a joke that he had spent a week out of the swimming pool already, so he must have been exhausted and waiting to finish the match. So for all of us, there was this feeling of we got to grab this chance with both hands because it's not going to come by very.
Welcome back to the Pro Chess League. Daniel Nerditsky, Tanya Sachdev, bringing you coverage of this fascinating second day of action. Tanya, I am out of breath, and we're just getting started because round 2 is upon us as the Lebedev Chess Wizards lead 3-1. More fascinating matchups coming right up.
Action from the word go, and there is so much good to take away for Garden State passes, and James Canty III can't lose hope just yet. I mean, Trisha's game against Shark, what a match that was, and we're up for round 2. Daniel, this is going to be a close one. Garden State passers have to give it their all. Lebedev, a big favorite. They have taken the lead. We've seen comebacks. We've seen turnarounds. We saw one yesterday by your team as well, taking it down to the wire. And with what I saw in that first matchup, this one is going to be super close.
It is indeed. We see Sam Sevian playing Denis Lazovic. That's a game he really needs to try to win with white. Same goes for Gadir Guseyanov and Trisha Kanyamurala. We talked about her performance against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, how close she came to scoring the potentially biggest upset of the entire PCL. She was one move away from winning the whole thing. Unfortunately, she missed the move and she lost the game, and that is just how it goes, Tanya.
Absolutely. Now, Gadir Guseyanov against Valia Gunina. Valia has lost the first game. Guseyanov needs to strike for the Garden State passers. It's a very important board for them. Sam Sevian against Lazovic. If the underdogs want to make a comeback, another very crucial board. These two are playing with the white pieces, and Daniel, they need to go all out. Of course, Trisha is an underdog in that team, and for her, it is her first time in the PCL playing against all these top guns. It's going to be a tough day, but if she can even save half a point on any game against any of these players, that is a big victory for the Garden Passers.
We have the team captain, James Canty, wearing the captain hat today, commentating yesterday. He says, we ain't losing hope. It's 3-1. 8.5 wins the match. That's 5.5 more points that Lebedev has to score. Plenty of chess left to be played. And I can confirm, Tanya, as the games kick off, that when you're sitting in the hot seat and you can sense that the win is at hand, you just stop thinking. It's just so nerve-wracking. That 2-second increment evaporates in what seems like a millisecond. But moving on, it's 3-1. It's round 2, and the games have kicked off. Shakhriyar with the white pieces against Alexander Lenderman.
Well, the Garden State passers have to take it one round at a time. Now we've got Shak, right? He is one of the best players in the world. What a player, just super aggressive, super attacking. But Daniel, what we saw in game 1, I'm not sure if Shak is finding his rhythm. He missed a 2-move tactic twice on the board, something we never see from a player like Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. So Lenderman, I wonder if he's able to create his chances against Shak. It's not going to be easy, but my only thing is Shak in form today?
Yeah, and I mean, you called it. That is a tactic that we just expect. It's a bygone conclusion that top players see stuff like that 100 times out of 100, but we forget sometimes that they're human. They miss stuff, and a pretty disturbing sign for Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, who has to display stellar form today. The performance of the top player is absolutely crucial to the success of the team, as Magnus Carlsen showed yesterday. So Shakhriyar taking a slightly more conservative approach in the opening, playing a little bit more positionally, which is often what you do if you can sense that some of the tactics are slipping away from you. We had a Slav, Tanya, that has morphed into some sort of weird semi-Tarash. I don't even know what structure we're going to get.
It started as sort of a semi-Slav, and now we've got a semi-Tarash. Black has made a lot of pawn moves in the opening, as we saw, which of course results in giving White this lead in development. Shak has been able to get his king to safety, take out that bishop, and I think that is the point. He saw what happened in game 1. He wants to take it slow, not get into a messy position right out of the opening, because Lenderman is also quite the tactician. He will not miss the chances that Trisha did. And we see some trades in the center, which might result in Black landing up with an isolated queen's pawn on d5.
Absolutely. I think Shakhriyar should take back with the knight, and I think he will cement a slight advantage out of the opening, exactly what he was looking for. But game 2 has also begun, so we can go just very quickly here to the bird's eye view. The games are staggered to allow us to watch the start of each game. And the second game is between David Paravian, who plays Trisha Kanyamurala, a big challenge for her as she faces a fearsome 1e4 player with the black pieces, and she is meeting him at the top. I love it. We have a rouser Sicilian, as sharp as it gets, Tanya.
Trisha really has so much to be happy about from that game one. She needs to get that same fearlessness, that same combative style of play, and that's what the opening seems to imply with the black pieces. She has taken this position, which has a weird pawn structure with black. Very often we say don't double your pawns, but they also are a big shield to black's king. Very often we actually see black just keeping that king in the center, because take a look at how boxed up it really is over there with the two bishops in front of it, with the pawns in front of it, and we see a knight trade here, and pick it up with a bishop, target that e4 pawn.
Whoa, I was really sure that Trisha was going to take back with a pawn. In these Sicilian positions, when you can open the b file, that gives you a major boost on the queen side. So I'm going to rewind here for a second, Tanya. If we could bring up an analysis board, I think that BC was the key to developing a rapid queenside attack. Also, d5 is in the cards as well. So let's take a neutral move like bishop d3. The attack comes really, really fast. d5, and then the queen comes out to b6. And most importantly, once the rook comes to b8, if black can induce the move b3, then the dark squared bishop comes in. I really think that was an important move to make. Instead, Trisha recaptures with the bishop. And not only does that keep the queenside closed, Tanya, but it enables white to put more pressure on the e6 pawn. Bishop c4 might actually force black to lose another tempo, dropping her bishop back. And that's pretty bad news out of the opening for Trisha.
It is all about trying to fight for that d5 square. So you do make that f pawn move to provoke black to decide in the center. And look at it, it's already getting a little bit weak. I think that was a very good point, that black had to create counterplay along the b file by now. Bishop c4 targeting that e6 pawn. The only other way to defend it would be to step up with your queen, not retreat with the bishop. You never want to push that pawn one square ahead, because it creates so many light squared weaknesses, especially that d5 square. You never want to give that up in the Sicilian.
Yeah, a move that you could get kicked out of, a Soviet chess camp for. If my coach saw a move like e5, the lesson would be over. But Trisha, she is alert. Queen d7 is, I think, the only way to preserve a feasible position. And for David Paravian, I think the main plan right now is to find a way to get this knight into the center. If you can get the knight to d4 or to f4, if you can force e5, then the game basically ends. But it's not as simple as that, Tanya, because knight e2 obviously blunders this very important pawn on e4. So maybe starting with a slower move like rook h e1 makes sense. Queen could also step up to d3 to lend another defender to the pawn. So I think Trisha is in a lot of danger. She has to start attacking on the very next move.
And I think that is super important. We've been talking about trying to open up the queen side so that Trisha can target that king on c1. b5 will come in with the tempo. We're going to see this heat up. We also have more action that started. We've been talking about Sam Sevian. He survived a scare against Valentina Gonina in that first game, but took advantage of the momentum as soon as it shifted and won a big point for the Golden State Passers. Let's bring up our bird's eye view as we've got action on that board. Again, he takes on Denis Lazovic with the white pieces, and I see a lot of trades there.
We have a lot of action, over 10 minutes from Sam Sevian. I mean, the game barely started, and we already have an endgame. Game 4 has also begun. That's on the bottom right of your screen. We have a Tartakower Karo Khan, but I'm going to go right to the Sam Sevian game here. The queens are off the board. I am still counting the pawns. I feel like that's all I'm doing today is counting the pawns. The pawns are equal, and do not be deceived by the incredibly unappealing nature of white's pawn structure. To put it mildly, I don't even want to count the pawn islands. What makes this so difficult to play for black is the fact that black's pieces are just not coming out. Bishop d7 is going to be met with knight c5, sending the bishop back. And God forbid, if you play e5 to try to open the diagonal, then you walk into bishop d5. This looks like a very unenviable situation out of what started as a kind of unique Catalan. Good prep by Sevian as usual.
This is a trade-off. You've got a hideous pawn structure, but in return, you've got piece activity, especially that bishop on g2, throwing fire down the board all along the h1, a8 diagonal, really targeting the b7 pawn and that knight on d3 that can jump to a key square c5. But meanwhile, I also see trumps for Lazarek's position here. Denis can jump with his own knight and target that c4 weakness that you have been mentioning. The knight can come to a5. The rook can slide down to the other side of the board from f7 all the way to c7 and put pressure on c4. This is going to be a strategic endgame. And look at Sam's clock situation. He's got more time than he started with, Daniel.
Unbelievable. And the importance of that cannot be emphasized enough. He's already up 3 minutes. And do not be fooled by the eval bar. Yes, it's showing 0.00. But guess what the top engine move is here? h7, h6. Who can play like that? Just basically doing nothing and waiting for white to put his cards on the table. If we could bring up an analysis board, I think the idea of a waiting move like h6 is that white actually paradoxically doesn't have too many ways to improve his position, because the moment knight c5 is played, the rook slides over to c7, x-raying the knight and creating what you pointed out, the threat of knight e5. But the funny thing is that if you start with rook c7, then white has the possibility of taking on c6, and after rook takes c6, there is a beautiful tactic. And this tactic reveals the point of h6. Welcome to computer chess, ladies and gentlemen. Whoop! Knight e5, and whichever way you take, or if you don't take, you get mated on d8. That is ridiculous stuff. And that is definitely within Sam Sevian's preparation, Tanya.
Wow, I love this shot that you're pointing out. If you take the knight, the rook from f1 suddenly opens up, taking away all the escape squares from black king. What a checkmate.
That's why you needed h6. You needed that square.
And that's why h6, this really explains why the computer wanted h6 on the board. But of course, knight a5, which was played, is a very human approach and a human move when you're just playing a 10+2 format. He puts pressure on c4, but white simply advanced with the pawn, takes away more squares from black. And again, it just feels like black is breathing a little less. It just feels a little bit more passive for Denis here in this position. But there's so much fire across the boards. And Daniel, what do you say we call up for our 4-board scene and take a look at what's happening all around, because it's madness.
It is indeed, and it's pretty clear that Sam Sevian is in the driver's seat and likely to be in the driver's seat for a while. Top right of your screen, you can see the main plan in action. The knight has swung back to e2, where it heads over to d4. It's a life or death situation for Trisha, who has to prevent that idea at all costs, and she is trying. As she drives her bishop up to b5, attacking the queen. We might see a trade of that bishop for white's knight, but that e6 pawn is going to cause her trouble for a long time. Tanya, we also have craziness on board 4 between Gadir Guseynov and Valentina Gunina. What do you say we take a trip to Caro-Kann land?
I love it. I mean, take a look at that position. What has black done with the pawns in front of the king now? Now, all I know about chess is that, you've got this pawn shield. Once you've castled, keep it safe, especially in these rapid and blitz format. You don't want to attack against your king, but this is modern chess. And Gunina doesn't care about any of that. She has advanced the pawns, but I'm just wondering if this is way too ambitious. And is this going to end up with huge light squared weaknesses? The queen can jump into g4, can jump into h5 at a certain moment. It just feels very shaky for black right now, but watch out. Don't move that knight right now, Daniel. To just show the black ideas in this position, if you go knight to h5, it might still be fine, but black has a devious threat of queen coming into h2 with a huge check. And once the king moves up, the bishop can join the attack, because notice that rook on e8, it has taken away all the squares for the king to escape to the e-file.
And that means after queen takes g3, the king has to slink back to g1, bishop on d3. Is picked up, a very devious concept by Valentina Gunina. And just look at the last move played by Gadir Guseynov. He met the move queen d6 with knight to f4, relying on the fact that gf runs into queen g4 check with obvious just mating consequences. Just a brilliant concept by the Azeri Grandmaster.
And easy to miss, Daniel. Easy to miss that after knight f4, actually the rook on e8 was also targeted. So really some lot of tactics here all across the board. It's so easy to make a mistake here.
I didn't see that, Tanya. I was thinking about gf and calculating queen g as that winning. No, rook on e8 is hanging. You're right. And if Gunina would have taken on e1, yielding the e-file here is absolutely deadly, because the rook could make its way to e8, just further crippling the prospect of black's queenside development. So that's not an option, especially in a rapid game. Instead, we have queen g4 on the board. The pawn on g5 is now pinned. And Valentina, she needs to try to keep her pawns as well protected as possible. Maybe a move like knight f8 to h7 is what the doctor ordered here. It doesn't look pretty. It's not going to win you a brilliancy prize, but you need to prevent the prospect of some sort of bishop sacrifice on g5. And what's more, Tanya, knight h5 is now on the horizon because that line we showed earlier no longer works. You can give the check on h2, but after king f2, if the knight lands on h5, it's going to protect g3, taking the sting out of bishop g3 check.
And that is a key point with that queen on g4, which also adds to the defense of that g3 square. And after all the trades, white will actually just end up winning that pawn on g3. So knight h5 is a big threat. And wow, Valia just made a shocking move. So much is hanging. I'm trying to get my head around it. She moves the knight. She blocks the pin. Look at the amount of pins that are on the board, Daniel. What's going on? The f5 pawn cannot pick up that knight on g6 because suddenly the bishop from d7 will win the queen on g4. And once again, don't move that knight from f4 to g6 because you've got the queen jumping in with a check. Tactics everywhere. You know what? I know the Evalbar didn't like this move, but it's one of those moves which says, all right, white, I can tell you that you've got an advantage, but prove it to me. And as a human, that's not easy.
Probability of a blunder here is like 100%. This is crazy. And as you said, you can almost consider the knight on f4 to be pinned, because if you move it anywhere except h5, and queen h2, bishop g3 is a deadly mechanism. And that is why I think white should proceed with his main plan and go knight h5. Just say, hey, you put your knight on g6. I don't care. That knight isn't actually doing anything. And the move knight h5 will put tremendous strain on the f6 pawn. I'm not going to pretend like I know what's going on here. We are aided by the eval bar that is giving, at this point, a decisive advantage for white. And it's possible, Tanya, that Valentina might have forgotten that the move knight h5 guards the g3 square. And if queen h2 isn't effective, then black just kind of runs out of ideas on the king side.
Wow, and I really like how the knight is equally an attacker, but also a key defender in white's position from that h5 square. The one thing that Gusanov has to make sure that he doesn't do is trade off that knight on g6 currently. And it's really a big moment here, which can decide the outcome of the game. Valentina Gunina asking some big questions to white here. Gusanov going in a think tank and taking his time because it's everything is hanging currently. So a really critical moment here in this game.
A critical moment indeed, and a great moment for us because we have the captain of the, I want to say the Golden State Passers, but no, the Garden State Passers, James Canty. He wears many hats. He wore the commentator hat yesterday. FIDE Master James Canty III, how are you feeling right now as you're watching your team try to erase this 2-point deficit?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good in the team. I mean, of course, you started just like this, right? Yesterday. You remember this, Danya, you was there. You was here yesterday, right? And you was down to first start like that, right? When after the first round, it was like 3-1, right? So it's the same thing. We in the same hot seat here. But of course, now everybody's warmed up. I think they're ready, especially we had Trisha here about to take down Shaq. I was screaming. I was like, let's go. I was literally in my room, like just like, oh my goodness, about to knock everything off the table because she missed it, right? But it happens like that. Of course, this is very fun to see, and right now we're winning. We got some winning positions, so this looks good. So let's see what happens.
James, what a game that was. We were just super impressed with Trisha's play in that one. I mean, she's clearly the lowest rated player in this field, but to shock, it was just looked like she was going to take that entire point away. And I can imagine the nerves. I want to ask you that in between rounds, does the captain have the possibility to talk to the players?
Yeah, that's a good question. I actually have not seen that in the rule book. That you can't do that, right? So of course, but they don't have that much time in between. We don't have that much time, and we have to stream over here. We're watching. We want people to understand. Look, we're here for you. Everybody's watching them. There's a lot of pressure on them too, as well. So we let them do their thing there, and we also give them the pep talk beforehand. So we're here. Yeah, he said Golden State.
What was the pep? What was the pep talk like before today's matchup? Give us some insight on that.
We cannot give away this. We gonna have to. Okay, I'm gonna give you my PayPal, Tanya. Okay, I'm gonna give you my PayPal, and you got to send that over, right? So, but at the same time, we just say, look, hey, everybody play your best game. It is what it is. Like, we gonna go out here, and we're gonna play great chess, right? Keep it positive, right, and play. And we brought you here because we know what you can do, and also play your best game. So that's really what it's about. It's just pretty easy, really, just motivational. You can do this, Rocky type talk, right? Because that's what you need really in these type of games, in this type of format with PCL. And these strong players that you're playing, it's really, really difficult. You can also yesterday, I was rooting for Danya. I'm like, oh, you going against Magnus? You got the King's Indian. I'm hyped, because me and him love King's Indian defenses. Like, we know that. So seeing it happen, I'm like, oh, this rock's solid. And then Magnus does some Magnus stuff, and it's ridiculous, right? So, you never know in these type of games. You also, that game yesterday with A Wonder should have won. Oh my goodness, that's the swindle of the year. It was really crazy, right? So, anything can happen in these formats, and I know we got some good things coming our way. So let's go. And you said Golden State Pastors too, Danya. I was hyped because I say that all the time. I'm like, Golden State Pastors. I mean, Garden State. Garden State Pastors.
Let's not talk about the Warriors. I'm withdrawing my fandom of so at this point, Golden State is on my blacklist, but the Garden State Pastors are doing pretty well, James, this round. Let's get your opinion on a couple of the keyboards. I can only imagine, James, how nerve-wracking it is to sit there. You know what the winning move is. You're tearing your hair out, and you're just praying that they find it. And it's just nerve-wracking from both situations, whether you're the player or the captain or the manager. We've pulled up the top board between Shakar Mamedyarov and your boy Alexander Lenderman, who seems to be doing, not to jinx him, a great job of stabilizing what was initially a slightly worse position out of the opening. What do you think about this?
I actually have been with Linderman. I've known him a very long time. He actually comes to Michigan quite often. He's been to Detroit a lot to help the kids here and actually done simul. So personally know Linderman. So to have him on the team, it was just amazing. I'm like, absolutely, Lindy, let's get it, right? So Linderman is a very strong player. He played in the U.S. Championship many times too as well. Extremely strong. His in-game knowledge is very, very next level. I love that he's in the in-game right now. In this position right here, it's sort of in-game-ish. Obviously, the queens are still on, but definitely some type of in-game. I think that White's king is a little bit weaker, and Black can try to press, especially with the weakness on A3. Weak king as well. So I definitely see A3 as a problem, actually, right now, too. If he pushes A4, bishop A4 is coming as well. There's a knight A3 automatically still, even if you play A4. There's lots of tricks in the position. I think Black is more active, and because of that, we have chances. What's the time looking like? At time, it's about even. Yeah, Queen D3 stopped it, right? Very solid player. I think we have very good chances here. 2 results is what I'm going to say.
I agree. Knight to D4 is the last move. And Shakar trying to get some pieces off the board. The more pieces off the board, the more comfortable White's king feels. I think for Alex, it's very important to keep this pawn on T5 as well protected as possible. But Tanya, we were discussing earlier, Alexander, he's so good in time pressure. He's a great endgame player. I can confirm that. And I like his position right now.
It's looking good. It looks like he's got everything under control. And James, today is such a big match for the Garden State Pastors. And I want to ask you, now you have picked for today's lineup Alexander Lenderman, you've got Trisha, you've got Gusenov, and Sam Sevian. What went into the thought process of picking these players today against the Levitov Wizards?
Yeah, it really just a little bit of availability, but also at the same time, looking at the matchup, looking at the lineup, who they have, right, obviously, and then just going in with that. Really just giving everybody a shot because we have some other players that are playing as well, too. So we want to mix everybody in there and just get people out there, see what we can do in this first match here and go from there.
And who are the players that you're looking at scoring big today on your team?
Yeah, definitely Big Sam. Big Sam I am, green eggs and all the ham. Sam is definitely the man, right? And Gusenov too as well. And honestly, all of them, we're looking for our best chess from Trisha here today, and she's doing is absolutely that. She was actually winning against Shaq. Yes, you lost the game, but be very proud of yourself for taking it to Shaq like that. Especially, playing with the white pieces there. So it's pretty awesome game, I think, from her. And she can do more of this. We know she can, right? So, but Sam I am is going to go crazy. He's 26-87 right now, going off. Gusenov is also as great as well, 26-50, 60 right now. So he's doing well. And Linderman is also one that we know won't drop points. Linderman he may not win every game, but he's not going to lose. And that's the thing about Linderman. I like about that, too, as well. You need that guy to just lose.
But, James, I feel like – go ahead, Tanya. Queen
No,
G6
Daniel,
is
I
going
was
to win
going
the
to say
game.
crazy stuff happening. Please, just what's going on here?
Well, James, we're going to let you enjoy this moment, and we know you're feeling nervous, so we'll let you focus on watching your team play, but it does look like bad news for Alexander Lenderman. James, we will let you manage your team and give them the pep talk. Thank you so much for making
I'm about
time.
to call him right now. Yeah, I'm about to go call him
hurt.
right now after this one. Yeah, I'm about to call him. All right, chat. Love y'all. Yeah, I'm about to get on the phone with Lindy in a minute. Yep.
Well, FM James Canty, do your thing. The captain of the Garden State Passers and a commentator. He is a force majeure. But Tanya, this was frustrating. Lenderman had a chance for an advantage. He had to play Bishop B5 before Queen B2. Instead, he went the other move order. And now he finds himself down 3 pawns. But the game isn't over. White's king is still in a little bit of trouble.
Not only the white king, watch out, notice that knight on e2, which is under fire with the queen and the bishop eyeing it right now. Black has a huge threat on the board. Black wants to go bishop takes knight, and if you recapture that bishop with your queen, the central bishop on d5 will be hanging. So yes, white does have a big advantage, extra pawns, but just playing on seconds for both these players, anything can happen.
And f5 there apparently was strong, but knight e4 check. The king has to dodge a couple of bullets here. Shakir gives up the pawn on e3, but bad news for Alex as he brings his queen back. It looks like Shak has stabilized his king position. And if I'm Mamedyarov, I'm trying to keep at least 10 seconds on my clock. I think he can just keep pushing the kingside pawns. Instead, he goes king h3, allowing a check on f2, a repetition of moves. And now he initiates the process. Not over yet, Tanya. Lenderman going hither and thither, and to the left and to the right, and threatening forks and checks and captures. And Shakir has to stay on his feet here. Bishop e4 on the board.
Oh my god, I can't keep up. Every move is a threat or every move is a check. And watch out, with the queen and knight, things can get so dangerous for White's king. Look at that, knight f2 is a big fork that is being threatened, and White comes back with the king and a check again. Will we see a repetition? Shak says no.
Shakir, he goes for it. Queen g1 here. Queen g1 is a big chance for Alex. Instead, he goes back to e3. And Shakir has to find some way to keep his king safe and get this pawn to g5 and h6. He's allowed knight takes f5. Oh, that was a perpetual check. That was a perpetual check missed by Lenderman.
Wow.
And instead, Shakir
I don't know
can
who's
escape
playing for a win here.
g5. This is insane.
It's
h6
insane.
was winning there.
H6 was winning there, but he was probably afraid of a check with the queen on g2, so he defends that. Now the knight falls back again, and the knight is coming to f2 with a check. Both players down to seconds. It's playing for all three results, and draw is the least likely.
Absolutely. So easy to miss a fork here. h6, I think, is still winning. Knight f2 check and king g2, but Shak trying to play with an abundance of caution. I don't know why he's not pushing his h-pawn. He's down to 8 seconds now. Keeps moving the bishop back and forth. Lenderman's going to go back to d1. No, he's going to go to f1. God. Mate threat on h2.
Queen h2 is mate in 1. Queen h2 is mate in 1. He gives a check. Oh my god.
It's mate on the other side. Queen e5 mate.
Queen e5. It's on the board. Oh, what did we just see?
This was insane. There was a draw, a forced draw missed by Lenderman. We're going to show you that later because right now we've got more crazy action on the other boards. Tanya, this is insane. We're back to the bird's eye view. We see David Paravian, who has defeated Trisha Kanya-Murala, a very solid game. But Sam Sevian is locked in a crazy tactical battle against Denis Lazovic. Let's go straight to that game. Help me out here. Knight takes a6 is the last move on the board.
I mean, my first question is, what did that knight even capture on a6? Oh, that was a pawn that he took on a6. And it comes in with a check. And the point is that the knight on b5 hangs. So everything still makes sense. You know, I'm still catching up my breath with what we just saw. That is Shakir Mamedyarov surviving his second scare of the day. And then he takes that point home. Kaisa seems to be on Shak's side today.
Shak, just not as crisp as we are accustomed to in time pressure, but he's done just enough to keep his opponents at bay. Knight d6 check was an excellent move by Denis Lazovic. He gives his knight away, but forces Sam to get rid of his passer. And he is a Garden State passer. He's trying to get the better king position in this pawn endgame. Tanya, this is an actually pretty unclear endgame. White's pawn structure is worse, but his king position is better. It is a draw according to the eval bar. But let's see if Denis Lazovic can keep White's king at bay. I think he should claim the opposition with king d7. That would be my instinct.
And I think White's king cannot cross over all the way from the bottom of the board and go too far, because Black's king will also advance and start targeting the double central pawns. So he goes king to e6, and now he's going to fall back. He goes f5, which is a huge blunder. I was going to say it makes sense, but why is this a blunder?
I think you have to take twice, and 1 second is going to flag. Oh my god, he almost flagged king t5. He's going to shoulder Black's king off of the e-pawn. King f4, e4, h5, h4, and Black is going to be in Zugzwang. This is a huge, huge moment for Sam Sevian. He has to win this game to keep the passers in this match, and it appears that he's going to do just that. King d4 or h4.
H4 might run into king g4 and might give some chances, but the Valbar says this is lost as well because Black's king is stuck trying to get that pawn into the game. White is just too fast, and it's a blunder.
He's walked into a check. Tanya, h3, king g1, h2, and Black is going to promote with check. That was a terrible move by Sevian, and he's allowed a draw.
What is happening? You don't want the square where your opponent queens with a check, and that's happened. And here we see Sevian shaking his head. What a big miss by Sam.
Oh my god, all he had to do was push his pawns. The pawns would have promoted simultaneously, but in the resulting position, White would have checkmated Black's king. There we see frustration on Sam Sevian's face. He came oh so close to swindling that pawn in game. Let me show really quickly, Tanya. All he had to do, e5, e6. Now, what he saw is that the pawns promote simultaneously. But in this situation, Black's king is in the worst possible spot. This is a very famous endgame. Queen e2 check. If king h3, then queen g4, g3 is mate. And this is a very well-known position. It's queen against queen, but checkmate is unstoppable. A big miss by Sam Sevian, compounded by Gadir Gusainov, who has won his game against Valentina Gunina to keep the Garden State passers in this match. But it could have been 2-2. It could have been 2.5, 1.5 if Lennerman drew his game. Another frustrating round for James Canty's team, Tanya.
Just unbelievable stuff. What a miss. And I don't know if you have the opportunity to maybe at some point just bring up that analysis board one more time, because I know what White wanted. He wanted to come down with his king, but we'll talk about that a little more a little later. Take a look at this. Garden State passes here. Go down once again, but really the score could have been even. Sam with a winning endgame and just misses that at the very last moment. And now things are getting really tough for James Canty III for his team to make a comeback.
The margins are getting thinner and thinner because the first team to 8.5 wins, and we will go on a break. But before we do, we wanted to remind you of a very exciting event on February 20th. Chess Played Quick returns. Watch your favorite streamers battle our AI bots, claim bounties, and vie for their share of a prize fund of 2,000 Twitch subs. Don't miss this month's CPQ, Chess Played Quick. It's on February 20th. It's at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon New York time. Use exclam CPQ in chat for more info. Well, we'll have more info on this PCL match between the passers and the Wizards. But first, we're going to give the players a breather. Round 3, ladies and gentlemen, coming your way on the other side of this break.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
competitive chess, the weight of a win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh my gosh!
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter.
He is just upset. He's got a hand in his head. He can't believe it.
What? What are you doing?
Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, chess bras and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives.
No way, Magnus could win this game. Oh, it's winning for black. How does Magnus Carlsen do this?
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
It's tough out here. India is just a powerhouse.
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone.
Welcome back to the Pro Chess League, a ridiculously exciting day of action as we are watching the first of 2 PCL matches on this amazing Wednesday. I am Tanya Sachdev and GM Daniel Naroditsky chopping it up for you today, and we are entering round 3 of our first match between the Wizards and the Garden State Passers, who are staring down the barrel of a 3-point deficit. Tanya, it's 5.5, 2.5, and the Chess Wizards need only 3 more points to win the entire match as we look at the individual scores with impressive performances by Mamedyarov and Paravian, who both have a perfect 2 out of 2.
8.5 is the golden spot, and we can see that the Levitov Chess Wizards have already scored 5.5 points in their matchup. Daniel, it could be over in this upcoming round if Levitov are able to score 3 game points. And of course, the star players in their show so far has been Shak and David Paravian. We see them with 2 out of 2. They've had 2 wins, but not without hiccups. Now, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov especially has had a bumpy road. Both games, the results could have gone either way. Meanwhile, for the Golden State Passers, Sam Sevian has been their star player, their MVP so far. He needs to keep the scoreboard alive for them to get a chance in round 4.
He absolutely does. They basically need to be perfect, and it's going to be hard to be perfect given the lineups and the matchups in round 3, because Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, he's got black against Guseyanov. David Paravian is black against Sam Sevian. Basically a must-win for Sevian. And Valentina Gunina, she has lost both of her games thus far, but she's a powerhouse of the white pieces. She was winning her first game against Sevian, and she has another chance to strike to Alexander Landerman-Lazovic as white against Kanya Morala. So let's not mince words. It's, Garden State has to be perfect. They need crazy good performances on all of the boards. A 4-0 victory would go a long way toward a miracle comeback.
It is a go big or go home moment here in today's matchup for the Garden State Passers. Lenderman has to make sure of Valia's shaky performance, but Lenderman himself has not been able to make the most of those critical moments and those opportunities. And we see the players are ready to start this round 3. Daniel, you got Gusanov with the white pieces, Shak with the black pieces. Gusanov has to try to make the most of this opportunity, and he starts with the king's pawn opening. Are we going to see an Italian or a Spanish? A Spanish it is.
I think we're going to see an open Spanish. Shakhriyar is one of the leading specialists in the world in the open Ruy Lopez. That's where black takes on e4 in response to castle short. So that is a line Shakhriyar has studied backwards and forwards. He knows that theory up to move 20 or 25. Let's see if he goes for his vintage line, and he does. And I'm not going to Monday morning quarterback this, Tanya, but going for an open Ruy against Shakhriyar in basically a must-win game, Gadir Guseyanov better have some serious preparation up his sleeve.
We're going to find out. And we see right now it's still mainline theory. As you were mentioning, Shak is such a huge exponent. He's such an expert in these lines. So it's going to be interesting to see what Gusinov has in mind. What is he prepared? Knight c5 hits the bishop. c3, White's rook often slides to the center. Rook comes to e1. Right now, the bishop is threatening to fall back to c2 and no more exchanges then. So big question to Shak, is this the moment that he trades off the bishop for the knight or he lets it live?
Mm-hmm. Well, the old move here is d4. That was all the rage in the 90s. And then Garry Kasparov came up with a ridiculous novelty, knight to g5. Then the scene shifted to bishop e7, which, as far as I know, is still the main line. And Chakra has played that move. As you said, White drops the bishop back to c2 and tries to establish control over these weak dark squares in the center with knight to b3. But Black has a lot of dynamic play in the center and on the queen side. And once again, Shakhriyar just has this developed and prepared well into, move 20 and 25. Right now, if you're Mamedyarov, more than happy with a draw. You're trying to play solid, not take too many risks. I mean, you're up 3 points, and the margins will thin even further if he can hold a draw with Black here.
Well, Shak looks relaxed and chill on his chair. He knows he's got the theory and the line and the opening that he likes to play the most. Now the bishop has fallen back and trades. Your idea of d4 works to perfection now because White doesn't have that knight from f3 jumping onto g5. We see that on the board. One of the tricky moves that White does have in these positions is actually to move the d2 knight up to b3 and open up not just the bishop, not just the queen, but also target the d4 pawn. And we often see some exchanges on the board with weaknesses for both sides. But for me, I like this position with White. And the reason for that is that bishop on c2 is often such a monster. It needs to be blocked. And there we have it.
And I had a recent rapid game with Shakhriyar that followed this exact line. Black takes on b3 and secures the pawn of bishop f5. There are a lot of forced draws in this line. So let's see what Gusenov has up his sleeve. We also need to see what Sam Sevian has up his sleeve as we go to the bird's eye view. Board 2 has just begun. David Paravian has the white pieces against Sam Sevian, who has to take tremendous risk with Black. He's been amazing for the Garden State Passers so far. Let's see what he has in his pocket. And already a surprise, Tanya, on move 1. I don't know if he's surprised or he's not at his computer. Either way, 1c4 is not Sam Sevian is the white pieces. I apologize. It's David Paravian who is not at his computer, or he's just never seen this move before. 1c4, a novelty.
I would be surprised if that's the case, but I think they perhaps don't have him on the computer screen right now, because no matter how shocked and surprised you are with 1c4, you gotta make those moves faster, and he's almost burned a minute on the clock. Anyone home? And there we have it with 1c5. I want to ask you, actually, Daniel, yesterday there was this moment when Aryan Tari was not on his board against you, and then his clock ran down by a minute, but the game was aborted and restarted. What were your feelings at that moment?
Well, I could anticipate that was happening, because once, you take more than 15 seconds on move 1, you just know that most likely they're not at their computer. So I really had no problem with it. I don't really want to win a game with, a 3-minute time advantage on move 1. So it is a little bit disconcerting, but it's part of online chess. And I moved on pretty quickly. Obviously, I just wanted to get the game going because the nerves were running deep. I was just thinking about it. And once the game starts, you feel a little bit calmer because you're in your element. And speaking of being in his element, Sam Sevian already up 90 seconds on the clock. He's gotten his queen out to b3, Tanya. A very unconventional move. Played on move 5 in order to prevent Black from opening up the center with d5 and really establishing full control over that weak d5 square.
And wow, no restart of games today, so that minute might actually come to haunt David at some point. We often see these openings where nothing gets traded and everything to play for, and the big questions come later. So I'm just a little worried about that clock situation. He decides to fianchetto the bishop on g7. Meanwhile, queen on b3, like you said, is not exactly the most ideal square. We often see it on c2, or in some lines once the bishop comes out on e2. I'm not sure where it's headed, and the players are playing a very unique style of development.
This is modern chess at its finest. g3, I wasn't expecting that either. I thought he was going to go bishop e2, but Sam Sevian, I think, really playing and trying to control these light squares with everything that he's got. Bishop g2, later the knight could move out of f3, And I like it. I'm all for unique opening setups. They give you a time advantage. And Sevian must be feeling pretty comfortable here out of the opening. Board 3 is also underway. Trisha Kanya-Murala has white against Denis Lazovic. So let's travel back to our bird's eye view and see how all 3 of these games are unfolding. We see Sevian there in full concentration and endgame already in Trisha's game against Lazovic, Tanya.
Wow, and she starts with the white pieces. Again, Trisha has to try to save as many points as she can in this matchup. Of course, you know, that first game that she had against Shak, and even the second one, she's been fighting it out, but so far she's yet to start on the scoreboard. And once again, even though the position looks like it's fine for black and it's out of the opening, but don't get fooled by the queens being traded off. It's often very tricky for black in these positions because white's knight can land onto d6 via c4, and if white is able to get a double bishop pair advantage in these endgames, that can often give a huge edge. So Trisha, though, has managed to trade off the queens, questions still remain to be answered to neutralize this position. That bishop on g2 is an absolute monster in these positions.
And Denis Lazovic is a monster in the endgame. This is a very well-known line. Just because the queens are off the board doesn't mean that white's setup is toothless. It's far from toothless, and Denis Lazovic is going to squeeze this 7 ways to Sunday. How is he going to exploit the strength of his bishop? Well, he can play knight f to d4, opening up the diagonal, and he just needs to make it there. We go as difficult as possible, Tanya, for black to deploy her light squared bishop. Maybe bishop d7 is called for here for black, but then Denis could bring his dark squared bishop out. There's weak dark squares in the center and on the queen side, and let's not forget about the b file. Rook b1 could come at the worst possible moment, and black can almost never afford to push the pawn to b6 for obvious reasons.
You want to keep that bishop on g2 as blunted as possible, so the pawn movement to b6 would only create more troubles for black. Now, it might appear that white also has a weakness on c3, and that is what black is trying to rely on for counterplay, but it's just so far long before you can get any piece to actually target the c3 pawn. Meanwhile, white rook coming to the open b file, the bishop already on g2, the knight on c6 attack. It does look like white is the one who's preferable in this endgame, and Trisha can be in for a long grind to save this one. Let's get all our 4 boards up right now because action has started on the very crucial Valya versus Landerman board as well.
And action has stopped on the top left. Shakir Mamedyarov holding a draw with room to spare. They went precisely, Tanya, for one of those well-known drawing lines. Bad news for the passers. That was a game Gusenev basically had to win. So Shakir doing what was required of him, holding comfortably with the black pieces. And that transfers the demands over to his teammates, who now have to be even more perfect. Let's check out Alexander Lenderman's attempt to defeat Vala Gunina with the black pieces. Gunina playing one of the more solid setups against Lenderman. Slav, she's got bishops on d2 and e2. It's a modest setup, but it's a tremendously solid setup. But white has no weaknesses, and white has the very clear plan of a timely e4 pawn push. Lenderman says, I'm beating you to the punch.
Wow. And he strikes in the center first. We saw Landerman strike with the c pawn in an earlier game. Now he does it with the other pawn, with the e pawn. Ends up with the same isolated queen's pawn. But these kind of positions always give the player with the isolated queen's pawn a lot of chance for activity and to create play and attack. Now, what Valya would want in this is to try and trade off as many pieces so that that d5 weakness will tell at some point. You can centralize your rook to d1. You can bring the other rook to c1. You can start with trading off the knights. And once again, Lenderman will look at planting his own knight to e4, getting that bishop, the light squared bishop, into the game, and getting the rook to c8 at some point. So we're going to see how this middle game develops.
I think you're bringing up a couple of great points, Tanya. 50 years ago, you showed this position to Petrosian, or Bronstein. They would evaluate this as better for white because white has control of the square in front of the pawn. But that doesn't tell the whole story. And black's tremendous piece activity actually, I think, gives him the easier game, as the eval bar shows. Let's bring up an analysis board. How could this game unfold? How could Lenderman try to squeeze the most out of his active pieces? Well, he can actually start with a modest-looking move like bishop d7. But the point is to bring the rook over to c8. Boom, there's one problem. There's a pin. If the queen slinks away to b2, well, then black could maybe strike at the other side with a move like knight f g4, the queen coming out to h4. Eval bar doesn't like this particular move, Perhaps black can play a little bit more patiently with rook e8, but you can just see all of black's pieces potentially aimed at the king side, and white just doesn't have a clear plan, right? The knight on d4 is pretty, it's impressive, but good pieces don't win games, and it's actually very hard to attack the d5 pawn. So Alexander Lennerman, great choice to play the opening he's most familiar with and to generate an imbalance, which, if he plays this well, could result in a much-needed win for the Garden State Passers. Bishop d7 on the board.
Bishop d7, and I'm wondering how Awalia wants to continue, because does she want to put that rook on the central file or jump in forward with the knight to f5, which is also an option. We've been talking about the importance of trading pieces, and we see there in our chat, Valentina is a boss. She's had some unfortunate turnarounds in her games today, but absolutely agree. She is such a competitive player, fights it out till the very end, and this is a huge matchup for both these teams. Knight f5 is the other option that I'm looking at, which also looks very tempting. But first, I really want to get the rooks into the center, get them on the d file. This is going to be a very complex middle game, with black's rook pinning the queen down on c2, white's rook attacking the d5 pawn, the knight jumping onto f5.
Great call. Rook 81 is on the board. I think, Alex, the rook c8 without any delay. That's another problem that white faces, just how easy it is to make improving moves for black. Rook e8, h6, Lennerman could improve his position 15 different ways. Queen e7, even b5, expanding on the queen side, and all of those moves contribute to the pressure on white's position. So Gunina, she is going to have to be very careful. Rook e8 is on the board. I think Alexander is playing the clock as well as the position. We will keep an eye as Valentina tries to navigate her way through these complexities and put pressure on black's isolated pawn. Back we go to the bird's eye view. A draw on the top left between Gusenov and Mamedyarov, another half point. Closer come the Wizards to that much-needed 8.5 to win the match. What else catches your eye, Tanya?
Well, both Shak and Gusenov, they are fighting for different teams, but they're also teammates. Both of them play for Azerbaijan, so they kind of know each other's style and strengths, and I kind of understand them not wanting to fight this one. But I feel the onus was more on Gusenov with the white pieces to try and make the most of having that opening edge. But now that that one's over, it comes down to the lower boards, as it usually does in team events. We also see Sam Sevian against David Paravian. Such a big matchup. Sam has been a huge scorer for the Garden State Passers, and I say we try and jump to that, because a lot of pawns are hanging and a lot of pawn weaknesses actually in the position.
Yeah, a lot going on. We've got two bishops for both sides. The knights have been traded off the board. Now, optically, I think black's position looks very impressive, right? The bishop on g7, the rook on b8 combining to put pressure on b2. There's a battery aimed at c4, but first appearances rarely tell the full story. And you called it. A lot of pawn weaknesses. Look at that pawn on d6. Look at that pawn on a6. Look at the rook on d1, which is aiming at the pawn. If you give Sam Sevian one more move, I think if he can get his bishop to c3 and neutralize the dark squared bishop, only he can stand better. Also, he is up 4 minutes on the clock. So that early time gambit by David Paravian, he is paying the price for it in a big way right about now.
Yeah, he's down to 3 minutes. And as you're pointing out, once this dark squared bishop, the most dangerous piece for black, gets traded off, it's actually black's pawn weaknesses that are going to tell. And that is why David takes the committal decision of trying to get rid of that backward weakness and advances in the center. But to me, it looks like it might come at the cost of a pawn. You can take on d5, bishop takes back, the bishop can take the a6 pawn, but then you have to calculate the lines with black's bishop jumping onto b3. And we see a huge skewer with the queen and the rook.
Yeah, just ridiculous complications. This is where you need those extra minutes. There's another potential pin. Look at the alignment of black's king and queen, right? White has a dark light squared bishop. That bishop could move back to c4 if black's bishop vacates this diagonal. So right now, it's very clear what Sam Sevian has to calculate. He not only has to decide between c takes d5 and bishop c3, which I think is a viable alternative, but also figure out if you can snag, if you can afford to snag that pawn on a6. And if he has the resources to deal with bishop b3, I don't envy that task, Tanya. And I can tell you firsthand, 6 minutes, it sounds like a lot of time. Looks like you can sit back and sip your coffee and calculate leisurely. No, those 4 or 5 minutes, they disappear instantly, and all you've managed to do is calculate 2 moves.
Absolutely. I mean, 2 seconds is nothing. It's just barely enough to make a move in these formats. So you really can't add up on the clock much.
Nope.
You've got to be super focused and super fast. And of course, speed and the clock is as much important as the position on the board. And Daniel, I think the line that we're looking at is so critical to understand the tactics that exist in the position. And let's just show it to our viewers that if you take on d5, bishop recaptures on d5, bishop takes on a6, and we've been talking about the skewer with bishop b3, and you've been very rightly pointing out another potential pin that exists. And imagine white falls back with the queen, and you can say I pick up the rook on d1, but that's when you lose control of this key diagonal. The bishop comes back, and hello there, give me your queen, game over.
Game over indeed. And so in this position, black has to make a more zen move like rook c6, but white can actually simply drop the bishop back. Bishop c4 is still in the cards. And as cramped as white's position is, there are no clear targets. So if I'm Sam Sevian, I'm looking at black's clock and I'm saying, listen, I need to win this game. This is the best bet that I have to unbalance the position. I think he should take on a6. There's just nothing to lose at this point. We will see what Sam Sevian decides. His clock continues to tick down. Let's go back to our bird's eye view, because I think there might be more bad news for the Garden State passers as the Levitt of Wizards move closer and closer to that necessary 8.5 points. Look at Denis Lazovic's board, Tanya, on the lower left. I'm counting the pawns, which I've been doing quite a lot today, and it looks like white's got more of them than black. White also has a very impressive looking bishop. I think Denis might be well on his way to scoring yet another vintage endgame victory.
I completely agree. Well, he's got an extra pawn, a very strong bishop, and a potential control over the open file with his rook. So this looks like it is going to go Levitov's way. Meanwhile, on the bottom right, we see Alexander against Valia, a really big game and a really tensed one, as very few pieces have been just traded off. Just one set of minor pieces. And to me, a strange looking move has been made. Valia moving the king from g1 to f1. What's the point of that? I'm asking myself. Wow, and d4 on the board.
Whoa. Yeah, let's go to that game, because Denis Lazovic, he's going to be pressing that endgame for a while, so I think we'll still be able to catch the action. But the action here is unfolding at breakneck pace. Alexander Lenderman is demolishing Valentina Gunina's defenses. This is exactly what we talked about, Tanya. Not only is the isolated queen pawn not a weakness, it is now turned into a strength as Lenderman opens up the e-file. The queen is going to infiltrate to h2. And to say that that is devastating is to say absolutely nothing. And after ED, queen h2, we can see the point of the sacrifice. If white moves the bishop back to vacate some luft, there is no luft to be found because that square is controlled by black's rook. I think this game is simply over unless I'm missing something big here for white.
Wow. And just to point out, the reason that the king moved to f1 was because the queen and the bishop battery was anyways planning to come in, and this looks like huge disaster. This was the moment. Queen h3 is a big threat. You can't block it with pushing your g pawn to g3 because the h3 pawn then hangs and can easily be picked up. So Valia had no choice but to sidestep, but this doesn't stop the fire. The queen still landed after a brilliant pawn sacrifice that just opens the e-file for the rook. So really bringing all the pieces into the attack. Bad news for Valentina Gunina.
And the most crushing thing about this is Lenderman's clock. I mean, this is what gives you that sense of hopelessness. 6 minutes and change for Lenderman to just contemplate his final couple of moves. Bishop g3 might bring the hammer down. Rook c6 to e6 comes to mind as well. Bishop g3 is on the board. I think Valentina should try bishop e3, preparing to cover the check with bishop g1. But then the other bishop could deliver a crushing sacrifice on h3. We're going to see resignation here in a couple of moves, and a vital win for the Garden State passers, who very much stay in the match, even with a loss by Kanya Morala, which is not a given. That does not mean this match is over, particularly if Sam Sevian could score a victory as well.
They would take a lead going into round 3, and that would be the first time today, Daniel, that they would be the one with the upper hands, the Golden State, the Garden State passers.
I'm sorry, Tanya, my fault. I've gotten that into your mind, haven't I?
But they're playing golden right now, so I'm allowed to have that slip there. Bishop to e3, as you pointed out, really the only way to fight that mate on h1. And he goes in. Daniel, you're calling out all the tactics today. Bishop h3 on the board. You can't really pick up that bishop, because if you do, then black first gives a check on h1, forcing the bishop to fall back, and then that would be made after queen takes h3. So not allowing that. Valentina goes bishop f3, but the troubles are just mounting up. Black has a crushing attack, and I'm expecting this to be over any moment.
Well explained, Tanya. I think Alexander Lenderman needs one more accurate move. He's not totally out of the woods. It's still possible to blunder, and this is what people really need to understand, how quickly these games can turn around. One more thing that we'll show, then we'll go to the Sevian game, which actually might decide the outcome of this match. If Black had played the careless rook ce6, White's bishop slinks back to g1, and guess what? After queen h1, g takes h3, and White is right back in the game. Queen takes h3, is that checkmate? No, it's not. Can you give a check on f5? No, you cannot. Suddenly, White's pieces are in perfect defensive pose. And so Lenderman has a couple more landmines to sidestep. He does that in style. He does that with great effect. The knight comes into the attack, and that, Tanya, makes all the difference. Look at that mating construction. Knight h2 would have been mate in 1. Valentina still alive, though. Knight e4. She is on her last legs. Valiant resistance. No pun intended, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Wow. Yeah, knight e4. I mean, these kind of positions, trying to defend them with the white pieces, you just want the torture to be over. And Alexander Lenderman just lands blow after blow. Rook coming on to f6 with these ideas, it would just be over. King, she could not have picked up the bishop on g2 because of, I don't know if you can show that line with rook f6, knight h2 would have been made. This is just going so quick.
Anything knight h2 immediately. Yeah, actually, I apologize. Rook f6, knight takes f6 would be a check, but it's a moot point. Lenderman wins the game. Just an absolutely crushing victory, 29 moves. And Alexander Lenderman gives the Garden State passers a fighting chance. We go back to the bird's eye view. And Denis Lazovic, he is about to bring the hammer down on Tanya Morala. So that game seems pretty hopeless. It's all in the hands of Sam Sevian. Can he deliver a must-needed victory against David Paravian? He's got him on the ropes. Queen for 2 rooks and 2 pawns. White is winning in this position. And David, with almost no time remaining, can Sam complete this effort? He has been the lone shining star for the passers today.
Well, and in this round, Alexander Lenderman with a stunning win with the black pieces. What a tactical masterpiece that was. And now it comes down to this. We see queen versus 2 rooks. The a3 pawn is attacked. Can White just ignore it and start marching down the board with his own c pawn? Because you really don't want to move that queen defending your a3 pawn. You move it to a weak spot, to a more passive position, which will allow Black the counterplay of doubling up on the second rank. Once the rook on e6 is not pinned, let's say you go queen a5, trying to defend your pawn, the rook can jump onto e2, creating more threats, and that's exactly what you want to avoid with the white pieces.
Absolutely, and it's a tough conversion ahead for Sam Sevian, whose clock is dwindling, and well, what better way to watch the end of round 3 than with the team captain of the Garden State Passers, FM James Canty, joins us once again. James, you must be just, biting your nails and watching with your, at the edge of your seat here. Can Sam convert this, James?
Let me tell you something. We here, bro. Pass us the ball, okay? Pass the passers the ball right now. That's what I'm saying, because we're swinging. We're definitely swinging, and we're coming back right now. As you see, the score is 6-4. Don't call it a comeback, but of course it is. That's exactly what it is right now. And we do have 2 rounds to go. We're swinging. There's going to be different matchups in the next 2 rounds here. So we're ready. We are ready to finish this up. So, we're feeling good, though. Feeling good. He should
How does Sam finish this game off?
Queen D6. Oh, wait, he can't.
7, just like you're tied to that f2 pawn, right? That's the annoying thing.
Wow. How do I get out of here? Yeah. That's actually
Queen E3, King
D5.
H5.
No. How do I win?
I think you might have messed it up, James. He's allowed the king to stop the c pawn.
So strong here. Check. I can't run a king away? What? This is insane. Stupid pawn chain over here for Black. Come on, David.
The queen is so overloaded trying to defend everything. It just looks like White has to give up one of the pawns. What do you think, James? Which pawn would you want to get rid of to try to advance the other one? What's going to be your choice here?
I definitely want to give up this f pawn, but I want my king to be on h6 is the goal. But I cannot get this king to h6 without giving up. Maybe I run.
It's heading there.
It might be going now, right? King F4, rook takes king G5, and just run the king to H6, bro, and just it's whatever. The rooks can't be really disconnected, and we can't grab the H pawn. Maybe there we go. Come on, Sam.
James, you called it. James, you called this
chance.
one. It is on the board.
I know my guy.
2 seconds for
I know
David.
Look, Sam I am, right? Green eggs and ham. Everything that rhyme with Sam, okay? Sam, I told you. Let's go. Come on, Big Sam.
Okay.
There it is.
Take
everything,
He's
Sam.
going to
Take it
chop
off from
up
him.
and make him
Come on, Sam.
But look at David Paravian. He's trying to liquidate as many pawns as possible. This is a 50-50 game. Maybe G takes F4, James, but then rook takes H4 check, king takes G6.
And then rook
If David coordinates his rooks, king F5. Oh, it's so hard to calculate. Now 15 seconds for Sam. Can he pull it off?
Come on,
he's trying.
On the board. Wow, he first defends the G6 pawn. But now you can give a couple of checks and actually defend the F6 pawn. He goes for it. He goes queen C3 and queen F6 might be on the board. First gives another check.
Check.
And another one.
It's there.
And now he moves the king outside the range of the rook.
It's amazing technique here by White.
Here comes the A pawn. Oh, that's a fork. You can't take the pawn because of another skewer. Paravian on his last legs, queen B8 if you take the pawn. Now push. David is capturing pawns, though. And here comes the A pawn. It might be unstoppable. Queen B7 and A7.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And that's it.
I like how you said that. Unstoppable.
Wow.
Sam,
he's not over yet, James. Can he convert the queen versus a rook endgame with only 10 seconds left? It's not the easiest endgame to convert.
Okay, that's actually correct. That's very real.
He's going to do it. Sam's going to do it.
Right, even because
it's also
has only king rook, right? Like king rook pawn's hard.
And David's down to 1 second on the clock, so it's a position that's harder to defend.
David has been defending like an absolute hero, but it might not be enough. Sam Sevian is just a beast. And first, he needs to win this pawn on G6. How can he do that? By separating the rook from the pawn. Not the easiest task either, James. He's trying to do that with a series of pins by hook or by crook. Can he finish it off? Oh.
Yeah, this is
apparently there
tough.
was a better
move.
This
is really tough. Yeah, of course. This is Devereski page 9072.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like
exactly.
This is ridiculous. I'm telling you right now.
And there's also a 50 move rule, so they've got to be careful about that, right? The game will stop if there's no progress after 50 moves.
Oh, there's progress to be made right now.
We're getting close. There we go. Yeah.
David,
this is what we need. I know this part.
He does it.
We got him. Let's go, Sam. Give me the pawn.
Does it. Except the pawn. That's progress for sure.
And now he's going to fork the rook. The rook is too far away from the king. Queen D7.
That's it.
And queen D8. If you go to H4, you don't have a spot for the king where you can keep it safe. The only move was to H5, not losing it in one move.
Rook G5, Queen H7 was made. There must be a fork here, and Sam has the time to find it.
Was there Queen H7 made in one?
There was.
And that's it. He goes for the rook. He does the job, James.
Let's go, Sam. My guy, I'm so hyped right now, Chad. Oh my goodness. But okay, it is 1.5 away, so we do have some work to do. We got to pull out our best. Hopefully the matchup is just works, right? If the matchup is good for us and everything looks good, then obviously we have a great shot here. So hopefully that works out for us as we get this last one, or these last two. So
wow. Well, James, I know you're going to be watching on the edge of your seat. Your team is resilient. They pull off a huge round, and they've given themselves a fighting chance. James, thank you for finding time to join us. We know you're rooting for your team. You got to give them a pep talk. So, FIDE Master James, you are the captain of the Garden State Passers, and we will see if they can pull off the comeback in the last round. Thank you, James.
Let's go. All right, bro.
Wow. It's a big round coming up, Daniel, here for the Golden State Passers. They've made their first win today with 2.5, 1.5. What a nail-biting finish that was. You could feel it from James as well. And there we have our scoreboard with big wins by Sam, Sevian, and Alexander Lenderman.
Massive results by Sevian and by Lenderman, who scores just a tour de force, a crushing victory with the black pieces over Valentina Gunina. We remind you that the team, which reaches 8.5 points first, wins the match. So the Lebedev Chess Wizards, they cannot, win with half a point. They actually need to win a couple games. They need at least 1.5 points in the last round. As we review the individual scores, that means Shakhriyar Mamedyarov has to step up. And Valentina Gunina, if she can score her first half point or full point of the match, that might give the Lebedev Chess Wizards the push that they need to avoid what would be a ridiculous comeback by the passers, Tanya.
Well, Garden State Passers have to win the next match, but not just win it. They need to win it by a 3-1 margin, because even if they score 2.5 points, that would give Lebedev Wizards 1.5, moving on to 8.5, wrapping up the match. So Garden State Passers need to win and win it big.
They do indeed. And we will see if they've got it in them to mount just a vintage PCL comeback, or will the Lebedev Chess Wizards stay on top? You are watching the Pro Chess League Day 2. We will be back with the final epic round of our first match on the other side of this short break.
I remember people saying, "No, you got to sandbag, keep your rating low, go play in the World Open and win $6,000. Just don't keep your rating up." And I'd be like, "What are you talking about? I'm trying to become a GM. That's ridiculous." So that mentality was something I had to escape. This was not the Black Bear School mentality, but the park ecosystem. For me, it was Prospect Park in Brooklyn. Definitely foster this idea, because it's kind of a little bit of a hustle mentality, that you keep your rating low and you try to win some money in tournaments.
pensive expression on the face of Grandmaster Sam Sevian, the undisputed MVP of the Garden State Passers. Can Sam Sevian carry the Passers to a stunning comeback victory over the fearsome Leviatov chess wizards? Well, the final round is going to determine that. Tanya, they have a very tall order in front of them. They are down 7-5. And not only will Sam have to deliver with black against Mamedyarov, but the other boards have to be nearly perfect as well. The Passers need at least 3 points to force a tiebreak and 3.5 or 4 to win the match outright.
Tough task, but at least Sam has got his task cut up for him. He knows he's got the black pieces, but when you have to win a game, you want to play against a player like Shakhriyar Mamedyarov because you know that there will be chaos, there will be chances on the board, and Sam Sevian really has to step it up in this one against the Leviatov Wizards. It is the Garden State Passers who need a little bit of Wingardium Leviosa on their side, Daniel, to levitate their game to the point where they can get that 3-1 win.
Levitate. Well, that was smooth right there. Leviatov, levitate. The puns are in the air. Is there a comeback in the air as well? Well, Trisha Kanya-Murala, she has been playing excellent chess. She has come very, very close in all of her 3 games. She was close to drawing against Lazovic in the last round. She was winning in 1 move against Mamedyarov. She has to put all of that behind her and use that as inspiration. She has been right there neck and neck against Grandmasters. And let's see if she has some magic in her against Valentina Gunina on board 4.
I think it's clear that she will do everything that she can. But of course, in that game against Valia, Trisha is an underdog. That just puts all the pressure on Lenderman, Gusanov, and Sam Sevian to make sure that they get the 3-1 win. Because again, let's remind ourselves that a 2.5 victory against the Leviatov will still not cut it because the Wizards will get that 1.5 point, will make it to 8.5 points, and win the match. So to force a play going to tiebreaks, the Garden State Passers need a 3-1 victory.
Exactly, and that's the important thing to remember, whether you're a Leviatov fan or a Passers fan. 2.5, 1.5, it wins the individual round, but because the match score is cumulative, it loses the overall match. Here we go, Tanya. This is where the magic happens. We've seen so many crazy comebacks in the history of the PCL. I was on a California Unicorns team that was leading by 3 points against Minnesota and lost 4-0. So I've seen it all. Everything is possible. Seatbelts fastened and mandatory. The games are off. And Shakhriyar Mamedyarov is going to try to put this match to bed with a win over Sam Sevian, if, of course, he makes his first move.
And there we see the players are almost ready to go, but there, Shak burning 30 seconds and getting up. Is it something technical or what's going on? I saw he's got a phone on him, so maybe some messaging going on there. He gets up, he leaves the screen, so still not ready to start, but he's burnt about a minute on the clock.
And Tanya, I'm going to be brutally honest here, even though I'm supposed to be, soft as a commentator, but I really feel like this happens a lot. A lot of players in these tournaments, Title Tuesdays, they tend to get up from their table for long periods of time. You got to be at your computer and you got to be ready for the game to begin. I mean, you can have all of the beverages and the snacks you need at your desk, but, I feel like this happens a little bit too often. And I'm sure Sam Sevian won't mind it if Shakhriyar's clock is reset. But here comes Shakhriyar. He sits back down and he makes a move. And,
no resetting
he's
there.
Down a minute.
He's down
Not
a
a
minute.
good start for Shak.
Absolutely. He's down a little more than a minute. We see a Queen's Gambit decline. Shak there blitzing out, trying to get that time back on the clock, but with just a 2-second increment, that's not going to be possible. Kaisa can't be too happy with Shakhriyar just letting a minute go down on the clock. It also is a bit of mind games, for Sam. He's waiting there for the opponent to come, and there we have it. We've got a very combative middle game here, a sort of a Queen's Gambit accepted structure arising.
Yeah, this is a Moran Queen's Gambit accepted, a cross between a Slav. And this structure could change in a variety of ways. Generally, Black's idea is to push c5 ASAP and correct the structure on the queen side. This is one of the sharpest lines of the Slav. Black strikes with c5, white strikes with e5. There are simultaneous captures. I think knight takes b5 is the main move here. Tanya, this is a line which has existed and has been popular, I think, for well over 20 years. Garry Kasparov contributed to its development in the 1990s. I know nothing about the theory other than knight takes b5. A takes b5 must be a move here. He's played it.
You pick up the knight on
take
f6.
on f6. Tons of captures and a crazy position. Just what Sam Sevian wants. This is exactly
100%.
what he needed to get.
This is the dream when you have to win on demand for your team. The pressure is on, and this is exactly the kind of chess that you want on the board. Now, I was focusing too much on the player, but you're absolutely right. This is the main line theory of the Miran, and it is such a tactical line. It is such a combative middle game, and we can see the pawn structure in front of Black's king. Queen e2 not only targets that b5 pawn, but is also x-raying that e6 pawn. So always look for tactics down the e file. Black first needs to decide, do you want to defend this pawn by advancing it one step ahead with b4? Because giving it up, White will be super happy to get a bishop there.
Absolutely. White will be happy to get that pin, as well as connected passers, which a lot of people underestimate in the middle game. But A and B pawns, they run very fast. A4, B4, A5. Before you know it, White could lay down the wood on the queen side. So Sam Sevian deciding whether, and if so, how to defend the pawn. No, he will not defend the pawn. Bishop e7 on the board. Tabasco sauce being added to the position by Sam Sevian. I think he wants to play rook g8 and put his foot down on the king side. But what a risky approach. If I'm Shakhriyar, I am taking that pawn and running with it.
I am Indian. I love a good Tabasco. Spice it up as much as you can. And that is what is happening in this position. Bishop b7. So the idea is, of course, to target the g2 pawn. We see Black's pawn structure. Yes, it looks hideous. But the good news is you've opened up a g file for the counterplay. Of course, White has to bite the bullet and just say, you know what, I'm going to pick it up. Show me the money. And now one thing that works for White is that the tactics with taking on f3, the queen would have landed on f3 and hit that rook on a8. So you don't have time to do that, which is why first Sam Sevian gets the rook into the game, because this is a long-term sacrifice. It's really not about winning something back on the spot, but just creating big problems and big questions to White's king.
Exactly. And I would cement the bishop with a4 if I'm Shakhriyar, just to make sure that the queen doesn't get overextended. Once Black, let's say, castles queenside and gets the rook out of its vulnerable position, Shaka will ponder his next move in this important position, giving us a good chance to travel to the bird's eye view, because two of the other games have been started, and we've got interesting openings in both of them. Top right, we have a King's Indian. My neck of the woods, Gadir Guseynov is a King's Indian expert, and it makes sense for him to play one of the sharpest openings in chess to virtually guarantee winning chances. And bottom left, we've got Alexander Lennerman and Denis Lazovic in kind of a Carlsbad Slav type structure. So Tanya, I'll give you the choice of where we go next. And you don't have to choose the King's Indian game. I promise I won't be mad if you
we see a King's Indian, we want a King's Indian. And once again, Gusenov's opening choice is so ideal for trying to get the chaos that the team is looking for on the board. And it's already pawns are rolling down the board. And I would love to jump to that action with David Paravian with the white pieces facing against a very motivated Gusenov, who needs to score for his team.
He does indeed. Good choice. King's
You're
Indian
welcome,
game.
Daniel.
We go. Hey, I had a King's Indian yesterday against a player whose name I don't quite remember. He's not very well known. It's a resilient opening. It's one that has withstood the test of time. What do we have here? F5 is on the board. This is one of the typical King's Indian plans. And the downside of this move is that it allows White's knight a route to the e6 square. And the one thing you normally do not want to do in the King's Indian is give away your light squared bishop, because that bishop is often the key to breaking down White's kingside defensive setup later in the game. So will Paravian go for knight g5? Is he going to maybe throw in e takes f5 first to soften up Black's kingside? Decisions to be made. And he's got to make them fast, because he is once again experiencing some problems on the clock.
Well, Gusenov needs to keep the pressure up on the clock and the position. I'm loving this opening approach, asking a big question. Do you take on f5 or do you keep it as is? And there's a third choice that David has gone for. He retreats the knight. So targeting the g4 knight there, which falls back. And Daniel, I see you're not very happy with that choice that White made.
I'm very surprised. I thought knight g5 was sort of a given. David might want f3, which is a typical way to respond, but queen b6 check actually picks up the pawn on b2, but that might not even be the biggest problem. If we pull up an analysis board here, I think f3 walks right into the kind of position Guseynov wants. He can just play f4, and then the King's Indian shows its full force with g5 and h5 and g4, and these types of positions are just easier to play for black. And again, as I mentioned at the start, you've got to factor the clock into every decision that you make in these PCL games because you just don't have a lot of time to figure out the proper defense. David, though, he takes a different route. As we go back to the live board, he trades on f5 and sticks a bishop on g5, trying to just make it as difficult as possible for black to unravel his kingside attack. Tanya, last thing I'll say, queen e8 here is very tempting, but you have to watch out for a timely d takes c6. I've blundered that so many times. That d6 pawn is a lot weaker than it looks. Maybe Guseynov should invest a tempo to close down the queen side.
I love how you've broken down all the subtleties in this position, and that's of course because you yourself are such a big King's Indian expert. Daniel, now one of the ideas that white also has in these positions, super thematic, is to advance the f2 pawn all the way to f4 and start asking some questions to black, because what you really want is for black to push that pawn further, weaken the d4 square, and then we understand the point of the white knight retreating because it can reroute itself from c2 to d4, which also brings me back to your point. The move c5 also stops that. So I like it. But even if you control that square, I'm expecting f4 on the board. We see another decision being taken where he decides to trade on d5.
Now, that's a risky one because now a knight appears on d5, and it's a menacing knight. It's a knight that black could try to excommunicate with the move knight to c7. Similar idea, bishop comes out to e6. Guseynov can take the knight on the next move. He can also surround it with knight c7. I think Gadir has gotten himself a nice position, good control of the center. He's managed to keep d6 under control. And that knight on e1 is what disturbs me about white's position. There's just no coordination between white's heavy pieces. And David needs to try to get those heavy pieces into the game, which he does with knight c2, an incredibly tense position. This can go either way. Let's see if Gadir Guseynov can cool down his nerves and deliver with black.
And so important, what white now wants to do is fight for that d5 square, which is really the main focal point of the game. So the knight that was on e1 is finding itself to arrive on e3 and try to then jump onto d5 after a few piece trades that will happen. So really tensed middle game position here, but there's tension across boards. Let's get our bird's eye view because so much has happened, especially on the Sam Shakryar board on the top right. As we see, wow, the king is still in the center. I see the rook and the bishop firing fire down the board on g2. What do you make of this position?
God, Tanya, this is PCL action at its finest. The final round, an exchange sacrifice, crazy attack, and a 5-minute time advantage. What else could we ask for? Sam Sevian has sacrificed an exchange. And he first sacrificed the pawn on b5. What does he have in return? Well, look at that pressure that he's got on g2. Look at the pressure that he's got on white's queen. Shakryar is just barely escaping here. Queen h5 is on the board. The analysis board is up. Oh my gosh, Tanya, it appears that knight g4 wins the game because it attacks the pawn on f2. And after knight takes d3, this is the hardest thing to spot. You actually can take on f2 anyway, because suddenly the pressure on g2 grows unbearable. I'd have to rook g... Nope, not rook g3. Rook takes g2 is simply checkmate. And look at how beautifully black can checkmate with rook takes h2, queen takes f2, bishop g2, and then the other bishop steps in to deliver the mate. This is just one of many mating options. Tanya, knight g4 is winning for black. It's official. The eval bar confirms it.
Wow.
Sevian has 7 minutes to find
it. He needs to find it. This is the moment, and he has slowed down, so that makes me feel like he is on the right path. He's definitely thinking about it. Also, let's point out that if you step back with the queen to h4 trying to defend f2, it doesn't work. You can still take on f2 because after knight f2, queen f2, there's bishop c5, pinning that queen, winning the game. Tactics across the board here. Will Sam Sevian find the killer knight g4?
It's amazing that knight takes f2 is essentially a pre-move after knight g4. It works either because of the pressure on g2 or because of the alignment of white's king and queen. Thank you for showing that line. That really might be the challenge for Sevian. I think he's going to see knight g4, knight takes d3, knight takes f2, but can he spot knight takes f2 in response to queen h4. He knows there's something. He can sense it. You can just sense the wheels turning in his brain. He's got his hands over his head. He's forcing himself to concentrate. It's so important, Tanya, in these situations, not to rush. You're tempted to make a move, but you got to double check, triple check. You got to convince yourself that, no, it isn't too good to be true. You're beating Shakir Mamedyarov in 20 moves with black. Will we see the knight hop into g4? Oh. This might be a game changer, a match changer, if Sevian can deliver with black.
Such a huge moment. And also the problem here playing black is that you have so many tempting options that you have to fight. You know, you can trade the bishops on d2. You can fall back with the bishop on c5, put pressure on f2, and everything seems like you've got a pleasant position. But when you've got a pleasant position, try and wrap it up in the moment, especially when you're playing against somebody like Shakir Mamedyarov. This is a big moment, and I'm liking that Sam is taking his think here. He is calculating these lines. Sam, chat, will Sam Sevian find knight g4? He reaches out for his mouse. He's about to make a move.
This is just tension at its finest. I mean, my heart is beating out of my chest. How might Sam Sevian feel? And Tanya, it's so important to understand that when you know the correct move, and he's playing knight g4, he's got to sift through all of the false positives, all of the wrong moves, and he's done just that. And he's left himself with 5 minutes to convert this position. This is, I don't see a single way for white to last more than 2 moves, Tanya.
What a
beast. This is insane.
What a beast. Sam Sevian OP in the chat. I mean, how did he play this in this format? Just finding this move. Your bishop on b4 is hanging. Unbelievable stuff. And I'm loving it. Shakir Mamedyarov in big, big trouble. I don't really see a way for him to hold on now.
No. I mean, it's not even like the Magnus A Wonder game from yesterday where A Wonder had to find a series of accurate moves to finish off white's king. Sam literally needs one more accurate follow-up. And that follow-up is going to be either knight takes f2 or queen takes f2. Relatively speaking, bishop e3, that might be the only way to stave off immediate defeat, Tanya. Let's bring up an analysis board one more time. Bishop e3, knight takes e3, and queen takes h7. Just trying to create as much chaos on the board as possible. But if I'm not mistaken, even a very straightforward move like rook g6, and oh my god, I see a crazy mate, if I may share. F takes e3, queen takes e3, king h1, queen takes e1. Just one of how many incredible mating constructions are we treated to in this game?
That is amazing. That is a stunning line, Daniel. And of course, you can also just pick up the knight with the bishop, but this just shows the power play that is black's position. Sam, indeed a beast, as Greg is pointing out, but he needs to finish it. By the way, queen h4 was the other line that we were seeing, and knight f2 on the board. He has picked up the pawn because white can't recapture the knight. The bishop will fall back to c5, pinning and winning that queen. This is busted for white. Bishop e3, you just pick it up, and after queen f2, you go bishop c5.
You need one more move here. I think Shaka's actually done a great job. He has found the best practical chance, but Sam has an eternity to figure out the follow-up. It appears that queen to e2, not the easiest move to find, ends the game immediately, because in the event of the queen trade, the pawn appears on e2, and after bishop takes e1 and rook takes g2, white's king is once again checkmated. But can Sam keep himself composed? Can he find queen e2? Tanya, bishop c5 might also win the game, but that's a lot less convincing because after you play d2, the knight can appear on f3 and block the light squared bishop. So you can definitely still go wrong here. And how many times have we seen top players pull out the seemingly impossible? Sam Sevian, once again, his hands over his head. He knows the gravity of this moment. This is unbearable tension.
Oh my god, Daniel, he found knight g4. He's gonna find queen e2. He is in the flow of this attack, and as you're pointing out that you trade on your own terms, but he makes the move queen e4.
Also good,
Which also seems extremely strong because you're threatening to go bishop takes e1. You pick up that knight, take away the key defender of the g2 square, and it all falls apart. I don't see a way for white to counter these threats. If you go knight f3, it's not good enough because the g2 pawn is pinned, the queen and the bishop. You can simply pick up the knight.
Or you could even play bishop c5 and then sack a rook on g2, but queen takes f3 is simple and strong. Rook d2, the only move. Shakir are playing the engine moves to stay in the game. Just incredible resistance. Rook g5 is once again the best move. A rook lift to f5, knocking the queen away. And once the queen is knocked away, by the way, bishop c5, that might be even the bigger problem for Shakir. He's down to 40 seconds. If he pulls this off, then, then I'm just going to be in absolute shock for the rest of this week. But Sam, just a couple more moves away. Shakhriyar keeps his legs churning, keeps giving himself opportunities to pull off a miracle. This might decide the match. If Sam wins, though, Tanya, obviously the comeback isn't complete. They need to deliver on the other boards, but this is exactly what the passers needed.
This is what makes it so tough to beat the best in the world, because they're so resilient and so resourceful. And that is what Shak is showing with his play in such a difficult position. But Sam is literally just centimeters away from wrapping this up. But still little work to be done. Like you're mentioning, just a couple more precise moves. Rook f5 with a direct idea. You hit the queen. The queen doesn't have a good square, defending that knight on e1, keeping everything under control. So after rook f5, if you do pick up the bishop on b4, black just ends up with a lot of extra material. I think you can pick up the rook, but you can also pick up the queen and then pick up the other rook as well.
Yeah, but Tanya, here's the tough thing. After rook f5, knight f3, again, I'm looking at the eval bar, but I'm not seeing a clear path to victory for black. The engine reveals like a very computerish move, rook to c5. That's so hard to spot. It's a weird geometric move going to c1. Instead, Sam Sevian has played the second best move, but he's released a lot of his advantage. Bishop c5 liquidates to an endgame in which, yes, black is winning, but now the win is a lot harder to achieve. I'm in disbelief that Shakhriyar has even managed to get this into an endgame. This is ridiculous. He's going to be a pawn down, and Sam should be able to convert, but he's now got a lot more work to do than just a couple of moves ago.
Shak is indeed fighting well. This is an absolutely insane game. Wait, he takes on d3, but this allows rook g2 to come in with a check. The queen is pinned.
Even better is to actually take the queen first, because if the king takes, then you can take on g2 and actually get into a pawn endgame, because the b pawns are easy to stop with black's king. Sam spots it. What a beast. And Shak there, he was shaking his head in disbelief how quickly it's gone from bad to worse with the white pieces, and Sam Sevian just blowing up the board with insane move after move. Pick it up, pick up the rook, pick up the pawn, pick up the rook, and that's it. It's a winning endgame. Basic Betty right here, and Shak
that is
resigns.
It. We've got a result. Wow. Oh my God. The Garden State passers, Daniel, they are on their way for a comeback, and we see there Sam. He knows he's done his job. Now it's up to the teammates.
Now it's up to the three other boards. Can they deliver as well? The score is 1-0. Sam Sevian is won with black against the top board of the Chess Wizards. Everyone is on the edge of their seats. We're looking at the bird's eye view. Kanya Marala on board 4, lower right of your screen. She is going after Valentina Gunina's king there on g8. I think she's got an advantage, but maybe not. That knight on e5 is a beast. Over on the left, Lenderman and Lazovic. That's the concerning board, Tanya. That's the highly concerning board for the passers, because I think Lazovic has got a brutal bind with the black pieces there against Alexander Lenderman's minor pieces in king.
Yeah, you look at that position, you look at those two knights in the center, and it looks like black is doing well. Also, let's not forget that the Wizards just need 1.5 points to actually win the match. Currently, Sam Sevian with a big win against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov has taken the lead. Meanwhile, on that bottom left board, the knights have been pushed back. We saw a move b3. The knight has jumped back to b6, but it still looks like Dennis is the one who's doing well. And the other reason for that is, look at the pawn structure as well. White's pawn on h3 is a massive weakness. It's a long and open file. Also, if you compare the bishops, the bishop on g2 is just not as strong as the bishop on g6. A lot of harmony in black's position. So Alexander Lenderman, can he pull this one off? He needs a bit of a miracle.
He really does. I mean, he needs to stay alive here. He shouldn't go crazy. I mean, a draw does not exclude the passers from a comeback possibility. A 3-1 score would push this into the tie breaks, which in and of itself would already be a miracle. Lenderman is worse, but he has to try to exploit Denis Lazovic's clock. Dennis down to 90 seconds. And the approach here for Lenderman, Tanya, I think, is just to bring his pieces into the center. Queen b2, rook a d1, and eventually, when you're ready, you can start operating in the center. Maybe knight g3, and eventually, maybe you can break through with e4. But that is way in the future. Right now, he's got to make sure his bases are covered. I really like the way he's handling the defensive task so far. But look at Dennis hopping the knight over to h4. That is a nasty square, and he could combine it with bishop e4. There might be mate threats soon enough on these weakened light squares.
Wow, and we've had a huge result already
Oh,
with
no.
David Paravian winning against
Disaster.
Gusimov. That is an
my
absolute.
gosh. Oh my gosh, he blundered his queen.
It was a wild end there, Daniel. Lots of tactics all across the board. I had my eye out, and David Paravian playing on seconds. He managed to win a massive point there for his team. And now they just need half a point across the other two boards.
Oh my gosh. Gadir Gusenov, it was a drawn position all the way until the end. He went for too much risk. He tried to exploit Paravian's time pressure. He loses. They now need wins on all of the remaining boards. And let's go to Trisha Kanyamurala's board, because Valentina Gunina could bag this match up, and she will. She is up a pawn in a rook endgame. I cannot see her losing this game. Tanya, well, maybe I can. I mean, rook d7 is met with rook f7. No, this should be the match right here and right now. A draw secures it for the Levitov chess wizards. What a heartbreak, given Sam Sevian's performance.
What a day for Sam Sevian winning against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. But of course, there's still work to be done for Levitov. Is that they need to draw one of the two games. And we see it might be just this one. Gunina with the black pieces, an extra pawn, her own rook covers the 7th rank. So nothing to be afraid of with checks. Instead, Trisha brings in the king, but I don't see her being able to create these chances. Valentina Gunina is so strong in these rook pawn endgames. And I think this will decide the outcome of this matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see just the exasperation on Trisha's face. It has been a frustrating experience for her today, but for the lower rated players in the PCL, just irreplaceable experience facing grandmasters, representing your team, and she has acquitted herself really, really nicely, given herself chances in every game. This one, though, will not go her way. She's still trying, though, breaking down Black's pawn mass on the king side. I think the only way for things to go disastrously wrong for Black, by the way, Valentina up 2 pawns, actually, not 1 pawn. The king has to worm its way into f5, but then the black rook can make its way to c2 and pick off White's remaining second-rank pawns. This is not going to go White's way. And Denis Lazovic is also in control against Lennerman. So this just might be, a 2.5, 1.5 win this round for the chess wizards.
Wow, it looks like the passer's world is falling apart right now. If we just pull out our remaining games as well, the bird's eye view, you were talking about Lenderman's position, that is collapsing as well. Take a look at that. A king stuck on h2 on the bottom left of the screen. All the pieces are piling up on the h file. And if we just pull that one up, it looks like it's going to be Denis Lazovic's point.
Yeah, although in the last couple of moves, it looks like Lennerman has improved his position. He's gotten his king back to g1. This is the amount of turnarounds that we have seen in some of these games is ridiculous. And now Lenderman is actually in control. He's in the driver's seat. If he takes on g4, he even has a check on h8, potentially using the knight fork on g6. It suddenly looks like Denis Lazovic is the one in mortal danger, which would make this result even more heartbreaking.
Wow. That was a big turnaround, because the moment we went into this, it looked like Lazovic was in control, and now we see it's again all over to Lenderman. Both players, Lenderman's got a minute, and Denis has about 7 seconds on a clock and a really difficult position to defend. If Lenderman wins this, then the Golden State Passers might win it with 2.5, but it still won't be enough to win the match.
No, because, it's not official yet. Maybe there will be an internet outage, but Valentina Gunina literally has a rook and 3 versus a rook and 1. It's an unlosable position, and all she needs is a draw. So at this point, the Lazovic game is purely cosmetic, but it's definitely the more interesting game. So the moment we have a result on Gunina's board, we will tell you about it. But what a valiant effort by the passers, and what cold-blooded play by David Paravian, who's been in high pressure this entire PCL match, and he's pulled out a couple of those games with just seconds on his clock against Lennerman in round 1, and now against Gadir Gusenov, who is going to be kicking himself. They were so close.
And hold on. There's a huge knight f5 threat on the board, which has now been taken care of with the queen stepping out of the pin. But still, it looks like Lazovic has managed to come back into the game, and not that big a trouble as it was. The king on e7 is absolutely safe. No checks, I say that, and immediately Lenderman blows open the center with e4. Things are getting super tricky. Lazovic down to 8 seconds on the clock.
But rook h2 is now a huge threat. The white king, who's king? is less safe? I think the answer is Lenderman's king. He's opened the e-file, but who does that benefit? It probably benefits black. He has to try to get the queens off the board, maybe get the rook to g7. That knight can also swing to e4. The rook on d2 is hanging, and he defends it with the cold-blooded knight f1. But Denis Lazovic, I mean, the guy is just so good in time scrambles. I really cannot emphasize that enough.
I was going to say queen h2 check, and then I just realized that there's a knight on f1 defending. It just shows how easy it is to blunder these positions. But of course, the queen lands all the way to h1. And always watch out for the other rook jumping onto h2. Things have turned around once again. And this looks like it's completely over for white.
It's over. Alexander Lenderman cannot pull it off. Lazovic spent the last 30 moves with 10 seconds on his clock. And he is going to get the job done, as is Valentina Gunina, who wins her game. The match is over, and it's going to be a win in this round when all is said and done. If Lazovic pulls this off, Levitov Chess Wizards will win this round with a score of, well, they'll win it with a score, I guess, of 3-1, actually. And there we go. A resignation by Lenderman.
Huge margin. And that's it. That is it. Lazovic takes this point, and that means it ends with 3-1 in favor of Levitov Chess Wizards. What a convincing win by them, Daniel. But that said, the match really had its moments, and the passerby really did put up a big fight in this one.
Listen, they were outgunned from the very beginning. The Levitov Chess Wizards were the favorites, but for the favorites to deliver smoothly is an impressive feat in and of itself. Shakir Mamedyarov, he wasn't in the greatest form, but he delivered when it mattered. He won the first 2 games to set the tone, and even though Sam Sevian delivers a brilliancy with the black pieces, it is not enough because his teammates, unfortunately, did not come along for the ride, Tanya. It's a frustrating loss for James Canty's team, but at the end of the day, no shame in losing to a team that has 4 strong grandmasters.
Wow, what a match. And things could have been so different only if Trisha had played that knight 8-6 on that first game. For me, that still strikes as the moment of the day that could have really turned things around. What a huge fight by these players. But of course, Daniel, the action continues here at the Pro Chess League.
It most certainly does, because we have yet another match coming up for you. You thought the action was over. You thought that was it and you can go rest. You would be very, very wrong, because we have a second match coming right up between the Norway Gnomes and the Spanish Maniac Shrimps, which worked their way qualifying through a scintillating qualification phase. They will try to make their participation count. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Pro Chess League, we have one match in the books. We have a second match coming up, and you will go absolutely nowhere. Neither will we. We will bring you that second match in just a couple of minutes. Stay tuned.
In competitive chess, the weight of a win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh my gosh!
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again in chess, teammates matter.
He is just upset. He's got a hand in his head. He can't believe it.
What? What are you doing?
Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, chess bras and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives.
No way, Magnus could win this game. Oh, it's winning for black. How does Magnus Carlsen do this?
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
It's tough out here. India is just a powerhouse.
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone.
Welcome back to the Pro Chess League. 2 matches today, one of them already in the books. What a start to this wonderful Wednesday. International Master Tanya Sachdev, I'm Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. We are chopping up these 2 scintillating matches for you. Best part, that one of these matches is yet to come. Tanya, get ready, everybody.
I'm so ready. It was clear that Levitov were the magicians for today. The Levitov Wizards wrapped it up, and what a match. But we've got another one coming up, and the action at the Pro Chess League has just started. Daniel, this is the regular season currently, but we've got to mark our calendars for some big chess action coming up over the next few weeks.
Non-stop action indeed. This is the 5-week regular season. Throughout February and March, at the end of March, we have the Arena Royale, where all teams participate in one big arena, playoffs at the end of March. And in May 11th through 14th, the PCL Finals. You want to mark your calendar for those dates. Do what you need to do, but you will not want to miss the 4-team final in mid-May. Those are the key dates in the PCL. Now, let's take a quick look at the match format. We've got one more match. Earlier today, we had Levitov Chess Wizards against the Garden State Passers, and as you indicated, Tanya, it was a convincing win for the favorites. There were minor hopes of a comeback for the Passers, but man, did Levitov bring the hammer down on 3 boards in the last round.
That was a crushing victory with 10 points to Levitov against 6, but the Garden State Passers had some shine-out moments there by Sam Sevian. What a player he was, a big fight there, but the Chess Wizards were just too strong today. And of course, the match format does not make it any easy. It's an all-play-all and so much action that's coming up. And I've got to say, the clock situation really matters here. It's a 10-minute with just a 2-second increment. And Daniel, I cannot emphasize enough that this increment of 2 seconds is barely anything. Now, you played yesterday and you know how it is.
Oh, absolutely. It's important to have that increment to avoid the craziest of time scrambles, but that time evaporates so quickly. The first team to 8.5 points wins. Point totals are accumulated throughout 4 rounds in which everybody plays everybody. All 4 boards play all 4 boards, but conceivably, the match could end in only 3 rounds because you could hit 8.5 points in 3 rounds in the event of a blowout. Will we see a blowout? Well, let's take a look at the lineups for these 2 very strong teams. The Maniac Shrimps have 3 Grandmasters and very strong women's Grandmaster on board 4. Same for the Norway Gnomes. Some really, really amazing names here, Tanya.
Wow, this is the drum roll moment here, Daniel, that we've got as we reveal the lineups for these 2 teams. The Spanish Shrimps really punched their tickets into the Pro Chess League. It was the only team that qualified and earned its spot. So it's going to be interesting to see what they hold and how they hold their own against the Norway Gnomes. We've got some star players here. Eduardo Iturrizaga, he is such an attacking, tactical player. But again, we also see Salem Saleh from the Emirates. Again, the same style of play. This is a stacked matchup with these 2 teams. And I'm expecting big fights till the very end and a lot of fireworks on the board.
Fireworks indeed. The Maniac Shrimps going for the lineup that yielded them the qualification spot. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And in round 1, we will get board 1 versus board 4. Laura Unuk will have a tough task facing Eduardo Iturrizaga, but she's got the white pieces. She is a very solid player. Not an easy task at all for Iturrizaga. Some really, really amazing matchups. The Pranav, Anya, I am a huge fan. I've played him ever since he was an untitled player on Chess.com. Buddy Pranav, as he is known in some circles, now a grandmaster and a player that everybody fears.
He's almost 17 years old. He is the 75th Grandmaster from India. And of course, there are so many. And these kids, this is every second kid in India is coming out to be a Grandmaster. And as you pointed out, Pranav, a super big talent. He's often mentioned how big a fan he is of playing on Chesscom, and especially of the chess bras as well. He spends so much time playing against Aman and Eric on Chesscom. Some amazing games there. So it's going to be fun to watch him in action today.
And Pranav, I'm biased because we share an opening repertoire in common. So I actually look up a lot of his games over the board to help myself do the very limited preparation that I'm able to do. He always finds a way to unbalance the game in the opening. So a great addition for the Norway Gnomes. And of course, Gawain Jones and Salam Saleh, they don't really need an introduction, and neither does Ibarra, who is another Chess.com stalwart, always does well in Title Tuesdays. And Tanya, you just have to take these players' FIDE ratings with a grain of salt, because these aren't just random 25-40 GMs. These are players with a great reputation for rapid mastery. All right. Well, the gong is sounded. The games are off. And we start with Unuk against Iturrizaga.
Ooh, a big game here. And of course, Unuk on the paper is the underdog in this one. But can she hold her own against Iturrizaga? I've played against Eduardo several times, and I'm going to tell you, he is such a dangerous player. We often talk about clash of styles in chess, but for Iturrizaga and the rest of the Spanish team, each one of them is a pure tactician. So we're going to see a lot of excitement on the board. It starts with, and I was talking about excitement, and look at this, he goes for c5. So it potentially could blow up really soon. So we've got no boring Queen's Indian stuff. No Queen's Gambit decline. None of that, Daniel. Bring on the fire.
Prophetic call by you, Tanya. Iturrizaga making his intentions amply clear as he essays a modern Benoni. I faced him only once over the board. I have a funny story in regards to that game, but I'm going to save that story for a more opportune moment, because we got to watch the action as it unfolds. And Laura Unuk investing some time here. Some people might be wondering, what is she thinking about? D5 is automatic. No, it is not. White does have a couple of alternatives. E3 is a very solid continuation. Knight C3 was also possible, but Unuk saying, hey, you want to play modern Benoni? I'm meeting you at the top. D5 is on the board, and we're going to get
E5 is coming.
Amazing tactical battle. Blumenfeld Gambit,
D5.
you think?
I would love to see it, but we don't get to see that one. But he does go for a pawn trade. Well, at some point, Black does want to start advancing the pawns on the queen side. Currently, Iturrizaga focusing on development. Often we'll see a structure where the bishop will land on g7. Black will go castles, will move the d7 pawn to d6 to open up the bishop, and eventually dream and hope to advance those queenside pawns.
Yeah, this is unfolding at a breakneck pace. Unuk deciding what Benoni setup she wants to play. You could put the pawn on e3 or on e4. And as she ponders her next move, let's go to the bird's eye view, because the second board between Pranav and Spanish Grandmaster Miguel Santos Ruiz, Miguelito, as he is known on chess.com, has begun. And we have what I think is a Petrov with a bishop on d3. So I was talking about it. Pranav always has a little bit of an edge to his opening choices. He never plays, the total main line, but he's got a lot of analysis within his sidelines. Tanya, what do you make of his choice against the Petrov?
Well, I know Pranav is an extremely hardworking kid. And for him, this platform of playing in the Pro Chess League means so much. So I know he's come in with some preparation and knows what he wants. This idea of trying to just get Black out of mainline theory, to get a game out of the Petrov, I like it. He first opens up the queen side pieces. He opens up the bishop on c1, takes control of the center. Eventually, as you're pointing out, the rook will come to e1. We might see the queen and the bishop battery up on the b1, h7 diagonal. So a very normal way for development, with just a little mix-up of the move order. Of course, Pranav with the white pieces is going to try and get the initiative out of the opening.
I like what he's doing. I think he's slightly better. He's got a very nice center. And that bishop on b7 may look menacing, but the sting can be taken out of it if white puts the knight on d2, linking the knights up and, making the bishop a good piece, but nothing all that special. But the position very symmetrical in terms of the pawn structure. So I think the onus is on Pranav to convert his pleasant position into something concrete. Santos has many ways to improve his position. He's playing fast, he's playing confident, and he's pretty close just to equalizing this game outright. So Pranav, will he find a way to spice things up, Tanya? Looking pretty solid for Miguel.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the Petrov. It takes its while to really develop into something, and Black will be solid. No big weaknesses. White has a space advantage, has taken the central line. And now a question by Miguel Santos. Where do you want to drop back with the bishop? Because bishop to f4 also makes a lot of sense, as does bishop to h4. And while we're going to see, of course, action is also on the other boards, but we see a big decision on this one. Falls back, and already a piece trade offered with the knight not only moving to offer an exchange, but also eyeing that f4 square. Once imagine, Daniel, the knight lands on f4 with that bishop on b7, just x-raying that g2 pawn. It can start to look scary for white.
That bishop took my insults personally. It says, hey, commentator doesn't think it's a good piece. Well, take that. Love the way Miguel is playing here. I think he's fully neutralized Pranav's opening play. And as he decides whether to snag the bishop pair, let's travel back to the bird's eye view, because the other two boards have been started, and we have a very interesting opening on one of those boards. Bottom left of your screen, Jose Ibarra against Gawain Jones, an opening expert in the King's Indian and in the Dragon. But in this game, he's opted for e4, e5, and Jose Ibarra essaying the Gleck system with an early kingside fianchetto, one of my favorite openings in Blitz and Rapid. I played it yesterday in my fourth game against Ariantari, and they've actually got a pretty similar structure to my game. So I'm just selfishly going to force us onto that board. The Ambar Tumova game is also interesting. We'll bring you an analysis of that pretty soon. But action unfolding at breakneck pace, a knight on b4, Tanya. And I'm getting dizzy just looking at the arrangement of minor pieces here.
You know, we've been doing this so much today where we've been counting how many pawns are on the board. And this was one of those positions for me, because we see white's pawn structure on the queen side has already been well separated and kind of slightly destroyed there. We see it's equal pawns, which means I am kind of liking black's position here. Knight c2 is a massive threat on the board. The black's bishops just eyeing down on c2, as well as the bishop on d6 looks really good. What white has going for him is the space advantage. And also look at the disconnection between the two rooks that black has. It's hard to find a square for the queen to move to connect the rooks, to get them on the open files. Also notice how the bishop on a4 controls e8 and the bishop on g5 controls the d8 square. Meanwhile, what white has given up in return is the bad pawn structure. So a lot of give and take here, and this is going to be a fun one.
Great points, Tanya. A small correction. I hallucinated a little bit. I said this was a Gleck system. Of course, the bishop is not fianchettoed, but it is a very similar pawn structure. So it was indeed a 4 knights with an early h3, one of those sidelines that's gotten popular recently, trying to get out of theory. Very smart thing to do against Gawain Jones. Another smart thing to do is figure out a defense against knight c3, which would pick up a piece. I like bishop d2. Ibarra drops his bishop back, but it's not a passive move, Tanya. It restricts the knight, and I think he's loading himself up for c4. That pawn can run up the board, and the bishop on d6 amazingly could get trapped. Let's bring up an analysis board real fast just to see how quickly these positions can turn sour. Let's say black plays h6, no problem. Knight f6, everything's fine. Whoop, c5, and the bishop is completely dominated by the rook and white's dark squared bishop. So Gawain Jones, now he's the one facing the threat of a piece loss. He might want to preemptively move his knight back to b6, but, well, then the knight's going to be dominated by the other bishop, and c4, c5 is still a force to be reckoned with. I like Ibarra's position here. I think he's clearly better.
Gawain is such a creative player and very resourceful. I'm expecting him to come up with some way of defending against this tactical idea that you're mentioning that does create chaos on the board. But there is chaos on other boards already. So let's bring up our 4-board view, because I already see on the top right, there's a check with a knight that has come on to h6. We see the bishops have been traded. There are so many threats with white's knight jumping in. And we see that Pranav, his opening with the Petrov, that approach is paying off, as he's the one who's putting the pressure on Santos.
Yeah, that early bishop d3 line does seem to be paying dividends. He's got essentially a risk-free position with a completely healthy pawn structure and a queen on h6, but I still feel like Miguel, he's got all of his bases covered. So we'll see if Pranav can make anything of the queen on h6. Another board that I want to draw our attention to is Eduardo Iturizaga's game against Laura Unuk. If we could go there for just a little while, because Laura is already down quite a bit on the clock, but she's got Eduardo's minor pieces in a bit of a bind and pushes her pawn up to f4, expanding on the king side, but knight to g3.
Wait, this allows knight.
Oh.
Yes, I was just about to say, I mean, in the Benoni, when you move your f-pawn, you have to make sure that black's knight is not entering the camp, and it does, attacking that rook on h1. It just looks like white's position has gone really wrong out of the opening. Daniel, I'm not liking Laura's opening choice here.
And Eduardo Iturizaga, well, Kansi speculated that he was in a dentist's office because of the cabinets and just that monitor that often displays the dreaded X-ray after you get it. Not to remind anybody, sadly, I've got a dental visit in 10 days, but I won't think about that.
My least
maybe
favorite
that's just his
doctor
home.
to go
Same.
to.
I would take anything over that, but I would maybe not take white's position over a dental visit, because Eduardo Iturizaga's going to do some work on white's king with a check on d3, and the knight has a parking spot ready made on b4. So knight d3 check, king e2, knight b4. And Tanya, the problem isn't as much that white's going to lose in the next 3 moves, but black just has a very clear plan of expanding on the queen side. You could see f7, f5, and coupled with Laura's very disturbing time situation, I'm very pessimistic about her chances here in this game.
It might not be a couple of moves that you might get busted in, but it looks like you could very well lose this position super quickly. As you're pointing out, we saw the first knight jump in, trade off that important bishop, vacate the d3 square for the other knight. What a creative way to respond to that move f4 that Laura had made, hitting that knight on e5. You know, not retreating with it, but creating this square on d3 and now jumping to this stunning outpost. I, with white, would be so worried about a central break with that f7 pawn, moving up to f5. When your opponent's king is in the center, you really want to try to open up those lines. And f5 here would spell disaster for white. Now, in these kind of positions, usually white's king is already castled to safety, and white is pushing the central pawns. But with that king stuck on e2, this looks like it's going to be big trouble. I don't really see how white is countering black's move of f5.
Yeah, I mean, if you reposition the king and it moved like a knight over to g1, the situation would shift dramatically. I would still prefer black, but I don't know if Laura just has the time to move her. Maybe she should try king f2. Maybe she should try to beat black to the punch and play f5. Either way, she's down below 3 minutes now. Handling this position with no time on the clock is impossible. And this just looking very, very tough. Knight c4 on the board, but bishop d7, simple
f5?
play.
All right. Bishop d7, simple, because you don't need to just play on one side of the board. There is b5 ideas as well. Now, in the Benoni, when you're playing with the white pieces, you want to try and keep as many minor pieces as possible, because your big advantage is the space advantage due to the central pawns. And it is because Iturizaga has managed to trade off that knight for the bishop that we see so much play come on. And there we saw Laura trying to stop b5, but in that process, she gives the b5 square to the bishop to arrive. Iturizaga there, bobbing his head. He's happy. This is a dream Benoni position. If white trades on b5, black captures with the pawn, hits that knight on c4, and the pawn on a5 will fall as one of the defenders will be attacked.
Yeah, you can just sense how comfortable he feels with 7 minutes on the clock to navigate his way through these complexities. He's gotten exactly the type of position that he specializes in, and he is coasting his way to what appears to be a very smooth victory. Let's go back to the bird's eye view as Laura trying her best to figure out a way to keep her center intact. She is now down to a minute 47. This is going to be a very tough task. On the other boards, lower left, I think we've got a lot of liquidation here, Tanya, between Ibarra and Gawain Jones. That game seems to be heading at a furious pace toward a peaceful result, unless I'm missing something. That just seems pretty equal to me. And very, wow.
Ooh.
Look at that.
Wow.
Draw agreed. All right.
Daniel the Prophet Naroditsky, how did you even just do that? And the game ends as you called it out.
I promise I didn't know that a draw offer was issued, but I gotta have my moments from time to time. The first result is a draw, and that transfers the tension to the other boards. Where do we go next, Tanya? Help me out. I'm experiencing some decision anxiety.
Well, I know Salem, and he's such a dangerous player to play against. He's playing with the black pieces against Karina, and I see the positions. While you were talking about an endgame, queens are on the board in this one. And as I say, the queens are traded off. Daniel, we see queen d2 on the board, and expecting white to pick that up with the knight. You don't want to fall back with the bishop. And this as well looks like Salem can be happy with the opening outcome. No trouble for black, but can he try for more in these positions?
Yeah, he most certainly can. I think there are two reasons why black is the one in the driver's seat. The first, as you very astutely noted, is the fact that there's pressure on d4. And with the capture, white had to bring one of her pieces back toward the second rank, not what she wants to do. And the second reason, as Solemn indicates with his last move, is that black has a pawn majority on the queen side and total control over key squares and files on the queen side, in particular the c file. Rook to c3 could come with great effect. b5 followed by a6 could expand and control even more squares. So it's one of those positions where the engine always just gives a slight edge, but practically speaking, I am not envying Karina's situation here. She really needs to be perfect for the next couple of moves.
Well, this is going to be a slow grind, but as you mentioned, those pawns are a bit too ambitious and might become a weakness. And also, black can create a passer on the queen side. The two bishops that black has is actually are the ones that have more targets in white's position. So Karina is going to have a tough task. But meanwhile, not the only player with a tough task, because Pranav is trying to put pressure as well. Let's bring up our bird's eye view. Also, Daniel, I noticed that a lot of our chat is loving the Shrimps logo. One of the most fun things about the Pro Chess League have been the team names and just their logos which have been designed. Look at that shrimp and the gnome. I mean, what's your pick in this one?
That is really sleek. I'm just looking at the shrimp next to Iturizaga's name. I don't know what I like more, his position or the logo, but it definitely is sleek. That's just what makes the PCL so unique. There's just so many components to it that you can enjoy. Let's go to the Iturizaga game because it is about to end, and I'd like to catch the results of that game. Unuk is down to her last seconds. Fighting valiantly, I have to say. Her last move was an excellent one, sacrificing the exchange and barring entry from the Black Queen. But I think Eduardo is just a couple of accurate moves away from hammering down the full point here.
Wow, and look at that king on f3. I mean, that king has no way home there. And it all started with the opening choice that Laura made, allowing black's knights to jump in. And I love how Iturizaga has decided to not pick up that material because that knight on d3 is worth so much more. He goes in with the queen to f6, but it's getting a bit tricky now because black's queen is attacked, but also the knight on d3 is attacked. That said, you can always pick up the rook on e1 because it comes in with a check.
Laura Unuk working some magic with no time on the clock. 94 was another very precise move. And suddenly, if you carelessly take on f5, that knight on d3 is hanging. Eduardo Iturizaga has to spot the fact that knight takes e1 check is bad and has to sacrifice an exchange on e4. So rather than securing an exchange, the correct move is to sack on e4. And with 5 minutes, I think he's going to find that. But Tanya, what an instructive line. How many people would immediately grab the rook on e1 if we could bring up an analysis board? Why is this bad? Because white's knights dominate the game. Here, after queen takes f5, knight takes d6, white recovers the exchange with interest, and a check on h5 doesn't help. Black's pieces are suddenly the ones that feel discombobulated. So Eduardo Iturizaga has complicated his task, and he's played knight takes e1.
Oof.
And we go back to the live board. Laura Unuk suddenly back in the game. Oh, but she's blundered a piece. That was in the move.
And that's the problem with the clock because she's playing on seconds in such a difficult position. And now it just looks like it's all over after finding those series of super strong moves. Just one mistake and it all collapses. Chess can be so heartbreaking.
She took on e8 and that was hasty. She had to find a computer move to stay in the game. Now bishop c6 is going to end her resistance. But Laura can hold her head up high because she was in time pressure. It was a difficult situation. She came close, but Eduardo Iturizaga ultimately lays down the wood and wins an important first game for the Shrimps.
Super important. And what a game with the black pieces, starting with the Benoni and then just these tactical skirmishes that we saw, calling themselves a Spanish shrimp. But right now, Daniel, they're playing like sharks. They take the lead in their match, and we've still got action on the other boards. Pranav versus Santos is such an important board for the Gnomes, and we see quite an imbalanced position. Our bar says Pranav is on the driving seat here.
Oh, Santos has lost the thread of the game, and this is what makes Pranav so dangerous. He is relentless in his ability to put pressure, but he is down 3 minutes on the clock. So can he keep his nerves in check? Santos is trying to keep White's pieces in check, and he is failing. The queen comes into d6. What's going on here? I think the idea is, well, a4 is protected by White's bishop. The unsung hero of White's position, blockading the c-pawn and guarding a4. Man, Santos is in quite the bind. Is there a threat, though?
Well, it's important to know that White isn't threatening to pick up the b6 pawn because the rook on e7 is hanging. So White can simply slide with the rook all the way to b7 and try and go for these queenside pawns. Once you do win the b6 pawn, the entire queenside collapses. White will simply march down the board, and the eval bar hits it. Is there a tactic and you're pointing it out? Oh my God.
Rook takes f7, and White's going to eat that pawn for breakfast. Pranav eats tactics like that for breakfast.
And Daniel, did you see that expression? Pranav there, just absolutely shocked at what has happened. He realizes it. He slows down, takes a sip of water because he knows that it does exist. He finds it. It's on the board.
He is just a wizard. I mean, he's so hard to play against because he's full of tricks. He spots tactics relentlessly, and he's just like 1 or 2 moves away from winning this game. I think bishop takes g6 might win. It's important to note queen c1 is totally innocuous because the king has a very beautiful Luft square on h2. Pranav is basically just choosing between, 5 or 6 different ways to win the game, and he's just going to pick up all of the pawns with check here, or the pawn on g6 with the fork. It's all over. What a game.
Well, you can step up. What a game. You can step up with the king to h6, but that doesn't help because White can then pick it up with the bishop and threaten a mate on h7 as well. And there we have it. Bishop g6, queen h7 is a massive, massive threat here. And if Pranav wins this, they will equal the score, and it's happened.
He's done it. A great game by Pranav. The opening didn't quite result in what he expected. Santos equalized, but then allowed White's pieces to infiltrate down the open e-file. Great game by the Indian Grandmaster. The score is tied, but it's untied again because Salim has won that endgame against Karina Ambratumova. It was tough all the way through, and Karina just not able to keep Black's pieces at bay. Tanya, she resigns in the final position there, just down an exchange and losing the pawn on d5.
Oh, wow. That's a tough one for Karina and a big point for Salim. And that means the Norway Gnomes take their round 1 against the Spanish Shrimps, but by the smallest of margins, a 2.5 to 1.5 win there with big victories by Pranav. What a game. Salim with a grind in that endgame and Gwen holding to that draw. Meanwhile, Iturizaga blasted open the position in a Benoni and scored the only win for the Spanish Shrimps.
And it was a much-needed win, as you said, keeps the Spanish Maniac Shrimps within striking distance. Nothing has been decided, but the big X factor is V Pranav and Santos Ruiz on the Maniac Shrimp side. He did struggle in that qualification event in some critical moments. So can the Spanish Grandmaster gather himself together and strike back in the next round? Nothing, again, has been decided. Do not go anywhere. We are only 1 round through this scintillating second PCL match of the day. We will see who can get the upper hand after this short break. We'll be right back with round 2.
I was here.
I was lost. Okay, well, hey.
8, let's go.
Oh no, I think I should have just done that. Chat, I got 14.
We beat it. Let's go. No, 15, unreal. No, first try.
8 in a row, 9 in a row, baby. Let's go. Let's go. I got a little achievement thing.
I honestly really enjoyed that. That was really cool.
Become a chess.com community streamer at go.chess.com/start streaming.
His bed is made. His Grandmaster certificate is behind him. Grandmaster Jose Carlos Ibarra, an indispensable piece of the Spanish Maniac Shrimps, a very strong player, a streamer, and he will need to deliver as we review the entire roster of the Maniac Shrimps. Tanya, some amazing names there. Alain Pichot, Jose Fernando Cuenca, who is known for his distinctive commentary, but also for his great blitz play. Man, is that a great lineup.
I love it. And of course, Iturizaga, who had the big win for the Spanish Shrimps in round one. They've also got some star women players in their lineup with Sabrina Gutierrez and Karina. Sabrina is also part of their national team for the Olympics, for the chess Olympiads. So definitely one to watch out for. And Daniel, this is the only team that actually earned their spot. They qualified to play in the Pro Chess League. So they've got a point to prove here.
They do indeed. And Argentina has been experiencing something of a chess renaissance. Their bottom board, that's an awesome name, first of all, Candela, Belén Francisco, Guecamburu. And
Nicely
those
done.
bottom boards, you know, I usually make a fool of myself, but don't sleep on, you know, those 22, 2300s because they come in hungry to deliver upsets, and they are often the X factor in these matches. Well, speaking of X factors, we have one round in the books. Norway Gnomes lead 2.5, 1.5 on the strength of Pernov's very important victory, as well as Iturizaga's crushing win. But Anya, once again, nothing decided yet.
And look at our matchup that's coming up here. The board won, and we've got Iturizaga, who of course had a huge win. He will be taking on Pranav. So these two players had such a fire start today, Daniel. And I think that is going to be the match that will decide how it goes in this round. Pranav, who played super impressively this last game. He starts with the black pieces. And of course, there's also Ibarra against Salem, another huge matchup. Meanwhile, it is Gwen taking on Karina. So an important board where Karina is the underdog, but she found such intense moves in that previous games, was so precise. She just needs to take care of the clock. Play the same chess, but just don't take that much time.
And for less experienced players in the rapid time control, it takes some adjusting to the 10-minute time control. I'm a big fan of it, but it straddles that middle ground between blitz and rapid. And you know, sometimes it takes some calibrating, not to play too quickly, not to play too slowly. Each player has their different approach, as Eduardo Iturizaga might need to approach his coffee maker there. Oh my goodness, man. Wake up, Susie.
Wow, there we see Iturizaga. He seems very sleepy. You've been mentioning that it looks like he's playing from a dental office there. Well, he has been very precise there with his last game win. This one's not going to be easy. Pranav, super good at tactics and really good with his opening preparation. We see an English opening C4, E5, a sort of a reversed Sicilian setup. And look at this, Daniel. Pranav doing Pranav things with going for a line that's not super topical, but he wants to get that central break in with D5.
Yeah, it's kind of a reverse Alapin, and it is definitely not the main line, but it has gotten more popular in recent years. And it's a very ambitious setup as Pranav grabs control of the center. And now this resembles an advanced French setup where White puts tremendous pressure on the D5 pawn. It's like a billion openings, aren't we?
Exactly. It started, well, it could have been any Sicilian, then from an Alapin to a French, and we've got a trade, and Pranav slows down to think about what he wants to recapture with the pawn or the queen. And that's a surprising moment for me, because it just looks like the queen capture might be automatic.
He also can deliver an intermediate check on B4, so I think this is also factoring into his thinking. Now, I would not rule out GF, by the way, in order to support E4, but that's a moot point. He has taken more conventionally with the queen, and you're got to be very careful if you're Pranav here, because if you lose D5, your entire center collapses. So I would go bishop B4 here and immediately get this knight off the board. The only priority for black right now is to keep this pawn protected. Do not play bishop B6 because of queen B3 hitting two pawns at the same time. So Pranov's hands are already full 7 moves in. Will his unconventional opening choice backfire? Well, he's got to take his time and make sure he gets out of the opening unscathed. Bishop B4 on the board. And as Pranav gets his pieces out, Iturizaga does the same. A couple of the other games have started. Let's take a look at the bird's eye view. We've got board 2 there between Miguel Santos Ruiz and Laura Unuk in a seems to be an exchange, Karo.
Yeah, you're on point there. It was an exchange, Khan, and it looks like both players know what they're doing. Take a look at the clock situation there as well. 10 minutes for Santos. Also for Laura, she's taken about a minute on her clock, but everything's fine there. Black finishing development, white finishing development. We're going to see castling on the board really soon. And we also have action starting on the Solemn versus Carlos board there on the bottom left, and it is a perk.
Whoa. And an unconventional perk at that. This is kind of an old school move order where Black plays d6 and e5 immediately. Now, newer players might look at this and be very surprised because White has the opportunity to do something very tempting. Take on e5. If we may bring up an analysis board, they are now playing a full-scale, old-school Philidor. But it's important to point out, Tanya, that this is not as good as it looks because with the queens off the board, Black's king can actually find shelter on c7. Knight f3 is pretty innocuous, and this is considered essentially an equal position. So this would be a toothless approach from White, and Solemn is definitely not in the mood to give up an easy draw with White. Back we go to the live board. We do not see the Philidor at the Grandmaster level many times anymore, but it's an underrated opening, Tanya, particularly this setup where the bishop comes out to e7. Not easy to prove a big advantage with White, but bishop f4 is the move recommended in I think most books in recent years.
And very often we can see castles on opposite sides of the board. I think we're heading there, Daniel, as he moves the queen up the board. So
Let's
really
go.
eyeing that queenside castle. Let's go. And this is what it's going to be about with a flank attack on either side. But look at this. Carlos says, I'm not going to give you a chance. He strikes in the center immediately. This is heating up fast.
It is indeed. Be still, my beating heart. d5 is not a move that you want to face if you are unprepared. And clearly, Ibarra is just showing some home cooking here. That looks like a very logical move, Tanya, opening up the center. And if a queen appears on d5, what's annoying about that is that White suddenly cannot castle queenside because a2 will be captured by the queen. So e5 comes to mind, but White could easily get overextended there. c5 could come with great effect. So Solemn, he is usually the one on the other side of this. He's got great opening preparation, but this time, the roles are reversed. A great start for Ibarra, already up 2 minutes.
I would be terrified as White having to answer this question of how to respond because you can't take on d5. You can take it, but it's not ideal to trade everything on d5, centralizing Black's queen, getting in the way of your own long castle. Of course, also pushing that pawn. I'm not loving that because Black has got this tempo jump with the knight jumping to h5, hitting that bishop, and then the c5 move comes in, driving your knight away. So it looks like big questions here. You can't really go long castle already because there's pressure on the e4 pawn. Black can simply pick it up with a knight. If White was to go long castle, and finally Solemn takes the decision of trading on d5. And this is what we've been talking about. You call this out, the queen lands. Now you can't go long castle. The a2 pawn is hanging, which means you have to spend one more tempo getting your king to safety. Meanwhile, Black is ready to jump in with the rook to e8. This is getting crazy. Knight b5, attacking c7, offering. Oh my god!
Oh my goodness! Whoa! What a move!
No! Oh my! Daniel, this is insane stuff, and we've got to show the tactic here.
Do
the queen
analysis
on d5
board,
hangs.
please. Oh my!
We have
line.
to pull up the analysis board at this moment. Queen d5 would run into a check on b4. It's a double check, the only move, and then rook e1 checkmate. Oh my god! This is amazing stuff. I can't believe he played rook to e8. What a move.
The preparation is unreal. Rook e8 is a damn girl type of move, and you need it. It's not just fanciness, Tanya, for the sake of being fancy, because had you instead traded queens on d2, the pawn on c7 is under fire from two different sources. Black would have just lost the pawn for no compensation. Now, let's not overstate the case, or shall we overstate the case? Ibarra continues his shenanigans. Bishop b4! A bishop sacrifice. What is he doing? What is going on here? This is wizardry.
This is wild. Daniel, what is this preparation? He first sacrifices the queen and now a bishop is hanging, and we've got to take a look at what happens if White actually bites the bullet and picks up that bishop on b4. After queen b4, the bishop on e2 is still pinned. The pawn on g2 is hanging. Is the idea simply you take on b4? And does Black want to...
I think it's just knight c6, which is a deceptively simple move. And what is the point here? Well, the point is that if the queen moves away, then Black is able to capture on b5. Now, to Solemn's relief, I think he is able to just finally end the shenanigans with bishop e3, forcing queen b4, and the endgame is going to be equal, which does not detract from the impressiveness of Ibarra's preparation. But more importantly, Tanya, if Solemn stubbornly tries to cling to the knight with queen to b3, after queen takes g2, white is experiencing massive problems on the queen side. Knowing Solemn,
Ooh, yes.
I have a feeling that he might go for this line. The engine does give an advantage here to black, but Solemn might want to go for a position like this. Look at the Eva bar dropping precipitously. Apparently, this is losing on the spot to bishop f5. I mean, I could totally see a line like this appear on the board. If I'm Solemn, I'm saying, listen, you got to choose your battles. Let's go conservative, and let's go queen c3 and bishop e3. Let's see what decision he makes. Knight c6 is on the board. This is incredible preparation.
Just amazing. And it's got to be preparation, right? He's got like 9 minutes, 46 seconds on the clock. So definitely something that he's looked at home. And as our chat was pointing out, the opera mate we've seen that in the classical games. The idea of sacrificing the queen with the bishop coming to the check. Chat knows their stuff. Amazing, amazing prep there. Knight c6, the queen has to fall back. But you do end up giving that knight on b5, or even more dangerously, the pawn on g2. Most importantly, even if Solemn finds his way, he's burned 6 minutes on the clock while doing that.
He has indeed. And with the Norway Gnomes holding that 1-point lead, you can afford a little bit more risk. But again, queen to b3, Solemn is an incredibly ambitious player. That's what makes him so fun to watch. But as his clock dwindles, I think it becomes more and more prudent to just go queen c3 and bishop e3 and make a nice peaceful draw. Jose Carlos Ibarra, I mean, the guy is a wizard. He's so dangerous. That is why FIDE ratings don't tell the whole story, right? 2550, okay, strong grandmaster, but this guy comes armed with incredible lines. And Solemn does choose a more peaceful approach. Queen to d2 is on the board. But what is he planning, Tanya, against queen takes b5? I don't like that move at all, because in that position, bishop e3 walks into queen takes b2. I think black might be better after queen takes b5.
That's a really big question. And also the c3 square was so important to just keep an eye on g7 as well. And I think we've got some moves on the board. So Solemn there playing quickly. He makes the move c3. Bishop developing, really putting pressure on that e2 pin. What white is relying on is the f-pawn jumping to defend that. With f3, you will hit that bishop. You will stop that pin. But as long as white's king is in the center, Solemn's still under huge pressure and huge fire. Bishop g4, get that bishop out with tempo. f3, bring your other rook into the game. Bring it to d8. Attack that queen. It's getting more and more dangerous for white.
And it's going to be scary even if white castles. That's what you're getting at. Once the rook gets to d8, black has dominance in the center as well as potentially on the queen side if the queen swings perhaps to the other side of the board. But finally, Ibarra is out of his preparation. That is the one silver lining for Solemn. He's finally gotten his opponent to think with his own brain. Just a round of applause for the Spanish Grandmaster's preparation. This is the PCL in a nutshell. And as Jose Carlos Ibarra ponders where to develop his bishop, I'm anticipating bishop g4, but that affords us a good opportunity to go back to the bird's eye view because we've got 3 other fascinating games. And not to be outdone, look at some of those openings. We've got Gawain Jones and Amber Tsumova on the bottom board in a very complicated Catalan Slav type structure. Seems to be a pleasant position there for Gawain. And Iturrizaga continues to pile on the pressure on Pernov's d5 pawn.
I think that's such a big game for these two teams. With Iturrizaga taking on Pranav, both players with an excellent showing in round 1. And I say, Daniel, we dive into that one and take a look at how the opening has gone for the players, because I see that black with the pawn advance in the center has really managed to get so much space. I'm really liking Pranav's position here. And wow, take a look at the clock as well. Both players at about 5 minutes.
I like the positional pluses that he has. You mentioned the space. He's got light square control on the king side. The problem is without the additional pieces, I don't think he's going to be able to make anything of it. On the other side of the board, Iturrizaga has a very clear plan. Look how quickly he's playing. Rook f to c1. He's got his rooks stacked on the c file. I feel like black is just under a lot of strain on the queen side. Queen a4, knight f4, all of those moves have to be reckoned with. And Pranav, his clock is dwindling as well. Now, Tanya, as Iturrizaga thinks about his move, I'll quickly share the story from my over-the-board game against him years ago in 2014. It was a peaceful game. I was black and in English, actually. And at one point, I made a move, got up to go to the bathroom. when I returned, Eduardo had made a response and my clock was running. I wrote down his move and instantly made my response. The moment I made it, I realized that the move I had recorded was not, in fact, the move that he had played. I thought he had played King G1 to G2, but in reality, he had played that move earlier, and I had a moment of abject terror as I realized that I actually did not know what move he made, and I might as well have made a huge blunder. As it turned out, I got immensely lucky that he had pushed a pawn on the left side of the board, and it did not impact the position or create any threats. But that is a moment I will never forget, the realization that, hey, I have just given him a completely free move. Eduardo, he's a tricky guy. The game ultimately ended in a draw. Ultimately ended in a draw.
It's so tricky and sneaky with him. You just never know when something's created on the board. And Daniel, we've all been there. When you leave the board, you come back, and there are these little pawn moves, these little king shifts, and
yeah,
you're just
what did my opponent play?
So I completely understand and relate to the pain. But of course, in this position, it looks like Pranav doesn't have that much pain, because take a look. We've been talking about the two bishops. The only thing he needs to watch out for is White's double rook on the C line. The only open file, and it looks like White's got the control of it, even though Black has got the bishop pair. But the position's blocked enough for the knights to jump around. The knight can land on F4, put pressure on D5. That pawn chain can become a target. And the more I see it, the more I feel I've been underestimating White's trumps here.
Yeah, but at the same time, Eduardo, it's a good problem to have, but not when you're low on time. You've got so many options to improve your queenside position. He's now suddenly down a minute on the clock, but I like what he's doing, winding his way into C5, chiseling and knifing his way into Black's position, trying to induce more weaknesses. Do not play B6, restricting the knight, because then you potentially drop C7 and then A7 to follow. E2 is also hanging. So a lot going on under the surface. And as the tension builds up, Tanya, we've got tension building up on another board that I want to check out. As we go to our bird's eye view, the right side, top right, we've got pandemonium. Laura Unuk has sacrificed two knights, and she's recovered one of them. Is this a sound sacrifice? I think it is not.
Can we just quickly bring up the analysis board? Because these two knight moves, the last few moves, are absolute shockers and stunners. What Laura has done to try to open up White's position. If we just back up and see how this actually happened. So the king moved up to H2, and let's just keep the play on and get up to board. Because the last two moves with the knight coming on, first she opens up the center, and now another pawn sacrifice. So one pawn sacrifice, then another one, then picks it up with the knight, gives that up, and doesn't take this back. It's unbelievable. And she goes in with a knight to F4 instead of just going rook into D4, just recapturing the knight. A shocker.
Laura hallucinated. After rook takes D4, her position might not be great, and perhaps she was apprehensive about entering a pawn down endgame. But after B6, the knight is chased away. Black has excellent chances to hold the game. Instead, Laura throws in knight F4. It's a beautiful idea, but unfortunately, she just runs out of fuel. There's no gas left in the tank. Miguel just sidesteps the check, sidesteps the threat, and there isn't even a single check. White is up a full piece. Under pressure, in time pressure, you hallucinate stuff, and it's a good, valiant attempt by Laura, but she is going to lose this game. Miguel has 6 minutes and an extra piece.
Yeah, too many sacrifices there. Just nothing left. Neither of the knights were left. No pieces left to assist that queen in the attack. This looks like it's game over. Let's bring up our other boards, because action is on this one. It does look like the Spanish Shrimps will take this game against the Norway Gnomes. Laura with just an extra piece. Some work to be done, but should be easy enough. And there we see, while that one's easy, the other boards not so much. The action, the fire is on the Salem board. What an opening that was. It looks like it's calmed down a little, and we've got, quite a simplified position with just the knight and the bishop remaining on the bottom left there. But I still like Black's piece activity here with the rooks in the center, the queen in a more aggressive spot.
Yeah, agree completely. Control of the D3 square. The fact that Black is aiming at White's queenside pawns, and a small time advantage to boot. So Ibarra is going to continue pressing. Another board, Tanya, that catches my eye is the bottom right between Gawain Jones and Amber Tsumova, where White continues to massage the weak squares in the center. Shall we take a brief look at Karina's attempt to hold her position together?
Absolutely, because this is such a huge game here for the Spanish shrimp as well, with the black pieces and quite a wild position. I have to say, at first sight, I like everything that white has done here. Queen looking strong. Just compare white's pieces to black's pieces. That knight on e5, there are always targets on this f7, e6 pawn formation with a cunning attack. The queen can shift from b3 to f3, targeting that pawn on f7, targeting that pawn on c6. And the last move that Karina made, sliding her rook, defending the queen. She wants to create play on the queen side by picking up that a4 pawn. I just don't feel that black has enough time here in this position. I am really liking Gwen's opening approach and what he has achieved so far.
Gawain is such an interesting player to watch. You called it. He's creative. He always comes with a little edge in the opening. And this is exactly the type of position in which he excels in initiative, a positional advantage, and the rook now coming into c1, putting even more pressure on this backward c6 pawn. I think Karina, with a minute 30, has to try to liquidate and reach some clarity on the board so that she can play fast. B takes a4 comes to mind. After queen takes a4, though, taking on b2 might be ill-advised. If we bring up an analysis board, take on a4, take on a4, take on b2, I think white can capture on a5, hitting the rook, and it's so easy to lose control of this game. Tanya, it can literally happen in one move. Let's say you move the rook away. Already the queen infiltrates to c7, and this is clearly going downhill for Karina. I don't see her surviving with just a minute now left on the clock.
She's got to try and trade off as many pawns and pieces as she can. As you're mentioning, take that pawn on a4, Karina, open up that b file, and then offer a queen trade. Once white jumps in with the queen, you can move your queen either one step forward or two steps forward, and then adjust, making sure that you can try and get the queens off the board to ease off the pressure a little bit. With less than a minute on the clock, she's got to do that. If she keeps the pieces on the board, I'm afraid black will end up getting checkmated in this one.
And a draw agreed, by the way, in Salem's game against Ibarra. We were on the same page. Ibarra a little bit better in the final position, but in the grand scheme of things, I think a wise decision. He's got the black pieces against the higher rated opponent. Fantastic opening preparation and definitely a solid result. But now the onus is on his teammates. Let's go back to the bird's eye view. It looks like Gawain has things under control. He actually didn't even recapture on a4. He went for your idea. We've got craziness on two boards. I'm looking at Laura Unuk's game, and suddenly she has developed furious counterplay against white's king. That game's far from over. And of course, Iturizaga's board is going crazy as well. Which of those do we go to?
Daniel, we've got to go to Laura's board because she's down a piece, but what on earth is that knight doing on a6? I have no idea. How did it even get there?
I had the exact same thought. Why did it go there is my big question. What is it doing there? It was perfectly centralized. Miguel Santos Ruiz, he messed up a completely winning position that almost cost the Spanish Shrimps, the Maniac Shrimps qualification in the final qualifying round. And he might be doing it again. He's blundered, or has he? I think he might have. Oh my gosh. Queen F1, queen takes A6. What a tactic.
We've got to show that. What a tactic. And you're taking advantage of the back rank weakness. And if you go with the queen to a6, you pick up that queen, you pick up that rook on e1 with the check.
Bang.
And the only move that white has is to come back with the queen. And now you win it. And take a look. Do a pawn count here. This one's easy. It's all black's game. As you mentioned, bang, 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 and black wins.
I was a history major. I think you're overestimating my abilities, but it is 5-on-3. And Miguel has to now be careful not to lose this game, but anything can happen. Laura down to 20 seconds. What a tricky move is queen to d1. I think Laura has to go back to d4. Do not take this knight because you allow a potentially devastating check on d8. That might still be a draw, but no need to be adventurous. I think Laura
a repetition.
has found a way.
We're going to see repetition now.
This will be an inconceivable save if Miguel does not find a way to continue the game, and I don't see a way for him to continue the game.
What a player. Laura comeback. That's what we're looking at. Absolutely.
Oh, he's gone for it.
Just amazing stuff. He goes queen F1. Will Laura find queen takes
a6?
Do
not.
She's got to play. She's got to play, Daniel.
2 seconds. She misses it.
Ooh.
But
still under control. Still a lot of threats. Do not take that rook on g4. There's a mate on h1.
Oh, great call. I didn't see that. Oh, what a trick. You move the rook. You get mated. He didn't do that. Miguel thinking. Down to 2 minutes. F3, the best move. Laura takes it, but she's let this slip. Oh, she's let the knight out. Oh, no. and she missed queen takes a6, which would have yielded at least a draw on the spot. 5 seconds. This is what time pressure does to you. Miguel, he is counting his lucky stars, forces the queen trade, and this ends the game.
This is all over. Such a heartbreak there for Laura. What a game. What a fighter. We can see it on her face. She knows she missed it. She had a big opportunity. You can see the disbelief there. And really a big save there by Santos.
Oh my gosh, but we've got craziness on 2 of the other boards. Gawain Jones has won his game, but let's go to Iwatari Turizaga's board. We've got a crazy time scribble, 2 queens on the board, and Turizaga's going to win.
Daniel, what are those queens doing on the board? I'm just not understand.
Oh my lands. What an ending. What a final position.
I need like 5 seconds to take this in. Unbelievable. So white just has a queen and black's got no checks in the position. And that's why Pranav resigned. I have no idea how we got there, but what a round.
Oh, and Eduardo almost got mated, but he just found a way. The point of promoting a second queen was actually to cover the g4 square, which basically eliminates all possible checks for black. A huge win. And he was off to a good start. It was an unsuccessful opening experiment for Pranav. He loses a big game. Tanya, this is shaping up to be an insane match. We are all tied as the Norway Gnomes seem to strike back with a 2.5, 1.5 win, despite Pranav's loss.
Wow, so Spanish Shrimps take this match.
I apologize.
That's fine. It's been a crazy match, and Daniel 2.5 to the Shrimps, which means they leveled the score. And what insane games we had there. Now Iturrizaga and Santos scoring those big wins, but Santos surviving by a threat, by a breath there against Laura. And then we had a draw on the Ibarra Salim board after an opening, which I feel we only get to see in chess books and not in real. So what was that? Oh my God.
Rook e8, bishop b4, fireworks on all sides of the board. And kudos to Salim for keeping his composure and making the wise decision to just say, hey, I got out prepared, but I'm not just giving up a full point. He makes the draw. The match is tied after 2 rounds. We remind you that the first team to 8.5 wins the match. So we are guaranteed. A 4th round, Tanya, which is music to my ears. I have a feeling that this might go either to a tiebreaker or to the last game. Oh, my lands. I cannot wait for this, ladies and gentlemen. Tanya, this is crazy.
It's just crazy stuff. We've got a 4 each round score currently. Just amazing chess here going on. And you know what, Daniel? I would love to see a playoff in this one.
I would as well. Well, we will have 2 rounds for you. Before we go on break, we want to remind you that the official Chess.com Discord server has been revamped. A fresh new look, lots of new features and more. Join us at go.chess.com/Discord and make sure to connect your Chess.com account to earn unique flair. Use !Discord in chat for more information. Make sure to stay plugged in by joining the official Chess.com Discord server. Well, we hope you will stay plugged into our coverage of the Pro Chess League and the second match of the day between the Maniac Shrimps and the Norway Gnomes. We will be back with what promises to be a scintillating second half of the match in just a couple of minutes.
Welcome into our new video lecture series here with the one and only, the 14th World Chess Champion, Vishwanathan Anand.
If you have to explain that you're world champion and it's taking longer than 2 words, there's something wrong with your title. And that's how I felt at this
There's
point.
something wrong with
But I believe when we're talking the 60s and 70s, even the 80s and 90s, you could see that the match format produced something unique. And I remember there was a funny moment at the press conference where I was trying to tone it down, not get very excited, and also I had not had time to collect myself. In fact, I already wanted to calm down and think of the next game because I knew this is a wounded animal there. I I knew that I had to play a game against a man who was desperate for the match to be over so that he could clinch his title. He wanted a draw at any price. I mean, you can make a joke that he had spent a week out of the swimming pool already, so he must have been exhausted and waiting to finish the match. So for all of us, there was this feeling of we got to grab this chance with both hands because it's not going to come by way.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pro Chess League. We're in the midst of a scintillating second match of the day. I am Tanya Sachdev, GM Daniel Mereditsky. We are chopping it up for you on this crazy Wednesday. We've got one match in the books. We've got a second match that is all tied up at 4 points apiece. So the Smarter Chess predictions, I have to begrudgingly admit, I've been getting more and more accurate with every year. And to look at that, 44% to 45%, it could not possibly be more evenly matched. And Tanya, the course of the match is bearing out this prediction to a T.
It's a level match so far, Daniel. I'm loving the chess. It's 4 each and absolutely Smarter Chess there on point with a 44% to a 45%. And I'm predicting it right now. We're going to have a playoff in this one. I'd love to see it go down to the wire.
I would as well. Perhaps the players won't, but hey, as commentators, we got to hope for the closest possible match. Let's review the overall player scores through 2 rounds. Who is doing the heavy lifting for the Maniac Shrimps? It is their top board, Eduardo Rizarizaga, who's got 2 points out of 2, with 2 excellent wins, including one over Pranav. Santos Ruiz redeeming himself with a crazy win over Unuk. And on the other side, Solemn holding the draw in round 2, winning round 1. Gawain Jones, Tanya, he is the one that I'll be looking to because he's in good form. And I feel like he can run the table in the last 2 rounds. That will go a long way for the Norway Gnomes.
Such a big round coming up, and of course it is the first team to 8.5 points that takes the match. And let's take a look at the action that's coming up. Daniel, we've got Iturizaga against Gawain Jones. Now both these players are so dangerous, their style is so similar, they're attacking, they're aggressive, and neither back down. That one is going to be fire on the board. And of course there's Santos against Salem, another big matchup. By the way, I have to say I'm loving that shirt on Gawain.
No, it looks fantastic. He's got that colorful rainbow shirt going. We're seeing him. He's sitting pensively, waiting for the game to start. Tanya, there's another interesting storyline. Both of them are English players. Gawain was an E4 player up until a couple of years ago. He has started playing the English. Of course, Iturizaga plays the English exclusively. So I'm very interested to see what Gawain will bring to the table. There we see Gawain. Looks like a comfy chair, nice little playing space. He awaits the start of the game. What will we see in the opening? From the opening wizard himself, the author of several well-received books on dangerous opening weapons and dangerous shirts as well. He ain't joking around.
And Daniel, I know that Gawain also loves his King's Indian. So there we have it. His style of play and yours very similar, but he starts with the white pieces in this one. And we see a King's Pawn opening. We've got Iturizaga. What is his first move going to be? Will he go for E5? He says, no, I'm getting the Sicilian. And we have an Alapin.
And he wrote a Coffee House Chess Repertoire, 2-volume series on a dangerous blitz repertoire. Guess what? He practices what he preaches. The Alapin has been making a resurgence recently. It is a full-fledged and dangerous opening weapon. This is a topical line, and this game is already, I can guarantee you, going to be full of excitement. Now, Black is at a crossroads here. C4 was one move, D5 is the other. Now, E takes D6, Queen takes D6, castles, and then Bishop E6 is one of the key lines. And then the Knight often comes out to A3 and then B5. This is going to be amazing. Buckle yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. And I love how that knight comes to A3, and you can also strike in the center with a D pawn, going up to D4 with ideas of knight B5. Well, right now, Iturizaga is saying, I want to trade off the bishops, but that means he's losing time for development. And look at this, Gawain not backing down. A5, A6, big threats on the board. The rook can come to E1, attacking that queen on E6 with a tempo.
Uh-oh. And this is the recommendation of Svidler and Kazimjanov and Ganguly in their recent Chessable Alapin course. I've played this in Blitz. This is a very dangerous line for Black. White generally plays A6 and then D4. He starts with D4, and Black has to get those kingside pieces out as quickly as possible. Iturizaga has early problems to solve, and we've got a couple more games to look at. Let's travel to the bird's eye view, but danger zone for Eduardo Iturizaga. Love what Gawain Jones has brought to the table in the opening. Well, Tanya, we've got a slightly more peaceful opening on the top right, what looks like a Nimzo Indian, and board 3 has also started. Where to from here?
Wow, I think we've got so many moves that have happened in the Salem Santos board. And I mean, we know Salem, he is an uncompromising player. Let's jump into that and understand the nitty-gritties of this structure, because there's everything to play for. We see Santos trying to minimize the pressure by trading off as many pieces as possible. Queen E2 hitting that knight on A6. Black can slide with the queen to B7. But the important thing to remember is that the knight on A6 doesn't have a future. So he actually reroutes it, a retreating move only made to come forward on the next move.
Great point. And because the position is relatively tame, there isn't a lot of contact between the armies. Black can afford these types of positional niceties, 3 or 4 move maneuvers. Where is the knight heading? Could be heading to D7, could be heading to C6. I think both moves are acceptable, but look at White's bishop. Solemn with that innocuous looking move. It's not innocuous at all. That bishop is aiming at the knight, aiming to ruin Black's pawn structure. Miguel Santos says, not so fast. Hold your horses, hold your bishops. In this case, knight BD7, linking up the knights. And a very solid position for the Spanish Grandmaster. I like what he's doing here.
Wow, and White blitzing out his moves while Santos blitzing out his moves. So we see a hanging pawn structure in the middle game now. The D4, C4 pawns are, in chess, we call them the hanging pawns because they kind of don't have any side-by friends, just these two hanging around, chilling together, trying to control as many central squares as possible. But very often, they are also weaknesses, and White has to watch out for attacks along the C file. The problem with the hanging pawns is that whichever pawn advances further, it leaves a weakness adjacent to that square. For example, if white was to push d5, the c5 square would be a weakness. If white was to, on the other hand, at some point go c5, then d5 would be a big hole in the position. So a very combative structure. And I think Santos should be pleased with this opening outcome. And I say that, Daniel, because the side that has hanging pawns wants more and more minor pieces to create an attack against the king. But here we see a lot of trades have already happened for black.
Great explanation of the intricacies of the hanging pawn structure. To piggyback off of your point, one way that black can try to force the issue is the very typical move b5. I call this carving out. You're carving out a parking spot on d5 for your knight. b5, c5, knight d5 is often bad news for white, not only because the knight is very good, but because the knight basically sits on the bishop, and one of white's main tactical ideas is to push d5 at the right moment. Yes, you give up the c5 square, but can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs. So from a practical perspective, I actually would prefer black. Queen e4. Miguel offering a queen trade. Solomon says, I'm not even thinking about it. No way. Get off me. And I think he's going to continue pushing the queen around. Not sure about Miguel's decision to get the queen to the other side. This gives white a lot of time.
You want to try and keep as many pieces on the board as possible when you're playing with these two pawns in the center, because the more pieces that get traded, the more of a weakness it does become. Black, meanwhile, trying to create some pressure, but I don't really see the queen and knight combining to make an attack on the king's side. It is going to be about trying to get that b5 break in. And the more I look at it, the more I'm wondering, can black actually make this move, this plan, this idea that you were talking about, go b5, try and win that d5 square for the knight?
Now might be the perfect time. It might be the last opportunity that black has, because white can play the prophylactic a4 and take b5 out of the equation. a4 also has the benefit of opening up a square for the bishop. Solomon does just that. I like the way that he's handling this position. Definitely still equal, right? The eval bar 0.0, but don't be fooled by that. Plenty of life in this position. Chances for both sides as Miguel piles up on that c4 square. On that c4 pawn. A fascinating positional struggle unfolding in this very important game. And Solomon will probably take his time figuring out a way to buttress that c4 pawn, affording us an opportunity to move back to the bird's eye view. We've got action on all of the boards, Tanya.
Wow, and the one that catches my attention is again the top left board with Gwen Jones against Iturrizaga. Take a look at that. White's pawn has landed all the way into enemy's camp with that pawn on a6. So many pieces stacked on the queen side, and I'm kind of just loving what I'm seeing right now. Queen trades have been offered, and I think I'm not sure. Does black want to trade here because the a6 pawn can be a weakness? I would want to keep queens on the board and continue playing with them, and he decides the same with queen e7.
He does indeed. Let's go to that board maybe for a little while. I want to check out Pranav's game against Abratumov, because Pranav has taken a lot of risk in the opening, and he is in trouble, but we'll get to that game in just a moment. Has Gawain Jones succeeded with his Alapin experiment? I don't know, Tanya. On the one hand, this a7 pawn is obviously a big target, as you were indicating. But with the queen sitting on e7, it's protecting it. White can play knight b5, but white cannot add a second attacker to the a7 pawn. Meanwhile, black's knights are very well positioned. Knight on d5. The other knight has a pretty bright future as well, as does the rook, which can come into d8. So a lot of tension in the center. I think it is prudent for white to throw in a move like h3 or g3, because there's a big chance that the position opens up and either side could get back rank checkmated here in the blink of an eye.
Wow, and also let's point out the knight on d4 actually did land from b5. So the move knight b5 will definitely just be a repetition and something that Iturrizaga will not be so worried about. I like your idea of playing little moves like h3, just slowly improving the position. But I do feel that black also has moves like getting the rook into the center, making his own pieces better. The one thing that white doesn't want to rush in is with the move the b2 pawn to b4, hitting that knight, because that would just give away the c4 square for free. And we see right, and the c3 big weakness that you're highlighting, rook c4 jumping in, attacking that queen. And to make a point here, again, b4 would be a bad idea. It might not even work tactically, but more than that, it just leaves a huge weakness on the board. So it looks like white might have to retreat back with the queen.
Agree completely. Queen d1 is very likely, and the game continues to heat up. The time continues to dwindle. This is a very important board between two players who are clearly in good form. But speaking of good form, Pranav seemed to be in very good form after his convincing first game victory, but his fortunes have changed for the worse. He faces Karina Ambratsumova, a very, very dangerous board 4, and he is in a great deal of danger after an opening experiment gone wrong. Let's assess the extent of the damage. Oh my gosh, Tanya, this position, the more I look at it, the more I just want to avert my eyes and wash my hands and take a shower.
Daniel, you're not even overstating it, because I can feel the emotions that you're talking about in the position. Not only does white have great space advantage, look at those holes in black's camp, the knight jumping onto c6, and that rook on a7, defending that bishop on b7. It is the least ideal square for the black rook. Now imagine a scenario where white advances the e pawn to e4 and lands his own bishop from c1 to e3, targeting that rook on a7, which is just stuck defending the bishop on b7. And I think we've got to move on the board. He has immediately played bishop e3. I love it. Knight jumps. The knight is coming on to f5. The knight is landing on c6. Big trouble here for Pranav. Karina, what a play by her with the white pieces, and it just looks like over ambitious play there, and it's backfiring.
Yeah, Pranav with an early a6 b5, kind of a souped up Queen's Indian, but he didn't bring his pieces out in time. Karina established this monster on d5, which is just lording over the position in the light squares. Now, I think Pranav's only move is knight g4. This might have been overlooked by Karina. I think she was a little bit over-eager with her last move. More accurate would have been to start with knight c6 and then play bishop e3 with tempo attacking the rook. But no need to panic. Drop the bishop back to d2 if you're Karina, and you preserve all of the advantages. No damage done. You can chase the knight away. But I think it is critical for white to stick a knight on c6 as quickly as possible. One thing to note, though, Tanya, a very, very poor move here, if we could bring up an analysis board, would be knight c6. I think a lot of players would get excited by this and say, well, we win an exchange. Bishop takes c6, bishop takes a7, but no, black takes on e3 and hits white's queen. And if you enter the complications, after knight takes d8, knight takes d1, white suddenly loses a piece because both knights are hanging. White could undo a lot of the damage with f takes e3, and incidentally, even here, white holds essentially a decisive advantage. That just shows you how bad black's position is. Even with this favorable transformation, Pranav's position would be bad. But Karina, she needs to keep her composure here.
She needs to be calm, but she also needs to make sure she doesn't use too much of her clock. That has been a problem for her in her past games. She's gotten good positions, but low on the clock, and that then decides in critical moments. Now, in chess, the hardest things to do is, well, not just in chess, but in life as well, Daniel, to accept your mistake and fall back here. So to understand that, you know what, I've gone the wrong way. I just retreat with my bishop. I keep all the pluses in the position, and everything is fine. And that's just a very difficult mindset. So I am actually expecting her to go ahead with that knight jump to c6, as you're pointing out. That's definitely what she's looking at. It will be very impressive if she falls back with the bishop and says that I evaluate this position as better for me. I keep the trumps. Yes, I went wrong. I need to first either push my pawn to e4, hit that knight, or jump in with the knight to c6. A big moment here on this board for Karina.
Karina hesitating here, taking just a little bit too long. My former coach, Grandmaster Gregory Kaidanov, he called the skill that you describe saying sorry. And it's difficult psychologically, right? You make a move, you load up the discovery, and then you have to switch your mindset, as you put it, drop the bishop back and kind of reset mentally. Karina now down to 4.5 minutes. And with every ticking second, Pranav is definitely getting more hopeful about his chances to save the game. We have seen crazy comebacks all throughout the 4 matches that we saw yesterday and today. Good move by Karina. I think bishop f4 is largely similar to bishop d2, knight c6 coming to a theater near you. And Karina keeping her control over the board.
I love that, coming to a theater near you. And that's a movie that definitely Karina wants to watch here, Daniel.
Smooth.
Bishop f4, nicely done there. So moves the bishop away, doesn't want to trade that off, keeps the bishop pair. Now the pawn from e2 can advance to e4 as well, along with the idea of knight c6. And also notice the queen on d1 will suddenly open up, targeting that knight on g4. And big questions now to Pranav, but it is action on the board everywhere. We see a move there, by the way. He jumps in with his own knight to c5.
Pranav is not going to go gentle into that good knight. He is so tricky. I've played hundreds of blitz games with him, and I think much like the new crop of Indian grandmasters, all of them are just incredibly resilient. I mean, Nihal, Arjun, it's just part of what makes the young generation so exciting to watch. Pranav, he hasn't gotten as much coverage. He's still in the 2500s, but he also has that unwillingness to go down without a dogfight. Let's see where he puts his knight. I think he'll go knight e5 and try to keep his knight centralized and just keep his queen side at arm's length. But still, Karina is decisively better. She should win this game if she can keep her composure and make a couple accurate moves, Tanya.
Daniel, there's dogfight on all boards, and I want to pick up a bird's eye view as Pranav takes a call. He does go back to the center, as you called it. We will come back to that, but take a look at what is happening. That board on the top right, Solemn against Santos, looks absolutely wild. White's knight has arrived on d6, and we've been talking about how with the hanging pawns, you want to build an attack, and it looks like the position has gotten super dangerous for Black.
It has indeed. Solemn is completely outplaying his opponent. He has outclassed him in the positional maneuvering battle. It almost appears as though Santos has made no moves, and Solemn has made all sorts of improvements to his position. His queen is perfectly placed. His knight has access to d6. Black's queen, right? He brought it to h5. I expressed my doubts about that idea, and I feel like those doubts have been borne out. That queen is stuck in place. It is doing nothing. It is miserable, and d5 ends the game here. d5 ends the game. Queen b4 is also good. d5 might have been immediately winning, but Solemn, I mean, he should be able to finish this game. Black is totally paralyzed here.
And I think that's the point, that Solemn isn't rushing with d5 simply because his position is so good and he can hold on and continue to bring Santos low on the clock, because every ball that's passed on to Santos, every move that Black has to make is a difficult one. He has to burn the clock. It doesn't improve the position. So Solemn here, keeping the threats, a threat is stronger than its execution, and also bringing his opponent low on the clock. That is strategic play in this format.
It is indeed, and just Solemn demonstrating better command of the hanging pawn structure. The position was equal. It is no longer equal. d5, e takes d5, and rook e7 is the reason I got so excited about that breakthrough. But again, it's always easy when you've got the engine, the Evolver telling you what to do. Solemn, he wants to play with an abundance of caution here. I still think
it's going to happen.
High time for
Daniel,
d5.
It's coming. It's happening. You want it. It will be on the board. Solemn does not hang back from moves like d5. It is on his mind, but of course it is about timing. He wants to make sure his pieces are best placed for this break while he continues to jump around with the queen. So being a little indecisive on that, but it will happen. d5 sooner or later is the only way White breaks in with the position.
Yeah, but listen, Miguel's not going to wait around forever. This is like that meme video that circulated a while back. It's a 10-minute video where a high jumper is kind of jumping on the trampoline. He's getting ready to make a jump that you think is totally impossible. And of course, the joke is that the jump is never made. It just wastes 10 minutes of your life as he prepares. Solemn needs to avoid that narrative, and I feel like he's hesitating just a little bit too much, but still d5 looks incredibly strong.
But you know, with moving that bishop away from the long diagonal, one of the main points of getting that d5 in is to fire down that a1 to h8 diagonal. But with this last move, it seems to imply that perhaps Solemn is not so sure about the d5 break. So really here, big questions as well. It looks like a super pleasant position here for White. But where is the breakthrough? And can Solemn find it in just about 2 minutes?
Exactly. Can he keep his clock at a normal time? Because in time pressure, this is not easy to handle for White. Very easy to blunder a minor piece here or allow counterplay. Let's go back to the bird's eye view. We'll come back to this game when it enters the final phase of the time scramble. But a game that we haven't covered as much is Ibarra's game against Laura Unuk, in which Laura has played a fantastic opening. I think she stands better, and she has a golden opportunity to score an upset on the Norway end, which would counteract Karina Umbertsumova's win if, of course, she can convert her advantage. So let's go briefly to that game and assess the extent of Laura's advantage. Tanya, this is looking real juicy.
Wow, I'm loving it. I mean, that knight on d4, just look at this construction along the a7 to g1 diagonal, Danya. We've got a piece on every single square. We've got a pawn on a7, then a bishop, then a queen, then a knight, then a knight, then a pawn, then a king. If there was a design award, it would be this game that would get it.
That's amazing, actually. This
You don't get to
not
see that
this
every day.
Every day. Wow. Did we actually just do that?
We just did. So h5 on the board, and wow, white is not stopping because white can't afford to do that. Black's pieces are so nicely placed. White goes down the board with that h-pawn. h6 saying, come on up with the king. But I think it's just too dangerous with king h6. f7 falls, bishop f7, you just can't allow that.
Ibarra, I mean, he's always finding ways to create chances. This is what strong grandmasters do, and Black's king might need to visit a bar. If it takes on h6, it will not be safe there, but neither will it be safe on f8. The difficult thing, Tanya, about playing king f8 is that you're leaving this pawn alive on h6. Whenever there's a pawn on h6, there's always going to be the threat of, as Hikaru deemed it, the lobster pincer mate. When a queen appears on f6, it threatens a devastating series of checks on g7 and h8. But can Ibarra find a way to get his queen there? Queen h4 would be ill-advised because of rook takes d5 with a fork on f3 on deck. So white is still worse, but he's created practical tactical chances. This is still a 3-result game.
100%. It doesn't even matter what the eval bar says. With a king position on f8 and a pawn on h6, anything can happen. White can jump in with the queen to b7 already, threatening mates on g7. But what works for black is that your rook can always step up to the 7th rank. We see that happen. Queen g7. Watch out for that, Laura. And she says, I'll fall back with the queen. I really wanted Laura to keep the queens on the board. I'm just not a fan of offering a trade here. It's still a good position. And wow, Ibarra says no way and comes all the way back to h1. That's one big retreat.
That is a ridiculously gutsy call by Ibarra. Taking that queen and following up with knight d5 would have given him, I wouldn't say a guaranteed draw, but definitely very good chances. But he smells blood. He senses that Laura might be losing control of this game. And she says, you know what? I'm going to make you pay. I love the move queen g5, preparing f4. And white could get checkmated here in the blink of an eye. What a fascinating position we have here. I will say that there are some bad news for the Shrimps. It appears that Ambratsumova has completely lost control of the game against Pranav. They are in a time scramble. So let's quickly go back to the bird's eye view as Ibarra continues to try to make inroads and save this position. What am I seeing on the bottom right? A crazy position. And I think Karina has lost the thread.
And this is such an important round with both these teams on 4 points apiece. Just a massive round for both the Norway Gnomes and the Shrimps. What is even happening there? We see both rooks have jumped onto the 6th rank. Not just that, the board next to it we just saw with Ibarra versus Laura. That is absolutely hot action there. There's so much happening. I'm going to let you take a pick. Where do you want to jump to, Daniel?
Well, it appears that Solemn still has things under control. Gawain Jones's game has been balanced for a long time. Let's go to Karina's game against Pranav, because I think we are going to see the denouement there pretty soon. Pranav has taken full control of the game. White's pawn on d5 is nowhere to be found. The queenside pressure that seemed decisive just a couple of moves ago is now in the past, and it is now Black's pressure in the center that I think is going to decide the game. Bishop d4 coming in hot. Black is also up a pawn. Man, Tanya, I mean, you see this position and you see the position just 10 moves ago. You will not believe that it came from the same game. Queen a4 apparently was a swindle, but that was a crazy computer move.
And it's so hard to find. And again, it's the clock that plays such a big role with Karina down to just 9 seconds. A very difficult position to hold. Look at Pranav's pieces. They've just captured the center. They've captured the entire board. The knight on e3 cannot jump back to that central d5 square. The f2 pawn is forever hanging. It looks like Pranav is going to take this point for the Norway Gnomes.
Oh my gosh, and it appears that the least likely scenario is transpiring. Ibarra has succeeded in swindling Laura Unuk. The Shrimps are going to win on that board, but conversely, Pranav is also going to take the victory. So, wow, this is just unbelievable. That leaves us with 2 more boards. You can see Ibarra is up a full queen.
We've got to go into that. I think that should be finishing any second. And I see that Laura's still thinking, where has her queen disappeared?
Well, I think Ibarra won the queen by infiltrating down the A file. Laura might resign in this very position. We might catch the end of that game. She might let her time expire, but Laura just shaking her head, making a couple last moves. D2. Ibarra, he went down the A file, Tanya. He created threats against Black's king, and Laura was forced to give up her queen again and again and again. It's the clock situation that decides the outcome on so many of these boards. Okay,
now
time
just
to
pick
resign.
up the D2 pawn as well. You can pick up the bishop on D8. You can just do a million things completely busted. And Laura will resign this one. And she does it. No time, no position to play for. Wow.
Yeah, that is going to do it. A big win for Ibarra. Pranav, oh my gosh, that game has gotten complicated again. He's let a lot of his advantage slip. Let's go back to Karina's game against Pranav. I'm going to flip it on. Solemn has indeed won his game as we expected. Tanya, he never let that advantage slip. Huge win for the Norway Gnomes. They currently lead this to, I think they've got 2 points now with a Solemn victor. No, it's even 1-1. This is a huge game. And Karina is back in it, or is she? No, the knight's coming to E4.
Wow.
Oh, this is
I mean, that is more than back in the game. You've got to watch out for that F7 pawn, so you can't jump just yet, but it's always in the air. And this D2 pawn, this pawn on the second rank that Black has, is so much more worth than an exchange. I think for Pranav, this is a big moment. He's got all the compensation with the Black pieces. I think he's the one who's pushing here.
He's got one last hurdle to cross, which is that he can't move his knight because F7 falls with check. The eval bar does not tell the whole story here. +6, smush 6. He's got to find a way forward, and the engine sees it. Maybe you should play H4 and soften up White's king position, but I don't see a direct way to make inroads. The clock situation has almost equalized. Is Pranav the one who's panicking? Karina defending
and now jumping
valiantly.
with the knight. You've defended the F7 pawn. Can you go in with your knight to E4? But it does remain pinned. Knight C3 could be a big threat in the air. And is it possible? Can you go knight C3 right now?
Oh my gosh, knight C3. That's amazing tactical vision by you. The knight was going to go to E3, that one on the spot. But I think Pranav's move is going to do the trick as well. He secures the knight with a pawn. Now the queen is free to roam about the cabin. And Karina's still trying to hold on for dear life.
And I don't believe it will be very successful here. And we've got another result, as you're mentioning, a draw. So the score is absolutely level. Daniel, what is this match?
Oh my God, Queen B7. Queen B7. And I think White's got some sort of perpetual, but I don't see it. Where is it?
King H6? I don't see another check.
No, then Queen F2.
Ooh.
There's a... What's the drawing move here? I don't see it, Karina. Oh, she found... No, she didn't find it. She didn't find it.
I mean, that was hard, Daniel. We still don't know what was the correct move, and that is it. Queen E1. You're threatening a mate on H1. The D pawn is about to queen. No checks on a Black's king except on F4, and that is it. The king comes. The queen will fall back and guard against checks. And Pranav takes this one. What a game.
Oh, man. I was a slave to the eval bar there for just a second. I apologize for that. But Queen H1 did not cut it. We will show you the move. I don't know what the move is. So let's go back to that fateful final moment. A heartbreaking loss for Karina Umbertsumova. And it was indeed... Oh my gosh, what an idea. Queen B2 is the right move. And here's the amazing thing, Tanya. Knight takes D1. Checkmate on H8. What a geometric idea. This is insane. And apparently Queen B2 holds the draw.
Your intuition with Queen B2 was on point, and the whole idea is with this mate on H8, so easy to miss, and we see Karina there. Definitely a heartbreaking moment there for the Spanish Shrimps. Just so much at line, and with that, the Norway Gnomes take a 1-point lead in this match. What a treat it's been so far.
It has been a treat indeed. Both matches have gone down to the wire. This match guaranteed to go down to the wire as the Norway Gnomes grab the 1-point lead once again on the strength of 2 huge wins by Solemn. That was a smooth game. Pranav suffered a very difficult opening. He was lost for a while, but the resilience of the Indian prodigy proves powerful again, and he wins his game. It's going to come down to the final round. 8.5 points is the necessary score. Norway Gnomes will need at least 2 points in the final round, Tanya. Seatbelts, they're fastened. They're mandatory. What more could we ask than things going down to the wire in perhaps the final round of the day?
I'm loving it. I'm loving it, Daniel. And I'm still hoping for a comeback because I would love to see a playoff between these two extremely level teams. We've seen Norway Gnomes come up with the first punch, and then Spanish Shrimps equalize the match in the second round. And in the third round, Norway Gnomes takes it again. Will the Spanish Shrimp strike back one more time? Their task is cut for them. They need to win this 2.5, 1.5.
Well, there is only one way to find out. The players, they need a breather. They need to steel themselves for a huge final round, and so do we. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you're enjoying our coverage of the Pro Chess League. This is the second match of the day, and we will have the fourth and final round coming your way in just a couple of minutes.
Struggling to improve your game? Chessable is the home for chess improvers. With hundreds of courses by incredible authors like world champion Magnus Carlsen, Christoph Selecki, Andras Toth, everyone's favorite social media troll known as Anish Giri, and so many more, Chessable can help you raise your game to the next level. You getting started on the fundamentals? You should check out everyone's first chess workbook. Maybe you want to stop letting all those points slip away in the endgame. 100 endgames you must know is the course for you. Did you not notice your king was in check and still can't figure out why the pieces won't move? Actually, Chessable can't help you with that. Maybe try refreshing your tab. Check out Chessable today and get 30 days of Pro for free. Go to chessable.com/begin.
On camera is one of the most fearsome competitors in the Pro Chess League, English Grandmaster Gawain Jones, a key player for the Norway Gnomes, loading himself up with some caffeine there, much-needed caffeine, before this all-important final round. The Norway Gnomes are a very well-assembled team. Do not sleep on them. They don't have anybody over 2,700 FIDE. But, Tanya, it's important to indicate that it's not just about what super GMs you have. It's about how well distributed your team is. Who do you have on board 3 and 4? And the Norway Gnomes have some incredibly exciting young players capable of great things.
Absolutely. And it's not even indicative. The standard rating is not indicative of their rapid, their speed, chess, strengths. And I think that's what Norway Gnomes is excelling at. They've got these dangerous players who play very attacking style, which really is the most difficult to combat and to reply against in these speed chess formats. Salim Saleh, we've got David Howell down there. We're not seeing him play today, but we will have him, I'm sure, at some point. Gawain Jones, Pranav, the 17-year-old grandmaster from India. And look at their women lineup as well. Nino Batsiashvili is the top Georgian female player. She's part of their national team. And Laura, even though her result today has not gone her way, she hasn't scored a point yet, but she has been better and often winning in pretty much each of the games that they've had today, Daniel.
She has indeed, and Batsiashvili actually held Carlsen to a draw a couple of years ago in round 1 of the Qatar Open. So great lineup all around for the Gnomes, and they will need that lineup to fire on all cylinders. Let's review the current score and the final round pairings. They lead by a point. They need at least 2 points in order to reach the required 8.5 points. So with a 2.5, 1.5 victory in this round, the Maniac Shrimps will tie the match and force a tiebreak. They can win outright with 3-1, but they will need Turizaga and Ruiz and Ibarra and Amratsumova, all hands on deck. Effort is required for the comeback round by the Shrimps.
Wow, what an action-packed round this will be. The task is cut up for the Spanish Shrimps. I would love to get Chat's opinion. Chat, what do you think is going to happen? Will Spanish Shrimps take this away in this round 4, which means that they have to at least score 3 points? Will we see a playoff with Spanish Shrimps winning with 2.5, or will this be a Norway Gnomes all the way? Wow.
Well, Tanya, the Charlotte Cobras were in a very similar situation. I think this was the exact score going into the final round yesterday. And I can tell you that when you have a score like this, the nerves are hard to put into words. Look at Eduardo Iturizaga there. He just wants the game to begin, because you know that ultimately the responsibility of making the comeback might fall on your shoulders. You know that your teammates might make a draw. It might be 1.5, and things might go down to your board. That feeling is incredibly unsettling. But for the players, it's important to focus on their games. They got to control their board, because that's the only thing they can control. Eduardo Iturizaga is going to try to control the course of this game by playing what he is most familiar with. 1c4 has been his weapon for many years. And asymmetrical English, ooh, d5. Spice.
And
Solid.
Spicy stuff. And we've got asymmetrical English on the board with the center blowing up. You were mentioning the tension and the nerves going into the last round. And what doesn't help is knowing that the world is watching you. The cameras are on you. And it is really all about bringing out your best character and your best qualities as a chess player in these moments when it really counts. Will the Spanish Shrimps be able to do this? And this round in front of us, this game in front of us against Salim, is so critical in deciding how this day pans out for the Spanish team.
It is indeed. And obviously, the Spanish Maniac Shrimps, they don't need to go crazy on all of the boards. They've got a little bit of room for error. They've got a margin, and they shouldn't force the issue. If the position is equal, then you should make a draw and trust your teammates. But with that said, you try as much as possible to unbalance the game. That is what Eduardo is doing. D4 used to be pretty automatic until a couple of years back. Shakir Mamedyarov was instrumental in developing the setup that we see Iturizaga essaying in this game. He goes for the fianchetto, and he delays the move d4 because he wants the dark-squared bishop to fire on all cylinders. The other bishop, Tanya, could come out to d3. I've heard these bishops referred to as the Horowitz bishops, but that's a pretty niche term. However you refer to them, clearly these bishops will be menacingly aimed at Black's king.
I like that approach of really holding back on that central break and taking it slow with taking out your bishops, and slowly this will build onto a kingside attack, as you're pointing out. And currently, Salim also not backing down. He has brought his king to the safety. He continues to develop, and oh my god, look at that. If there ever was a way to make your intentions clear, Itarizaga goes for it. H4 on the board. He wants to march down with this pawn all the way to h6.
Yeah, there is nothing that screams I need to win this game more than playing h4 before move 10, which has gotten increasingly popular. Alpha Zero style by Itarizaga as he secures a g5 square for his knight, but an exceedingly risky approach as he gives up a lot of the center, and d4 could potentially come with great effect. This is one to keep an eye on, but we also need to keep an eye on the other games. In particular, we have board 2 that is underway between Santos Ruiz with white against Gawain Jones, and Gawain has refrained from his usual Sicilian, opting for the more solid king's pawn game. And here he seems to have fully solved his opening problems. Not the biggest fan, Tanya, of how Miguel has handled this. I think he's given Gawain a really, really nice Italian setup with the f-file and access to f4, and just a good deal here for black.
I completely agree with you. And let's not forget exactly this f4 square, the knight jumping into h5, really eyeing that. Meanwhile, white doesn't have access to those central squares of f5, d5 because of the trades of the bishop. So even though black has doubled the pawns in the center, it's exactly what you're dreaming for, because you open up the f-file and also take away key squares from white's knight jumping in. Now, Santos has to be on the defense. He has to make sure the knight doesn't jump into f4, which is why the move g3 has been played. And I'm expecting Gawain to continue building the pressure along the f-file. White's knight, meanwhile, is headed on to g4. Black stops it by retreating with his own knight.
I'm also looking at the clock, though, and here's the thing. Miguel has all of his time, which tells me that despite appearances, despite the menacing appearance of black's doubled heavy pieces on the f-file, Miguel believes in his ability to orchestrate pressure on the queen side and maybe also in the center. I've seen a lot of Yannick Shistov Duda games in this type of structure, and these knights actually do a great job of holding down the f-file. Knight on f3 is very hard to dislodge. Still, I think from a practical, rapid play perspective, black's position is easier to play. We will see if that bears out as this game enters what will be a long and complex maneuvering middle game.
Well, meanwhile, we've got action on the other boards as well in this super critical final round of this matchup. And let's take a look at Pranav's position there in the bottom left. Once again, very aggressive play. It looks like it probably arrived out of a French, which means black's bishop is stuck on c8. You don't look very happy. You don't sound very happy with a French on the board, Daniel.
Well, listen, I take it personally when I see a French, because my score in OTB chess in the French is, I think, 0.5 point out of 5. And that includes some embarrassing losses that I hope will be buried beneath all of the other games.
Or playing against the French?
Playing the French with black.
Ooh.
So I've given it, the old college try, but I've lost a lot of my faith in it. And I think this position represents a part of the reason why. If you turn on the engine, it often gives a deceptive evaluation close to equality, but I always feel like white's play in this knight c3 line is just easier. f5 comes with greater effect than black's quote-unquote equivalent pressure on the queen side. It's not equivalent. b4 drives the knight back, but the knight is actually happy to make its way toward the king side. Maybe I'm overstating the case here, Tanya, and obviously Jose Carlos, he's not a stranger to the French. He understands the ideas, and in this time control, it's really all about familiarity.
I completely agree. You've got to know the plans, you've got to know the ideas and maneuvers so that you can make the moves faster and counter your opponent's moves as quickly as possible. So it is really all about how familiar the players are with the position. I see black has moved all his pawns to the light squares currently with b5, c4, d5, e6 and the pawn on f5, but I am expecting black to continue advancing those queenside pawns. It looks like it's going to be a play on the flanks. White is going to try to break on the king side, while black will build quite an empire there with b4, a5, a4 coming in. And it looks, I'm not really sure. I kind of like White's position, but it's hard to point out why exactly. I think it's because this e6 pawn can be a target at some moment, Daniel. The knight can jump to g5. I am envisioning a g4 break at some moment.
Absolutely.
So just, oh wow. And then the play is just on the other side. I clearly have no idea what I'm saying. b3, that's a shocker.
Wow, and Pranav might be setting up a crazy knight sacrifice if Jose responds with b4, which I think he very likely will. Perhaps there will be a sack on d5, incinerating Black's pawn center. That would be a incredibly risky approach, but Pranav, I mean, I would not put it past him. I won't try to evaluate that. After b4, he can also drop his knight back, and maybe he is trying to slow the progression of Black's queenside pawns. Rook b8 is Ibarra's move. Instead, Tanya, I totally second what you said. I think Pranav should roll up his sleeves and get down to business on the king side. King h1, rook g1, and go g4 before Black has had a chance to untangle this mass of pieces in the center. That could potentially come with decisive effect. I'm calling it. I'm predicting king h1 here.
Oof. That would be fun to see. I would love to see g4 down the board, just opening up the g file. Also important to point out, actually, the idea of b3 was that now the b5 pawn was hanging indeed, which earlier could not have been picked up because the rook would slide, attack the knight, and win the b2 pawn. So a move that did have an idea, and Carlos, of course, steps away with his rook, defends the pawn. This position has all the potential to blow up, but meanwhile, action on all the other boards as well. While we've got the time, let's get an update on some of that. Let's bring up our bird's eye view because I see a lot has happened in the Iturrizaga Salem board. And take a look at the top left. Wow. Black's pawn storm down the center, and it just looks like White hasn't made that much headway, while Black has just made a million moves already. And look at that bishop on b7.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Tanya. And one sign that things haven't really gone Eduardo's way is the fact that he's had to castle kingside. And that's something you normally want to avoid. You want to checkmate Black on the kingside. You want to keep your rook on the h-file. The fact that he's castled there is essentially an admission that his opening strategy has not been successful. Now, with that said, Black may very well overextend himself in the center. And the fact that Black has a space advantage doesn't tell the whole story. c5 is weak. d4 could be weak. And Iturrizaga could redeploy his light squared bishop to g2. So the position remains incredibly complex. But one concerning board for the Shrimps, I think, is board 4, where Laura Unuk seems to have a major bind in the center against Karina Ambartumova's King's Indian. Shall we take a quick look at that board, Tanya, and then maybe go to our top board?
Let's do it, Daniel. Also, it's really important to understand how big a deal this round is, because the final round in this match, the round 4, is really where the players play against each other's board and against each other's strength. We've got board 1 against board 1, board 2 against board 2, board 3 versus board 4. And here we see we've got Laura against Karina as well. So it's a very evenly matched round. So we can expect big fights on each of these boards. And you were mentioning it looks like a tricky position, but I have to say that it's really a game for all results. I love that knight on d5, but at some point it can be pushed out. I can imagine that c7 pawn going up the board to c6. Of course, it's a long way off. You first have to defend that e5 pawn, as you're pointing out. Go e4, attack the other knight, move your knight, go c6, force this knight to retreat as well.
I'm disappointed with myself. I didn't put enough faith into King's Indian setup. I fell victim to the menacing appearance of the knight, but your explanation has made me realize that actually Black, maybe I wouldn't go so far as to say that Black is better, but Black definitely has a very clear way to try to push White off the ledge here, starting with e4, then moving the knight into the opened up e5 square and following up with c6. If Black can achieve all of those moves, then the bishop pair and Black's space advantage is going to make its presence felt. So a big moment here for Laura Unuk. And one way that she could try to stem the tide here is with the move h4. Not really trying to attack, but rather trying to create a stronghold on g5 for her knight. If we could bring up an analysis board, this could go wrong very quickly for Black. If Black insists on e4 and then eliminates the knight, then the knight on d5 could move on to greener pastures, and a check on f6 could mean seriously bad news for Karina. So in the event of h4, I think she should respond with h6. Maybe weakening the g6 pawn is going to bear long-term dividends for Laura. But I agree, Tanya, I think that these are some hard problems to solve, and the time situation is going to equalize here as Laura deals with these complex questions that Karina has posed with her last move.
Yes, and Laura needs to understand also just how dangerous e4 can be. And once she does that, I think she will find your idea of h4, which is so preemptive, prophylactic of the move that Black has up her sleeve with attacking that knight. You just create a g5 square. But this game is, of course, it's a long way in. It's a game for all three results. Visually, optically, it looks super pleasing for White with that knight on d5. With Black's center and all these ideas of actually making White's pieces retreat, make it difficult. And look at that. Laura falls back with the queen. This is Karina's opportunity to get that move e4 in.
Play it and play it quickly. Try to turn the tide on the clock and on the board. Karina has had trouble keeping up on the clock. And these are the moments where you have to cut those extra 30 seconds and trust your instincts. But Karina, she's taking her time. I think this gives us a good opportunity to turn back to the top board where action is unfolding at a furious pace. Holy cow, F4 on the board.
What is that, Daniel? I cannot believe what we're looking on that top left board. F4 you're pointing out. I think we just have to jump into that game.
Yes, we do.
Really quickly. Because if we can back up one move and just show how this pawn got here, because White in fact captured that central pawn d4, and most of us mere mortals would just recapture back instantly. But Salim, none of that. He wants to go for White's king. He plays f4. This is fire down the board. This is blowing up for White. And I think Iturrizaga is in big trouble.
He is in huge trouble. I totally agree. He might lose this game in 3 moves if he's not careful. And you might say, well, what's the big problem? And I think g4 is actually the only way to stay in the game. Otherwise, the f-file would have opened up and the position would have just immediately evaporated for White, turned into dust. Eduardo trying to keep the king side closed, but now this pawn is a sitting duck, and I think Salim should flick in the move queen d7, obviously coordinating his rooks, but more importantly hitting the pawn, which is very hard to defend. You might have to contort yourself with bishop h3 or even knight h2 just to keep yourself from getting checkmated. Let's not forget that the center is also aflame. The board is on fire. This is how Salim wins games. I think if he plays queen d7, he is knocking on the door of what may be a decisive victory for the Norway Gnomes. It's on the board.
It's on the board. You called it. Queen d7. So just really bringing all the toys into the party. Queen d7, connecting the rooks, hitting that pawn on g4. You win another tempo. You can always pick up that d4 pawn. That bishop on b7. Daniel, once that starts playing along this diagonal, it's going to be absolutely a train wreck for White. Right now, of course, the biggest question is you need to defend that g4 pawn. You mentioned the move bishop h3, really the only way to solve that problem. And this gives Black the time. You can't pick up knight d4. Well, he picks it up with a pawn. Also, remember, there's a huge threat of knight jumping onto b4, hitting not just the queen, but the knight on f3 as well.
Great points there by UC takes d4. Such a good practical move, keeping that 2-minute time advantage. This is what he did against Miguel Ruiz. Yes, he sacrificed a little bit of precision. He made some inaccuracies, but he kept himself with enough time to figure things out when they got real. 95, Iturrizaga trying to turn the tide and generate some activity. Apparently, that move makes matters even worse. Knight takes e5 comes to mind. Even queen d5 is on the radar, I think, for Salim, because bishop g2 could be met with a sack, temporary sack on g2. You could win the queen back, or even f3. So Black is actually spoiled for choice here. I think we're going to see Salim continue to play quickly and trust his instincts.
He needs to do that because he really needs to put the pressure on the clock and make sure these difficult questions in these critical moments are answered with as less time as possible for Iturrizaga. 95, you're mentioning getting that queen centralized on the board. White is dreaming and hoping for a queen trade. I would be super worried of a move like queen e4, trying to trade off on that diagonal. None of that. He says, I want to first trade the knights. I want to hit the bishop, rook. If you fall back, give me that d5 square for the queen. Imagine my queen lands on d5 and there's no stopping a mate on h1.
Well, Salim was right. The commentator was wrong. The immediate queen d5 would have been a mistake, would have allowed White to intercept the long diagonal with queen e4, rook c5. Iturrizaga is on his last legs. He might be in a dentist's office, but Salim is the one who's demonstrating surgical precision. He is performing a root canal right here on White's center and White's king side. D3 looks mighty juicy, and he's going to occupy that cavity on e4 pretty soon. The filling has fallen out. Okay, I'm going to stop here.
I thought you were going to go in with somehow white really requires the wisdom tooth, but there is no wisdom to be found either, Daniel. It just gets worse and worse. Fine, let's stop now.
Well, we might need to brace ourselves for the end of this game. But we're on a roll. We're totally on a roll, Tanya. Solemn is also on a roll. And this is where that time comes in handy, right? He's investing strategically a minute, even a minute and a half. He knows that if he finds 2 or 3 more accurate moves, one of which I think is in fact D3, he might end this game here and now. And as he ponders this fateful decision, we've got action and transformations on some of the other boards. Pranav is trying to strike with an important Norway victory. We're looking at the bird's eye view and endgame in Santos Ruiz, Gawain Jones. Oh, and the Spanish Grandmaster is up a pawn. He's got great winning chances here.
Oof.
Tanya, he has managed to massage his way to on a Brook endgame.
Wow, and right now we see a pawn is attacked, but it doesn't matter because it can be defended with that friendly pawn on the b2 square. So it does move forward, everything under control in this one. There's action on the other board. Let's just say that board, it is white playing for 2 results. Either the Shrimps win or that ends in a draw. Meanwhile, take a look at Pranav's board. That is insane as well. What on earth is going on?
It is pandemonium on the board, and Solemn, by the way, he continues to make accurate moves. I think he's going to win his game, but let's go to Pranav's game because time continues to dwindle for both players. This might be the decisive game of the match. If Solemn delivers with a win against Iturrizaga, that makes the margins even thinner. Miguel Ruiz will have to deliver. Ambartsumova is better. She will have to deliver. And then Pranav will need, Ibarra, that is, will need at least a draw to force tie breaks. That's a lot of ifs, Tanya, but this is likely to happen. And this is not looking very encouraging for Ibarra, who is a swindle artist. He has escaped from so many bad positions, but Pranav is just salivating at the prospect of pushing this pawn. Jose says, not so fast, my friend.
Wow, and that is one characteristic that you really need in these formats is the ability to be resourceful and to swindle games and to really show resilience here. We see rook b8 stopping b5, but I'm loving white's rooks pinning that a pawn to a5. He first clarifies the situation on the king side. The pressure on the queen side is on with this a pawn pin. I think Pranav, look at him on the screen. He looks so chill and relaxed and confident about his position here.
He is a Zen master. He's just so...
Also, Daniel...
Yeah.
I just realized that white can actually just completely shift the play to the king side. Yes, rook g1, queen g2, line them up and give a mate on g8. And that is space advantage. You can fling from one side of the board to the other as quickly as possible. While for the defending side, it's never easy.
Our eyes travel to the right side in synchrony. I kept looking at the b file. Can you go b5? Wait a second. There's a side of the board called the king side. And there's something called a king that's stuck on that side. Knight to d4. Pranav instead continuing to work in the center and on the queen side. A trade of knights. The position beginning to simplify a little bit. But black could still get checkmated here in 2 moves. Literally all you need is rook g1, queen g2. And these 2 squares cannot be protected. So Ibarra literally has 1 move to set up some sort of defensive line here.
He needs to do it because you know what Pranav's done really sneakily? He's taken black's defender with the knight that could have jumped to e7 to defend those g squares. He's taken that away. He's traded it off. And now we see queen jumping in. But this gives white the time to actually go rook g1. I don't think white needs to bother about the b4 pawn. I could be completely wrong here. But rook g1, queen g2 is such a dream.
You're absolutely right. And this bishop on d4 is the unsung hero. Because after queen takes b4, queen g2, queen b2 would have forced a queen trade if not for the bishop's control over that square. Incidentally, white can even play bishop f2 there. But Pranav's placement of this bishop on d4, what a wise decision. He actually had to see rook g1, and he goes for it.
Tanya,
great call, Tanya. This might be winning. This might spell doom for the Shrimps.
What an idea. All the play was on the queen side and how quickly he traded the knights and it all makes sense. Life makes sense backwards. Chess makes sense backwards. Now we understand that knight trade. He's taken away a key defender from black's position that could have jumped to e7 and guarded those 2 squares, the g6 and the g8 square. Just amazing play. Very practical choices here by Pranav.
The one encouraging sign, Ibarra did pull out a piece down position to qualify the Shrimps for the PCL in his game against Rasulov. Can he generate a little bit more Spanish magic we will see. If we can go back to the bird's eye view, Eduardo Iturizaga's game continues to go. He is soldiering on. He is somehow still in the game. Moreover, he's got this into a time scramble. Karina Ambratsumova, meanwhile, squeezing an advantage, but likely to not be able to convert. Let's go to the Iturizaga game.
We got to do it. Both players are playing at about 10 seconds on the clock in a crazy wild position. What is that white bishop on c1 even doing? Has it ever developed? Has it ever seen the light of day? But it looks like white offering that queen trade, forcing that queen trade, and the worst is behind him.
I will say, Tanya, I don't love that decision because this gives Salam essentially risk-free winning chances unless he plays king f6 and blunders into e5. 4 seconds. I feel like this is so hard to play for white. Black is infiltrating through g5. Maybe white is just in time to make it to g3. Eduardo is an escape artist. King g3 in the nick of time.
Oh my god.
This is crazy. He might be able to save this.
It really
he might be able to win this.
Right?
E5, he's blundered it! Oh my god, a piece! Oh. I jinxed him! I
cannot believe what we just saw. How did that happen? He just...
This is insane. Eduardo's gonna win. The Spanish Shrimps have a chance depending on the result of the other boards. And now Pranav needs to win his game. This is...
Daniel, what was that? King f6, e5, a blunder in one, and what a turnaround. Salem, who was dominating this game start to finish, and now it is Iturizaga who's going to take this point. Unbelievable stuff.
But, oh my gosh, Tanya, good news replaced by bad news. It appears that Miguel Santos Ruiz, who has been a pawn up in that rook endgame, he might have messed up his winning chances. Now we got to go to that game because Pranav does seem to be converting that attack into the full point. Let's see how Miguel Santos is doing. Gawain Jones down to 4 seconds. He's got to make a move here. He's still down a pawn. Here we go. F5 is on the board. It's the losing move.
On the board, but it's a blunder.
Why?
Good question.
Is it because of takes and king
trades,
d4?
You lose 8-6.
Oh my god, king d4 ends it. The reason it ends it is because black's position falls apart instantly and the pawn endgame is lost, and Miguel has just enough time to find it. King d4 might propel. He missed it.
But he goes for the check because that is so tempting, and that's what I wanted as well. And the eval bar drops back, but it picks up again.
Gawain went the wrong way. Santos missed king d4 again. This is incredibly sloppy for Santos. He had to take more time. King d4 was a very findable move, but he still has chances. Gawain needs to find a way to use the pawn and not lose on time. King d4 e3. King d4 e3.
Ooh. Oh, wow. And if you take the rook, the e2 pawn is unstoppable. You can give some checks, but it will come to nothing. Oh, my
gosh. And Karina has failed to convert that slight advantage. That game has ended in a draw. Laura Unuk with a huge hold. This means that Santos has to find a way to squeeze a win out of this. He's trying. Check back. E3's coming. I think Gawain is going to save this.
E3 is on the board. You've got to come back with your rook and defend that pawn. He picks up the h5 pawn. He will lose the e3 pawn, but it won't be enough. And I think this is going to end in a draw now.
Gawain is playing like a wizard here. Rook h4 is an amazing move. King b5 runs into rook b4. If you go back to d3, still rook b4. And Miguel's winning chances, they're evaporating, but he's still trying. Can he find some way to keep his chances alive? King d4, wait a second, it's not over yet.
Oh, but now the king comes towards but he's going to just simply bring his own king. But you pick up the a5 pawn. It's really far from over with these two pawns. I mean, this should be winning for white.
Even the eval bar has no idea what's going on. He's just going to run his pawns up the board.
And white has to sacrifice his rook for black's pawn. Will the two pawns be enough or not? Black queens, white gives up the rook. This is super close.
Pranav has won his game. This means Santos has to win rook a3. But white, he's going to pursue. Oh my god, he's going to pursue white's rook all across the first rank. And I don't think white can escape that mechanism. Rook h3, make a move. He's down to 1 second. Rook b3
1 second.
Instead.
He goes rook b3. That is ambitious.
Okay, king d1.
Wow, this is getting tricky. And 1 second for Gawain. Well, he's got to give up his rook now. Because otherwise, you just repeat and come back king d2.
Oh, he's almost flagged. What is he doing? King a6.
What is going?
Whoa, it's king c4.
What on earth is happening here?
What was king c4? Rook c1 check. Rook c1 check at b7. Oh my gosh, Gawain is choking this away. He could have just repeated moves and made a draw. He literally just self-destructed.
Repeated a million. Oh my god, and now white is completely winning. The pawns are unstoppable. How has black
E7.
marched all the way down with the king? And that is it. Santos knows it. And Gwen there shaking his head. Oh, what? Oh, I don't know what to say anymore.
This might be the craziest end to a match that I have ever seen. And everybody in the chat knows that I have been around the chess world for a while. Gawain Jones just did the self-destruction of the century. Literally, all he had to do, he had done all of the hard work. First of all, you can go rook h3 if I'm not mistaken, and this ends the game immediately. No matter where white goes, you pursue the rook because white can't take. That's number one. Tanya, number two. Literally, Miguel is repeating moves. Go king d2 and it's an instant draw. We have overtime.
My heart is out of control because this would not have only saved Gwen's game, but it would have mean Norway Gnomes wins the match. But with this win, with this big win by Santos, it means the score is level. And guess what, chat? We've got a playoff on our hands.
This is absolutely epic. And this is why team events are the best kind of events, because not only do we see the greatest performances, we see the greatest self-destructions. Gawain Jones, you could see him there. He is trying to make sense. He is trying to puzzle out what just happened, but he has got to put all of that behind him because his services are required in this overtime. This is the first tie, and definitely not the last, of the Pro Chess League. The score is 8-8, and the format is going to be very simple. We will explain more after the break, but basically, they're replaying the same pairings, but now it's blitz time, 3+2, and the winner of the match wins everything. We will expand on that, but first, it's time to refill our coffee, fasten our seatbelts, and we will be back with PCL overtime on the other side of this break.
What is this? This is duck chess, you guys.
This is a new variant. It's called duck chess.
Chess, but with a duck.
Quack, quack.
How to play duck chess. The duck is a brick. Pieces cannot move through the square occupied by the duck.
Click on a square to place the duck. Oh, you put the duck to prevent moves of opponent, not yourself.
Yeah, so basically you do this, and this cannot move. I'm gonna go knight f6, and I'm gonna put the duck in the most inconvenient place for my opponent to move. No bishop, no queen, so no Londons. Can permanently stop the London.
Capture the opponent's king to win. Oh, wow. Oh, there's no stalemate. Wait, there is stalemate. But the stalemated player wins. Ooh, if only that was real chess.
I think I'm getting the hang of this game now. I think I actually am getting the hang of it. I think this works. Oh, that's a horrible blunder. Oh my god, I just blundered.
I have to move something else first, then dock, and knight will take my king. This is the best way to lose the duck chess.
Those some real bullet skills right there, boys.
This is the first time winning duck chess. That's so exciting.
Oh no! No! Mouse slip! No! I won! Yeah! Duck chess champion! Give me those points, baby!
You cannot script this better in Hollywood, in the greatest movie studios. They could not invent a crazier ending to this second PCL match, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a pleasure bringing you this match alongside. I am Tanya Sachstev. Tanya, nobody I would rather cover this with. The Norway Gnomes and the Spanish Maniac Shrimps are tied 8 apiece after 4 rounds, and they are tied in the most improbable of ways. Gawain Jones squanders a surefire draw to secure the victory, and now they have to start from scratch.
Not just Gwen, Salim, Daniel, remember, he was winning as well. And what a momentum shift this has been, with the Shrimps taking that win, going into a playoff, going into a tiebreak. And there, let's take a look at our format that we've got. A different time control. Daniel, just 3 minutes with a 2-second increment.
Yeah, it's very simple. The pairings remain the same as round 4, but the time control, folks, is different. It's now 3+2. And if one of the teams wins the match, 2.5, 1.5, or higher, the match ends. If we are tied 2-2, then they replay with a 3+2 time control and swap colors. If that is also tied, then the time control changes to 1+2 bullet, and they play in that time control until there is a decisive result. I would say that a tie is quite unlikely with a blitz time control, but I wouldn't put anything past these players. So once again, folks, the pairings remain exactly the same. So Iturrizaga, he plays Solemn, Jones plays Ruiz, etc. It's just that the colors switch. So Gawain Jones was black, he will be white. Solemn was black, he will be white. And the other 2 players, Pranav and Laura Unuk, will have the black pieces. So it's blitz time, Tanya, and they have to adjust mentally. That is a huge adjustment. 10+2, 3+2. So different.
It's also letting go of what just happened on the board. Gwen and Salim, especially for these 2 players, because they really had the match victory in their hands. And as we know that the pairings remain as they were in round 4, which really levels the playing field as each of the board is playing against the corresponding board. Big rounds here. Salim versus Iturrizaga. Pranav with the white pieces taking on Ibarra. We've got Karina against Laura, and with the white pieces, Santos taking on Gawain Jones. This is going to be an insane blitz game. It is the first playoff of the Pro Chess League. I am pumped, Daniel. I called this 2 rounds ago, and I'm so happy that it's here.
You called this at the start of the match. I mean, it's insane. You said they would find a way to tie the match by hook or by crook. You know, by this or by that, they found a way to tie 8-8, and you're absolutely right. The big storyline here, will Jones and Salim Saleh be able to push aside, forget, bury under a pile of rubble the tragedy that befell them in the last round? Don't spin the wheels. Don't tell yourself, things could have been different. I could have been enjoying a dinner. No, you got to focus on the task at hand. Roll up your sleeves, because you got a chance at redemption. So there is still a silver lining for those players. This is going to be unbelievable. Tanya, I can't believe we're here.
We're here. We made it. And of course, it is I think the board 4 is going to play such a critical role in this very important playoff. And as you mentioned, that only if it is a tie, only if this ends with 2-2, we get another blitz game. But for now, we know blitz. Very rarely do we get a tie. This match could be decided in this one. And I really want to get chat's thoughts. Who are you guys rooting for? Who do you think is going to take this away? It has been such a roller coaster of a match.
It has indeed. We'd like to thank the thousands of you so involved in the chat supporting your favorite team. Folks, we will try to bring you all of the action. It's hard to cover 4 blitz games at the same time, so we'll do our very best. We will try to catch the end of the games, but we can't cover everything, but we will do our very, very best. Here we go. Gawain Jones has the white pieces and a King's Indian attack, so he starts pretty peacefully.
Wow, and we've got action on all the 4 boards. As we can see, the players are, of course, blitzing out their moves. We've got the King Spawn opening on the bottom left, while D4 on the top board. And wow, look at this Gawain versus Santos opening that we have. Where do you want to jump to, Daniel? Because there's action, and it's quick action.
It's action on all of the boards, and we've got a Nimzo Indian in Pranav versus Iturrizaga. Let's go. Well, there's already an endgame in Gawain Jones's game. Let's go to Ibarra's game against Pranav, because I feel like that might be the X factor. Pranav just delivered an amazing attacking game. let's not forget that he played perhaps the best game of the whole match, and he's playing for a win with the black pieces. He's already managed to unbalance the game. He's got an open B file. And I think he's got a very good blitz type position, but Ibarra starting to accumulate some of the pressure on the king side.
Well, I'm happy to jump into that because we see it's really heating up. You were talking about the pressure along the king side, and we see the f-pawn advancing, and now Pranav has to always watch out for f5 or e5 break, especially with that king on h7. Notice White's bishop on d3. Let's see if we can jump into the analysis board and get the players on the screen as well.
Yeah, we've got crazy stuff there. Bishop to a7 on the board, bottom left of your screen. Ibarra attacking that rook on b8. That's why you can't pre-move in a 3+2 time control. This isn't bullet, and you don't want to overcompensate and start blitzing out moves. 3 minutes, it's a long time. And Pranav there shifting his knight back toward d7. And meanwhile, top left, we've got craziness in Iturizaga's board. Knight takes e4, and knight sacrificed by Iturizaga. White's king is wide open there. So Iturizaga just feeling it right now after that swindle win in the last round.
He is angry. Iturizaga is an angry man right now. He goes on to open the e-file. You're calling it a sacrifice. I'm calling it an attack, Daniel. If White does accept it, which it looks like White must, the black rook can slide onto the e-file, taking advantage of White's complete lack in development here.
Indeed. And the two relatively peaceful games, Gawain Jones, I think, holds a small advantage top right against Santos Ruiz. He's bringing his knight to g5. He's doing exactly what he's supposed to do. He's squeezing out a small advantage, right? An anti-tilt opening. Meanwhile, I think Pranav has just gone very wrong with his last move. I think he's made a huge mistake. So if we could go to the Pranav game, I think... Oh, and I apologize. Pranav does have the white pieces. Ibarra, that is. No, Pranav has the black pieces. So yes, he does make a big mistake there with knight c5. Pranav has black. And I think bishop takes c5 and e5 sections off the bishop, Tanya, and gives black tripled pawns on the queen side.
Oof. That is one hideous pawn structure. It's not just the triple pawns. The pawn on a5 is forever weak as well. And as you're pointing out, White, and we see that happen, e5 blocking off that bishop on g7 because White has made the committal decision of trading off his own bishop. So he really makes sure that black has got no activity down that diagonal. It looks like Pranav could be paying the price for this one.
He most certainly is. And Ibarra, you don't have to tell him twice. This is a basic Betty idea. And this is a terrible, terrible position for V. Pranav, who's trying to unbalance the game, but instead he's just giving up another pawn. He is in free fall right now. Not only does he have terrible bishop on g7, but White's got easy and clear attacking prospects with the knight coming to e4. Tanya, this is very, very disturbing. This could be a painful loss for the Norway Gnomes. Ibarra playing a perfect positional game so far.
Wow, so much action in this one. So this we can call it for now that it looks like Pranav is in driving seat here with the white pieces and bishop falls back to f8. It looks like huge trouble here for Ibarra. Let's go back to our bird's eye view and take a look at some of the other action that's on, because take a look at the top right screen. Now, Gawain has marched down with his pawn to d6. He's sacrificing the pawn, but what he's done is opened up his light squared bishop, targeting that pawn on b7. This is wild.
This is wild. To clarify, Pranav has black. V. Pranav has black. He has the black pieces against Ibarra, so Ibarra is the one winning. We'll switch that label as soon as we can. A lot of things to manage here, folks. But Salim Saleh also has a passed pawn. So look at that pawn on d6 on the right, Tanya, and a pawn on d5 that might appear on d6 if Salim drops his bishop to f4. I think he's got Eduardo on the ropes yet again, this time with the white pieces. Bishop f4 and d6 looks really good. Gawain Jones is better. I think the Gnomes are just crushing it right now.
Wow. And let's not forget, Gnomes were the one who were dominating that last round as well. But Shrimps, they are known to come back. They have made massive, resilient efforts in this match. And will they be able to do this? Take a look at the top left, Salim Iturizaga board. What is that white bishop doing on f6? Dark squared weaknesses. It looks like black should be getting checkmated any moment.
But queen d4 and queen h4, I mean, that was cutting it very close by Salim. He almost lost that bishop on f6. The queen is anchored to that bishop as it stands. The d5 pawn is hanging, but if you capture it, you get pinned with rook f1 to d1. Eduardo's position is almost unplayable. The only chance is to get the knight involved, and he does. He's made a great move. Knight b3 to c5, and he is back in the game once again. Tanya, the knight is coming to e4. He's managing to turn it around. And
it's coming to e4, it's coming to d3. It is basically entering white's position, and meanwhile white can't jump in with the queen to h6 because the bishop on f6 hangs. It might be time for white to actually retreat with that bishop to d4, trying to really build a kingside attack there, but it is action all over. Take a look at the bottom left. Ibarra crushing Pranav here.
Bishop f5.
Wow. Can we pull that up?
Bishop f5 ends the game. Even queen takes g2. He's got a minute and a half. God mode by Jose Carlos Ibarra. Unless he messes this up royally, this is in the bag. Not a single counter chance. And he plays this Russian schoolboy style with queen takes g2. Pranav with the black pieces just running out of gas. He is an excellent blitz player. But this is all Ibarra. Rook is coming to g1. And Tanya, this is exactly what Pranav did to Ibarra in the previous round. He mated him on the g file. The fortunes reverse.
I remember that. This is crazy stuff. And now h6 is hanging and Pranav down to just 2 seconds on the clock. But the clock doesn't matter because it is a dead lost position. He can pick up the h6 pawn with the check. He can pick up the bishop. He can go bishop e6 check. Go queen h8. Pick up that rook on g7. Just a million ways to win this position.
A point for the Spanish shrimps. That is a huge point. Wow. You can see Pranav leaning back and f5 crushes it, as does queen f6. That's it. Let's go back to our bird's eye view. Because this puts the pressure on Gawain Jones.
Gives a discover check, wins a queen, and wins the game.
He wins the game. Spanish shrimps lead by a point. That means Salim Saleh has to deliver on his board, as does Gawain Jones. But Gawain has lost a lot of his advantage. I think Santos Ruiz is generating a tremendous amount of counterplay in this rook endgame. It's another rook endgame. What are the likelihoods? What are the odds of that?
And wow, and Gawain down to seconds, but I'm sure he's having nightmares from that last round. And look at this. Fourth board, it will count. And there we've got both players playing on second. What is happening there? You pick up the bishop with your rook. You're still down a pawn.
Laura is going to win. Unuk is going to win that bottom board. She is up 1,000 pieces. That's it. That is going to be a point for the Gnomes. It's going to be 1-1 after Ambartsumova resigns. And she will resign. She's down a rook. She loses on time.
Wow.
The score is 1-1. We are down to the bottom 2 boards. And Gawain Jones has choked it again. He's going to lose. He's going to lose. I can't believe this.
And did you see that reaction, son?
What? No! He blundered his rook!
Whoa! And Santos' reaction, he probably pre-moved. I don't know what happened there, but he just blundered a rook and then he resigned. He was a rook up. He was an entire rook up.
He played rook f2. He mouse slipped. There's a demon that's behind this. And it's all down to the bottom game, which is frozen. We don't know exactly how it happened. Let's see what the result of the Terizaga
Santos
game
is in shock. He can't believe what just happened.
Oh my God. The Gnomes win. Eduardo Terizaga failed to win his game. No, this didn't just happen. I need to replay this 18 more times. Let me say this again, Tanya. Gawain was winning. He literally is a rook down with 17 seconds for Santos Ruiz, and he spends 0.5 of them to make a mouse slip.
Yeah, that was just so unfortunate. That was a mouse slip. Putting that rook on f2, he wanted it to go all the way to e2, and with that, it just looks like Kaisa today was not on their side. And this just cost them the match because they lost 10.5 to 9.5.
I'm totally speechless. I will need to pinch myself multiple times.
Gawain can't believe it. Gawain can't believe what just happened.
This might be one of the craziest sequences, Tanya. One of the craziest half hours in the history of online chess. And that is not an exaggeration. I don't think anybody would possibly think that's an exaggeration. Miguel Santos Ruiz is not going to live that down for a very long time. Gawain Jones is still in absolute disbelief. Santos has left the room. He needs a breath of fresh air. Oh my friggin' lands.
I can't believe it. And it just reminds me of Gawain's last game. It feels like the law of averages here. Gawain messing that up, losing that round 4, and then winning this by luck. Just insane stuff. But you know what they say, Daniel, you make your own luck on the board. And what happened?
And Tanya, to add insult to injury, Eduardo Iturrizaga checked Gawain Jones's board. He saw that his teammate Santos Ruiz was swindling Miner's rook on him, and he accepted a draw in his better position. He accepted a draw, entrusting the win to Ruiz. This compounds the feeling of utter disbelief. Let's bring up the bird's eye view because I don't have. Let me see if I can find Iturrizaga's game here.
And there was no way that Iturrizaga would have agreed to a draw had he just waited for one move. What an unfortunate mouse slip that was. And we see that on the top left. Daniel, what you're pointing out, the position that the game ended in, where Iturrizaga took a draw as he saw that Santos was an entire rook up. Of course, never imagining that there would be a mouse slip blundering that rook away.
Let's pull up that board just for a second. He actually was losing out of the opening, swindling Salam 20 seconds up on the clock, and with knight c5, could have continued to expand his advantage. This is a very hard position for white to play. The dark squares are covered, but he checked the other boards quickly. It was a totally rational decision by Eduardo. He saw that Amber Tsumova had a decent position. She loses. He saw that Ibarra was winning. He does, but the mouse slip by Santos Ruiz is going to go down in history as one of the craziest turnarounds in online chess history.
I've just never seen anything like this. I mean, what a match we've had, Daniel, starting from round one. The Norway Gnomes taking a lead, and then Shrimps coming back with a back punch. Then again, Norway Gnomes taking a lead, and then Shrimp equalizing the match, leveling the score, going into a playoff, and that final finish that we saw with a mouse slip, blundering that rook. This is Blitz. It is completely unpredictable. It's not over till it's over. And if ever that was true, it is this moment. What a win by Norway Gnomes. And you've got to feel a little bit for the Shrimps for going down in this one. Just unbelievable stuff there.
Unbelievable indeed. Pure pain for the Shrimps, who did such a good job to qualify, and then an unbelievable comeback by Santos Ruiz. But at the end of the day, Kaisa just was not on their side. And ladies and gentlemen, who would we interview except Gawain Jones, the man of power? What hasn't happened to him this match? We'll have Gawain for you for our post-match interview. So chat, if you've managed to recover from the sequence of events you just saw, you can spam the chat with your best questions for the English Grandmaster. We will ask him all about his crazy experience in the last 30 minutes. Folks, stay tuned. The match is over, but the entertainment is not. We'll have Grandmaster Gawain Jones for the interview and the wrap-up on the other side of this short break.
What is this? This is duck chess, you guys.
This is a new variant. It's called duck chess.
Chess, but with a duck. Quack, quack.
How to play duck chess. The duck is a brick. Pieces cannot move through the square occupied by the duck.
Click on a square to place the duck. Oh, you put the duck to prevent moves of opponent, not yourself.
Yeah, so basically you do this, and this cannot move. I'm gonna go knight f6, and I'm gonna put the duck in the most inconvenient place for my opponent to move. No bishop, no queen, so no Londons. Can permanently stop the London.
Capture the opponent's king to win. Oh, wow. Oh, there's no stalemate. Wait, there is stalemate. But the stalemated player wins. Ooh, if only that was real chess.
I think I'm getting the hang of this game now. I think I actually am getting the hang of it. I think this works. Oh, that's a horrible blunder. Oh my god, I just blundered.
I have to move something else first, then dock, and knight will take my king. This is the best way to lose the duck chess.
Those some real bullet skills right there, boys.
This is the first time winning duck chess. That's so exciting.
Oh no! No, mouse slip! No! I won! Yeah! Duck chess champion! Give me those points, baby!
Welcome back to the Pro Chess League. We just observed one of the craziest finishes to a match that I have ever seen. And the perfect guest joins us in the studio, Grandmaster Gawain Jones, the man of the moment. Gawain, I got to ask you first and foremost, is this the craziest thing that has ever happened to you in your chess career? Does this make the top 3?
Blitz game, but the rapid one before it was all a complete blur there. But I was probably a split second away from resigning the game. If he'd not moved, I think I would have resigned. So it's definitely a lot of luck on my side today.
Wow. As you mentioned, Gwen, that last moment of the Blitz playoff, it was just a nail-biting finish. But I want to get your thoughts on that 4th round that you were talking about. The match could have been wrapped up there for Norway Gnomes. What was it like for you taking this to the playoffs with the nerves? What happened there? Why did you not just repeat?
A good question. I was talking to my wife and she said, "Were you trying to win? Didn't you not know the score?" But my brain just stopped working. I didn't realize I could repeat, and then I was worried that I was losing this at the race. And I think I played too slowly earlier in the game, and I had just playing on 2 seconds for so long that at some point there was some meltdown. But I got a lot more excitement.
Gawain, we obviously want to let you rest. We've got a couple of chat questions, feature chat questions. First of all, from Go NKN, who asks, how do you stay calm with a finish like this? I mean, you survived a pawn down endgame forever. Can you give us a little bit more insight on just like how difficult it is to handle those high intensity positions with no time on the clock?
Yeah, I think at some point I thought objectively it was lost, and therefore I should just play well practically and just play some quick moves. And the problem was the transition back to suddenly when I thought I might be holding the draw. That added pressure became too much for me. So I think that's quite a difficult scenario. And then I have felt some deja vu in the next game as well, where suddenly I was losing another rook and pawn endgame. I thought be punished. But mouse slips are part of online chess, at least.
It really is. And I think it's all part of the skill set, and these things happen. And of course, it's not the most ideal way to win a match. And I understand that feeling, Gwen, but then you take what you get, and it is just the start of the Pro Chess League. Every week it gets tougher. You will be playing against the chess bras as well. And I want to ask you, actually not me, but it's Pumpkin the Cat, who's brought up a great question here. You're playing for the Norway Gnomes. How excited are you to play against Magnus and Arjen, who this time are actually playing for the chess bras? What's that going to be like?
Yeah, that'd be a great match. The added motivation for the gnomes, yeah. To beat the expats playing over for the chess bras. But no, when it's a team event, it doesn't really matter how you win. It's just great to get through. I think if it was an individual event, I'd be feeling much guiltier.
Gawain, final question for you before we let you take a well-deserved rest and, sit back and process all of this. A question from Brainstorm 18, who asks, who do you have for the candidates? And I guess I could extend this and ask you if you have a prediction for the World Championship match.
Sorry, the candidates first. I don't actually know who's playing in the candidates yet.
I don't either. So, yeah. Let's go with the World Championship prediction.
Yeah, that'll be great to watch. I'll go for Nepo because he's got the experience of already playing a match. And so, yeah, Nepomniachtchi. I think it'll be a very close match. Looking forward to watching.
Gotcha. Well, thank you, Gawain. We will let you rest. I think I still need to pinch myself a few times, and I'm sure you do as well. Grandmaster Gawain Jones, the hero of the match. Congratulations on the win, Gawain, and get some rest.
Cheers. Thanks. Good night.
That's all she wrote, Tanya. 10.5, 9.5. The final score. So calm. They won by a point. Nothing major happened. They outplayed them. No. You had to watch this match in its entirety, and this is why we hype the PCL up so much, right? This right here in a nutshell is why team events produce some of the craziest entertainment that you will find anywhere in the chess world.
Wow, that match was just something else. It was from another planet. I mean, what it went down to, what we saw fighting chess, not just about going into playoffs there, Daniel, but also what we saw in the rapid portion, the 10+2, how the teams came back, just how resilient and difficult it was to put the shrimps down. They really fought hard. They had it in the bag, and it all came down to Gawain. We heard it from him. When it comes to team events, every single point matters, and you take the wins as they come, whether they're in the most ideal way or not. He had his chances in round 4, and then finally Kaisa Kaisa was smiling upon him by gifting him that point. Rook F2, that one is going to hurt and cause probably a lot of sleepless nights for the Spanish shrimps.
But you need 3 strikes before you're eliminated, so the shrimps have another chance. They will be angry, they will be hungry, and they will seek a redemption. Eduardo Iturrizaga ran the table with 4 out of 4 quietly. An amazing performance, much like Magnus yesterday, but he wasn't able to carry his team to victory. He needed a little bit more help from his supporting casts, and perhaps he will get this help next week. Well, you will not have to wait for next week for more PCL action, because we have another PCL day on Friday with 2 more matches coming your way. In the morning, we've got MGD1 against the Blitz, 7:30 a.m. Pacific, 10:30 a.m. Eastern start time, followed by the Berlin Bears against Levi Rosman's much-anticipated Gotham Knights, featuring some guy named Hikaru Nakamura, one of the PCL favorites. That will come right after at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. Ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoyed today's action, mark your calendars for Friday, because we will get more of the same, Tanya, with more amazing players and crazy action. And I'm just sad today has come to an end. I'm out of breath.
It was too much fun, Daniel. And this is why we love the Pro Chess League. And I cannot wait to see how this pans out. What a day it's been. Super fun. And thank you to chat for joining us through this entire crazy ride that we were on. And of course, we'll be back with the action.
We will indeed, Tanya. This was our first time commentating together. I've been a big fan of your commentary for a while, and I honestly had a blast. You're amazing, and it was a great pleasure to cover these matches with you. And folks, it is time for us to say goodbye. The sun is setting here on the East Coast. We're all going to get some rest. We all might need to pinch ourselves an extra time today, but no, you are not dreaming. This is just what chess looks like in 2023. Make sure to join us on Friday. And finally, we'd like to thank everybody in the chat and our amazing team at chess.com. Our producers, Bick and Ahala, are working so hard in creating an amazing broadcast. Couldn't do it without you. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, from the 2023 Pro Chess League, this is Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky and International Master Tanya Sachdev. We bid you goodbye, and we will see you on Friday for more PCL action. So long.